Hey, what's up? My name is Grace and welcome to this course on React Native. Now, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Also, you can add me on Twitter or GitHub, or you can send me an email if you have any specific questions. Now, what we'll be learning? So we'll be using the React Native CLI to create a new React Native project, and we'll look at how we can create an optimal folder structure that can help us to create a project that can be easily managed. Also, we'll look into how to use the React Navigation 5 such that we can create navigation through our apps so users can move between screens in the app. And also, we'll implement an authentication flow where we will have some screens that will show to a user who's not logged in, and then other screens that will show only when a user is logged in. So we'll also learn how to use the context API to manage our state. So this is a React feature that gives us a way to get global state management, something that if you've heard of tools like Redux would give you, but we'll be able to do that now using the context API. All right, so we'll also use Axios. So Axios is an HTTP library. So we'll be looking into how to use it effectively, creating instances and reusing them, creating interceptors to be able to maybe log out a user if their token expires. So we will be exploring the React Native components. So these are the components that come out of the box in React Native. Now we don't have many, but we'll be looking at the ones that are available, and we'll also be looking into how to use the ones that React Native gives us to create custom ones that we'll be using to build our sample app. Now we'll also look into how to create launcher icons and splash screens. Also, we'll see how to use the camera and pickers, cropping images. We'll also look into how to set up Firebase. Now, these days, Firebase is becoming really popular in mobile apps, and you can actually use Firebase as the complete backend for your app. So we'll look at how to set it up to work with our project. Now, in our specific project, we'll be using it only to store photos for our contacts. All right, so you'll also be able to pick up some extra JavaScript and some modern React, as everything we'll do will be using the newest React features and also the newest features in JavaScript. Okay, so what you need to know before you get started, I would say that you need only some basic React. If you know how state, props, components work, then you will be fine. Also, so if you have some native mobile app development background, then that's really good to have, and it's gonna help you understand things really quickly, but it's not really mandatory to have. So if you don't have that, you'll be able to pick up real fine. That's why I didn't even include it here. So what we'll build is we'll build a contact listings application where we'll have some screens where a user can log in, create an account, log in, and also have some screens that a user will use to like create contacts, view them in a list, and that kind of thing. So the app we'll build will be connecting to this API. So this is a basic contact listings REST API that we built before in the previous series. I will leave the link for those series in the description if you want to learn how we built this. Okay, so this is what we'll be consuming: the registration endpoint, login, contacts, details, and basically the contact CRUD. Okay, so here I have an Android that's running on my physical device, and I'm emulating it to show on my computer screen using a tool called Visor. So if you guys want to have that, you can quickly install Visor. I'm on a Mac, but there is one for Windows. If you don't find any, there is a Chrome extension that you can use. So when you install it, you can quickly plug in your Android device, turn on USB debugging, and then you will be able to see it connect to the device, and it can quickly show the device on your computer screen if you want to do that. Also here I have an iPhone 11. So this is an iPhone simulator that iOS gives us that we can use to test and develop our application. Now you'll notice that here we have a list of contacts. Now on this screen we can be able to add a new contact, and here when we click there you can see that we have this model that we'll be creating where we have like some basic user information. Here we'll have a navigation drawer that we can open or close by clicking here. So here we'll also create this custom drawer content component and link to different screens like this. So this will be a setting screen. So we'll implement like a sort order. So here you see we will have a way for a user to sort the contacts. So mostly here we'll be learning about like how to quickly create this kind of layout. It's really simple. So we need to look into the different tools we have at our disposal to be able to create something like that. Also, if you look at like the detail component, you see we have like a loader that comes up, then we have a picture which loads. So we can quickly track the state of the picture loading. So we can show maybe a loading indicator when it's loading. We can show maybe an error if the picture was not able to be loaded. And yeah, so here you can delete the contact actually. So we'll be looking into how to create all this kind of layout. This will be totally Flexbox. Then on the edit, you see that you can come here, you find the contents are there. We have this switch here, switch component that we can use to manage like booleans. So here we'll also have like a country picker. I'll show you how to use some component that we can use to pick countries. So yeah, so here we'll be able to choose files from the device. So I can come over here and choose a picture. We'll implement this way of cropping. So we can crop, we can specify even the dimensions we want the user to crop at, and then they can choose the picture and it will be added here, and it should be saved once we save. So if I click submit, you see that it saves, it's disabled, then it's saving, and when everything is good, it's gonna come and it updates the picture. Okay, so right here, let me see if we have some more. We'll create this like floating action button. So here, it's basically the same thing. The form will initially be empty, but when we are editing, it's gonna be different. So I'm gonna log out here. So when I log out, we get this alert component. So we're gonna be seeing how to use this. So you see this is a native one on the iOS. Now on the Android, it's gonna be different. Let me see if I can bring up my device. Oh, I'm logged out here. So right now, I can decide to log out like this, and you see that we come to this screen. My picture is not loading just because my server is off, but that doesn't matter at the moment. So also these screens here, see if we try to submit without filling in stuff, we get the errors, we show them properly here. So if we do this, then I'm gonna click submit. So you see when I click submit, our errors go away, and when we get more errors from the server, we show them corresponding. So now we can go ahead and create our user. So this is gonna be test@gmail.com. Then let's change the username to Johnny. Okay, so now we can submit, and you see the account is created. Now we are going to be creating this message component. You see like this one is blue, so we'll create like a component where we can say, okay, show us an error one, and it shows it in red and that kind of thing. So when we create, you see that the name is pre-filled. That's because we are using the context API. So this component on this screen is able to read from the state that was created in another screen. So we're using the context API, and we can globally read state throughout any screen in the application. So here you see we have the username, which is stored in our global store using the context API. Now here we can log in. We'll create these components. Now right here, you see we have this show hide feature that we'll implement. So when I put, let's say, a user that's not there, you'll see that we get this kind of error. So I'll show you how to like implement like components that give you a way to like retry something. So here, if I put a correct one, so let's hide my password, then click submit, and you see that now we are logged in, our picture has loaded, and we can basically use our application like we would normally. So this is gonna be it for the video. In the next part, I'm gonna come in, we create the project structure and also set up navigation. So thanks guys for watching, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey, welcome back guys. So in this one, we're going to go ahead and set up our React Native project. So for us to get started, you're going to need to have Node.js installed on your system. So if you're on Windows or Mac or Linux, make sure you have Node.js installed. If you don't, come over here, download any of these. Mostly we'll be downloading the recommended for most users, the LTS version. So once you have it, you're going to be able to have NPM on your system. So NPM is the Node package manager, and that's what we use to manage all the project dependencies. So once you have that, you're going to need to have Android Studio, because when developing for Android, we are going to need a lot of things to be able to make an Android application. So we need the Android SDK. Now to work with the SDK, we need to have the Android Studio installed, and that's the one that gives us an interface to manage the SDK. So come over here, download the suitable one for your system. Also, there is the React Native documentation. This is where you want to go when you're going to get started. So when you go to the getting started section, you're going to see that they have a lot of relevant information that's really good to help you get started. Now we are going to be mostly interested in the setting up the environment. Now when you come here, you're going to see that you have multiple ways you can set up the React Native project. So we will see something like the expose CLI, but for us we are going to be working with the React Native CLI, and that's because we want to have control over everything we'll be doing. So we will be actually working with native code sometime, but that's going to be like 2% of the time. But for the most part, you're going to be writing our regular sweet JavaScript. Okay, so to get started, you're going to need to come over here. But I'm on a Mac, but if you're on Windows, you're going to need to click there, and they're going to show you what you're going to need to do. Now, if you're on Windows and you want to make iOS apps, then it might not. So if you're on Windows, you can't make iOS apps, and you're going to need a Mac to be able to write apps that run on iOS. So on Windows, you can literally write the app. Of course, it would be able to run on iOS, but you won't have a way to test it. So maybe if you're on a team and someone has an iOS device, maybe if you're on a team and someone has a Mac, then you can write on Android and maybe they test, which is entirely hectic. So what you want to do is focus on Android and develop only on Android until the app is completely working really good on Android, and maybe then you can transfer it over to Mac if you don't own one. I know there are some other options that you can maybe borrow a Mac online and use that to test. So Google up a solution if you really have to make it for iOS and you don't have a Mac. But otherwise, we are going to start here. So I'm on a Mac, so we're going to need this. So I already have Node and Watchman, but if you don't, just go ahead and install those. If you're on Windows, you don't need to do that. Follow your instructions for your system. Now, when you're done, you're going to be having something like this. So here, I'm going to bring up my Android Studio. So once you have installed Android Studio for your system, you can run it and you're going to have something like this. Now, what we are mostly interested in, you want to go to configure and then click on SDK manager. Now, here on the setup instructions, they're going to show you the things you need. So you need the SDK, you need the SDK platform, and also the virtual device. So you're going to go to SDK tools, make sure you have those. So check the build tools, the emulator, the SDK tools, and you might need to install this because this helps speed up your emulator if you're testing on an emulator device. Other than that, if you want to set up the virtual device, you're going to need to go to configure AVD manager, and here you will find a list of all your virtual devices. Now initially you won't have any, so if you don't, you're going to need to create one. Go through these steps. It's just straightforward. Click next. Then you may not have a system image to install there. Go ahead and install one. Go ahead and download one. Once it downloads, then you can click in it, and then it's going to go ahead and create for you the simulator. Now go through these options. I would advise you keep only the default ones. So once you're done, you can click finish, and it's here. Now I can start it. So when I click that, it's gonna launch up, and this is the device. Alright, so other than that, you will be good for now. So for us to now create a project, I'm going to open up VS Code. So let me bring it up over here, get a new window here. So here is my VS Code. Let me maximize it so that we get a better view. I'll also have to increase my font a bit so you guys can see properly. Now I'm opening up the terminal here. So I'm going to CD into my desktop. So in the desktop, I'm going to create a project here. Now, when we install Node.js and npm, you're going to have access to something called npx. So instead of us installing React Native and using it to create the project, we can run the React Native CLI on the fly without actually installing it using npx. So here we can do npx React Native React-native, then write init, and then the name of the project. So this project, I'm going to call it rn contacts, and then I'm going to click enter. What that's going to do is it's going to basically create our React Native project, set up all the files we need, set up all the project dependencies we need to start creating our project. Okay, so now it's done. You will notice that it went ahead to basically create the project. It downloaded the default template for the project, and then here you see it was installing the CocoaPods dependencies. These are specifically for iOS, so the iOS dependencies we need to work with. Then after it got done, and we can now continue to run the project. So I'm gonna cd into the project. So I'm gonna cd into rn contact. So in there, I'm gonna open this in VS Code. So I'm gonna do a code dot here that you can see the folders we have. So once it opens up, you see that we have the initial project template here. Now, going over this, we have the basic yarn log file. So these are basically our packages. So we have the initial dependencies that we use. So we have React and React Native, as we may guess. And then we have the dev dependencies, Babel, that's used to transpile the latest versions of JavaScript syntax. And then we have the Babel runtime. Basically, those work together. ESLint for linting, Babel Jest. This is meant for testing. And we have the Metro bundler preset. So this helps us work with the dev server. And also we have the React test renderer, which is basically a way to test React components. Now we have the preset. This one. Now we have a Jest config. This is for testing. Don't worry so much about that. But in the scripts, we have the script to run the Android app, the iOS app, the one to start the dev server, the one to test, and the one to lint. Now I'm going to open up my terminal here. Now when you open it up, it's going to be basically empty, and we can run any of these scripts. But right here, we need to see how to run the project. So for us to run it, I'm going to run it on iOS by running yarn, then iOS, like this. So yarn iOS. So what's gonna do now, it's gonna go ahead and open up the project on the iOS simulator, the one that's default. So I'm gonna minimize the project here, then I'm gonna bring it down. So see that it went ahead to launch the iPhone 11. So it actually launched on another screen. Let me bring it here. So here it is. Okay, let's see. So now it's building the app. Let's give it some time as we talk over the files we have initially. So here we have the app.json. Here we can have any config that we want to use anywhere, but initially there is the app display name. This is what will show on the phone, and then the app.js is basically the entry file to our project. Now here is where we will be bringing in everything that we will have configured in our app. This will be the entry file. Alright, so we have the Watchman. Don't worry about this. This is for the dev server. Prettier for formatting. These are for Git. Also, the flow config is for types, but don't worry about that. ESLint is setting up ESLint. Basically, ESLint configuration for linting. And then in the iOS, this is all our iOS files. Then the file we are going to be working mostly in will be the pod file. This is where we install the native modules for iOS. We have the Android. So in Android, we have the normal Android project, the one you would have if you created a native Android project. Now here, we'll be working in here, but it's not gonna be a lot, as you guys will see. Don't worry most about this. We will only be dealing with the files we'll need. So at that point, we'll talk more about them. Alright. Now this is the test folder. So in here we have the initial test to check if the app is working fine. So this is where I would write all our initial tests, but I guess I'll be making a series about React Native testing in the future. So don't worry about that for now. Alright, so when it's done, you'll notice that it's gonna open up another window. This is where the Metro process would be. So if we have like console logs in app, they're gonna log in here, but you don't need to stop this. So have it running somewhere. Also, it opens up on the simulator, and you can see that we have our basic React Native project. Now to run it on Android, you want to do yarn Android. So it's going to be able to first compile it, of course. So initially it's going to take a while to be able to run for the first time, but the subsequent builds will be faster, as you'll see here. Okay, so let's hold on a bit. Not sure if I even have a simulator running. Don't know why it's running it. Oh, I have a device plugged in. Alright, so what happened here is the app didn't actually run on the virtual device. That's because it ran directly on my physical device. Now, I'm going to open up the program called Visor like I showed you earlier. So let me open it up, then I can bring view here. And you should be able to see my phone on the screen. So just a minute. And yeah, so you can see that on my phone, on my physical device, I have the welcome to React, basically a project there. But other than that, if you wanted to run it on iOS, on an Android simulator, I'm going to open up the Android Studio. So guys, you can see that using a physical device is a good option because your computer doesn't have to go through the hassle of running Android Studio, the simulator. So if you have an Android phone, just plug it in, go to settings, and then go to developer options. Make sure you turn on developer options. So if you don't have the physical device, you can come here, then you open a project. So I'm gonna look for so you can go to your files, then I'm going to look for the project we just created. So the one we created is RN contacts, then you want to click on the Android folder. So once you click that, you can click open. Then here, for you to view the files properly, you want to click the project view. So in there you have your Android project. So here it's gonna go ahead and build the project using the Gradle build system. So make sure it first finishes here. Now mine is done. So once it's done, you can open it up like this. But right now my phone is connected, so I'm going to choose another device. So let me choose this Pixel simulator, then click run this here. Or if you don't have a physical device, of course, it would be booting up on your default simulator, if you have default emulator, if you have one set up. Okay, so you see here it's installing. Let me remove Visor so we have one thing to look at. So it's booting up. So you can see that now it's connecting to the local dev server. And then yeah, we have it running on our emulator. So now if we go to the project, we can come to the app.js and clean it up. So I'm gonna come over here and actually remove everything. So let me remove everything inside the JSX. So I'm gonna have the scroll view. We also remove it. Here I'm gonna have the text and say hello world. Okay. Now if we come back to the project, it's gonna reload. You can see hello world over here on the iOS simulator. If we come over here, you see that we have hello world over here. So that's it for now. I hope you found this video helpful. If you found it helpful, give it a like. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey, welcome back guys. In this one, we are gonna go ahead and set up a React Native project structure that will enable us to build our app faster and also make sure we know where to find what files. Now, first off, I want to first close some simulators just so that I can have a better way to develop, because these are actually like taking a lot of memory on my device right now. So I'm going to close the simulator. So since I know most of us are going to be on Android, I'm going to be focusing mostly on Android. So I'm going to close the simulator. Okay, so since you're going to be having a lot of JavaScript files, components, things to do with state, things to do with validations, then we're going to need to create a source folder in here. So I'm going to go to the root of the project, and then I'm going to create a folder called src. And this is where all our JavaScript files will go. So inside source, I'm going to create another folder called assets. So this folder is going to contain things like images, fonts, the themes for the app, that kind of thing. So actually I'm going to go ahead and create them. So it's going to be images, should be in assets, move there. Then here, I'm going to create a new one, call it fonts. Then I need to create another one. It's going to be the theme. And we'll be coming back to these as we go. So let's corrupt that one for now. Now, else we'll also create a folder called components. So this is where we'll have all our reusable parts of the app. So things like buttons, inputs will be inside the components. So we'll also have another folder to contain our constants. So in the constants here, we will be having our constants basically. So if you have things that we need to reuse, we can put them in constants. So also we'll have a folder called screens. So new folder called screens. So in screens, we can basically have a screen. If you think of it, if you think of registration, if we think of login, those can be screens. Now those, of course, screens will be made up of logic, and then they're going to be hooked up to like components. Okay, so let's have screens in there. Now also I'm going to create a folder for config. So create a folder here, config. So in here we can save things like, let's say we have environment variables, we can bring them in here, and then the app can be getting them from the config. If we have different environments, then everything can be in config. Then now I'm also going to create a folder called context. So context here will have like our global state management. Now I'm going to create some few folders in here, so don't worry mostly about them. We are going to be learning mostly about them as we go. One is going to be called reducers. Then I'm going to create another one here. It's going to be called initial states. Initial states. Then I'm going to create another one. It's going to be actions. We'll go through the terminology again, but for now let's first create them, then we'll explain them as we need them. So new file. So I'm also going to create a file here called provider. So I'm going to call it provider.js. So for now it's going to be empty. In fact, I can just say export default function. It's going to be function. Then it's going to be returning null for now. But we'll come back to this later. Alright, so now that we have this, then we are going to create another folder for our navigation. So new folder, I'm going to call it navigation, navigations. Also, I'm going to have another folder for helpers. So since we are going to be working with things like Firebase, things like Axios, and we need to reuse some of the configs, then we can put those in helpers. So also I'm going to create one for utilities. So new folder, utils. So in utils, we can have like validation utilities, like functions that maybe trim a name, trim some spaces of a name, those kind of things. Alright, so this is looking good to me. Then I'm going to create a .env file. So if you have like environment variables, we can put them in there. And then we want to make sure that this is not added to version control. So I'm going to go to our gitignore file. This one is created actually by when you create the project. And I believe we should have .env here, but if we don't, then please stick it in there. Make sure I have a new line at the end of the file. It's conventional to have. Okay, so now this folder structure is going to be able to do it for us. So in the next video, I'm going to come in and we are going to now work in the navigation directory. Hey, what's up? In this video, we are going to go ahead and set up navigation for our React Native app. Now to get started, we are going to need to be using React Navigation, which is basically a library or a dependency that gives us a way to add the navigation to our app. So this is like the most popular way to add navigation to your React Native apps, and that's what we're going to be using today. Okay, so if we come to the Get Started guide, you will notice that we have some prerequisites we need. So basically they are saying we need to know about React, which I'm guessing we do. Now they say we need to know about context, but don't worry so much about this. Everything they say you want to know here, we are going to be covering them. Okay, so to get started, I'm using yarn, but if you have npm, do npm install. I'm going to be doing yarn add. So I'm going to copy this, then over here, I'm going to open up a new terminal. Then I'm going to be installing everything that they say we need. So let's install that. Then we're going to need to install some other things. Now, if you're using Expo, you're going to be doing that. But for us, we are using the CLI. So we're going to be also installing the necessary dependencies for using the CLI. Okay, so let's also install this React Native screens, safe area context. So these are used by React Native navigation to give you the navigation basically. So don't worry so much about those, although you might use some of these for other things, but we'll get there when we need to. Okay, so after we install, you will notice that we need to do npx pod install, and this is going to be setting up the native navigation on iOS. So it's going to install all the necessary native dependencies. Okay, so now that it's done, let's do the npx pod install. Pod install for the iOS. And by the way, instead of us, actually should be pod-install. So as we develop, we are going to be installing many dependencies that are going to need to be installed this way. So what I want to do is set up a script that we can just do something like yarn pod, and it's going to run this. So for now, let's run it. But I'm going to go to the package.json file. So right here, I'm gonna come here and also add another one. This is gonna be pod. So in here, now we can make sure it runs our command, so that we can just do yarn pod and it's basically installs. Okay, so moving on, now that we've installed all this, the first thing we're going to do is to initialize the gesture handler. So we're going to go to our app entry file, which is in app.js right now, and then we're going to import this. So they say import it on top of the file, so make sure it's imported here. Okay, so once you have it, we need to wrap our app in a navigation container. So if you come back to the docs, you notice that we can import navigation container from React Native. So I'm going to bring up this import here. So I'm going to bring it here, navigation container. Then everything has to be wrapped in here. So we can now return a navigation container. Then I'm going to be removing the types here. So I'm going to be, let me remove this type because we're not using this typing. And maybe in the future I can create some tutorials about TypeScript, which is a better way to type your applications, in my opinion. Okay, so that's failing. I'm going to need to rebuild this in Android Studio. So I'm going to open up Android Studio again. Then I'm going to stop the app. Then now I can rerun it. Okay, so let's wait for it to build. Anyways, still building here. Now that it's done, you notice that now our application is back and it's running. So to now continue, I'm going to be removing these styles here. And that's because I'm going to be showing you another way of structuring your styles so they can look more cleaner. So now that our app is back and running, let me also remove this, the new screen stuff, we don't need it. Then I'm going to set up my navigation elsewhere. Okay, so I'm going to go here in our navigations folder and I'm going to create a new folder. Actually, I'm going to create a new file here called index.js. And this is what's going to be exporting our default container. So I'm going to now come over here and copy all this. So when I copy it out, then we can come here and I'm going to create a function. This should be a component. So the navigation container should be a component that wraps over everything else. So I'm going to call it, let's say, const app container, app nav container. Then this is going to be function. Okay. Then we're going to return basically the JSX. Okay, so let's import our navigation container. Just import that. And let's import the status bar stuff. Actually, at this point, we don't need this. So let's just import the container. And now, for now, let's import the text because we are going to need it. Okay, so now then let's export this because we are going to be adding more other configurations here. So that's why that's why I moved it from the main app.js file. So once we have this now, instead here in app.js, instead of using this, we can now replace this with app container like this. Okay, so if you have other things we need to set up, we're going to set them up here. Let's configure the imports, make sure it's importing properly. Can't find React. So since this is returning JSX, we need to make sure we have React imported in this file. So import from React. We don't need components. So let's do that. I see that the app is back and running. So now in here, remember our app is going to be divided into almost 3 types of screens. So there will be some screens that will be in the home screen, and then these screens are going to have a drawer. Okay, then we also have some screens that the user is only going to access whenever they are authenticated, and whenever they are not authenticated, and when they're authenticated they will never have to see these screens again. Okay, so we're going to now structure our screens or configure them to follow this kind of thing. So we are going to create something called a navigator. Now the most popular one, or the one you're going to be using here, is called the stack navigator, and the way that works is it's going to be adding screens on top of each other, going back to them every time the user requests a screen. So if a user requests a screen, let's say to go to the details of maybe a contact, the screen before, which would be maybe the contact list, will be popped out, and then the new screen will be shown in front. So this makes it really good, so that when a user clicks back, we can just remove the screen and then we can go back to the previous screen, which makes the transition awesome and very fast. Okay, so here we are going to separate this into folders. So this is going to be called home. Now I'm going to be using navigator here as the convention for the naming. That's because each of these files is going to be containing a set of screens that will be wrapped in a navigator. Okay, so this is going to be .js. Now in here, we need to return a component that defines a set of instructions on how this navigator will work. So if we come over here, what we need to do is create a stack navigator. Okay, so one thing you'll notice is each of these navigators is gonna need to be installed separately. So if you need like a tab, you're going to install /tab differently. If you need a stack, you're going to install /stack differently. So let's install the stack. We also are going to need the drawer navigator. So I'm going to also search for drawer. Okay, so when it comes up, you notice that we need to install the drawer navigator too. So I'm going to go to the yarn section, and then I'm going to copy this, and then we can install the drawer too. Okay, so that's all we're going to need to work with for now. Now here we have a basic example on what we need to create a drawer based navigation. So for the screens that we will need to put in a drawer, we're going to be doing something like this. But before we get there, let's first set up the home stack. Okay, so here I'm going to actually, let me just bring in these imports because I don't need to import things like React every time. Just remove this. You can call it home navigator. Now in here, remember we need to return a navigator component. So here we have a method called stack navigator that we can call to create a stack navigator. So I'm going to be calling it home stack. This is going to be equal to create stack navigator. Make sure it's imported. Let's make sure it's imported. So I'm going to come over here and import it. Now that we've created our stack navigator, instead of us returning the container, we're going to return a navigator. Let me remove this text here because we don't need it. So to do that, you want to return basically when you say create stack navigator, it's going to give you an object you can use to define your navigator. So you're going to wrap it in stack.navigator, and then in here you define your screens. Now to define a screen, you call, right now in our case, we're going to be calling home stack, then we call screen like this. And in here what we want to do now is define some options. So these options will be like the configuration that this screen should have when the user basically sees it. Now we're going to give it a name. This name is going to be used to navigate here. The name should be unique for every screen so that you can navigate. When you say app navigate, it can know where to navigate to. Now when you define a screen, the most mandatory things you need are the name and then the component that screen will be using. So I'm going to create a simple component here. Then of course you're going to refactor this out. So this is going to be contacts. It's going to be a simple component like this. It's going to be returning view. So the view is basically the main component for building view components or for building UI components in React Native. So everything you do will have to be wrapped in a view. Now here let's say hi from contacts. Okay, so also I'm gonna create some other ones here because they're gonna be very similar. Then this is gonna be the detail one. Then we are gonna have the create one, create contact one. Just rename here. It's gonna be the detail, contact detail. Then we are gonna have the settings one. So also let me duplicate it, then settings. Then just have settings here. So this is our stack navigator, where the one that the user will be accessing when they are logged in. So now we can basically change this to be, this will be contacts. Okay, then I'm going to duplicate this. Then I'm going to change this to detail. Then this should be contact detail. And mind your names because these names are used by default as the screen titles. So make sure it's meaningful here. Okay, so this one is going to be create contact. Then this can be create contact. Then the last one is going to be the settings. Okay, Then here we can have settings. All right. Okay, so looking good. So for now, this is fine. Now we are going to need to create the same thing for the screens that the user will access when they are not logged in. So I'm going to now copy everything here. Actually, let me first import view because it's not imported. Let's import it. Even text. So the text, we use it basically to show text on the screen. If you have some paragraphs, some headings, you can use text and then you can style it to look the way you want. So I'm gonna copy this and duplicate it here. So this, the next one, we can call it auth navigator. So inside the auth navigator, then we will have the login and the sign up. So let me change this one to login. Then this is gonna be the sign up. Okay. So let's remove these other ones. We don't need many for now. Let's rename this to auth navigator. Okay. So let's change this from homestar to auth, but this name doesn't really matter, just to make sure it's different. Oh, what did we do? Okay, so auth like that. Then here we need only 2 screens because those are the ones we have, at least at the moment. So I'm going to remove these other ones. So this, we can call it login. Then this, we can call it register. It's going to be going to the sign up component. Sign up like that. So let's save. Now that we save, we have basically our navigator set up. But now the one that we are going to be using for the home, will have a drawer navigator. Now we need to set up a drawer navigator and nest it inside our stack navigator for the home, or this one, so that it is the one that is containing these screens. So over here, I'm going to basically create a new file called drawer navigator. So I'm going to rename our existing file. Remove this copy thing. Let's call it drawer navigator. So inside our drawer navigator, we need to create a drawer here and also create drawer navigator. So let's first rename this to drawer navigator. So drawer navigator. So drawer navigator. So this can say maybe something like drawer. Then here we want to call create drawer navigator, the one that we get when we have installed our navigator base, our drawer navigator, this one. So let's call drawer navigator, make sure it's imported properly. Now up here, it's actually not. Let's import it properly. Create drawer navigator. Create drawer navigator. This should be from drawer. All right. So now that we have this, we also need to create a screen. Now the screen, let's create a screen here. So the screen is basically going to be the home screen. So for the component, it's going to be using the navigator. So with React navigation, you can actually use a navigator as a component in a screen. Okay, so you notice that our home navigator basically returns a component, this, which is a navigator. Now in here, we need to specify something called an initial route name. So initial route name basically will be the screen that's shown first. So that's going to be the name, this contact here. Now here in the drawer navigator, when we make it return a navigator, since the navigator is also a component, it's going to come in here and then it's going to return by default the name of the screen, that is the initial route, the screen whose the initial route name we specified here. So right here, now we can say return for us the home navigator. So that's going to be home navigator. Let's import it. We need to change it because it looks like it's named wrongly. So now that I've renamed it, everything should be fine. So back to the drawer navigator, we only need one thing. So now that we have our drawer navigator there, let's go ahead and clean it up a bit. We don't need these screens. Okay, we don't need text and view. Thank you. If we go back to our basically index.js where we're returning a navigator container, inside here we can return our routes. So inside here, let's say we want to return the screens in the auth navigator. We can come over here and do something like auth navigator, like that. Remember, auth navigator returns a component. So that means that the initial route name component will be put here. So now you can see we have that. So if we return something like home navigator, so here let me do home navigator like that. Let me comment this one out and then save. You notice that we get the initial route name for the other ones. Okay, so if you wanted to return the drawer navigator, the one we just created, you can come here and do return drawer. Okay, when I save it, you'll see that it returns this component here. But notice when I do this, you will see that it basically has a drawer, and then it initializes the screens that we set up here as basically the component to render in the drawer. Okay, so now this is all looking good. But now what we want to do is make sure that we return either of these screens here, because we don't really want to return all of those. So you notice that we have the home navigator, we have the auth navigator, and we can't really use them at the same time. So what we're going to do is whenever a user is logged in, so I'm going to have a constant here, is logged in here, logged in equals false. So whenever the user is logged in is false, then we are going to be showing the auth navigator. So I'm going to be doing a ternary here. So whenever a user is logged in, then we show the home navigator. So whenever a user is logged in, return home. Then whenever they are not, return auth. So whenever they are not, return auth. Now you notice that the drawer navigator actually contains everything in the home navigator. So the best thing would be to just return the drawer navigator, because it already contains the screens in the home navigator. So now we can remove this. And when we save, you see that now it returns login because we are not logged in. If we turn this to true, then it returns the screens that the user should access when they are logged in. So that's all and good. Thanks guys for watching. In the next video, we are going to come in here, refactor this one a bit. Actually, I guess we can do it now. So first thing that I always want to do is make sure that my route names are separated from my basically configs. So in the constants, you can come over here and create a file called route names.js. So route names.js. So here we can basically have our routes. So export default, no, export const. So it's gonna be contact list. So the name for this is gonna be contacts. Okay, so let's duplicate it a bit. So the reason for this is because, like I mentioned, this is used by default as a screen title. So whenever you have a lot of navigate to this screen at the screen title, and it is the one we use to navigate to any other screen. So if you're navigating to a screen from different sections of the app, and you maybe you want to change the name, it's gonna be very hectic for you to change it in every other section. So what you want to do is make sure it's one. You have a one declaration where you're routing to this, so that when you change this, everywhere you are using this value, it changes accordingly. So let's do contact detail. So the other thing here will be the settings. Then this can be settings. Then this will be basically the login. Then we can have register. All right, so now that we have this one set up, we can come over here and refactor our names. So instead of us doing it like this, we can now say, okay, login, which is the whole point. Then here we can do register, like that. Let's import the login one, like that. Let's do the same thing on this other side. Also, we can name this one. So I'm gonna take this one out to home navigator. Let's declare it. Export const home navigator. Sorry, I'm gonna have to clear that one up because home. Let me remove this stuff. Home navigator equals home, like that. Make sure it's good. So in here now we can import it properly. Also here we need to rename this, so this should be contact list. It should be the same thing here. Okay, this should be the detail. It should be create. I'm not sure if you have create. I guess we do. I don't think we do. Let's see, let's check it. Where are our route names? create. We don't have it. Let's create it quickly. Please bring it here. So export const create contact equals create contact. Okay, so here where are we? Home. Come on, let's import it. Also the settings. Okay, so now that that's done, we need to put these screens away from here. We don't want them to be in this file, but that we're going to be, actually I think we can do it now. So let's go ahead and put these where they belong. Now I'm going to go to the screens section. So in screens, let's create a screen for contacts. So here we can have a new folder. Actually I'm going to put in a file, then contacts index.js here. Because if you think of it, we are going to be having a lot of things to do here, not just returning this one view. So I'm going to cut it out, then bring it here like that. Then let's export it. So export default contacts like that. So make sure you're importing these other stuff. So it's going to be text view. Then we need React. Okay, it's gonna be tedious. We already know what we are doing here because we are going to be need to do it for the other screens. So now in here we can come and basically change it where we are importing this screen from. So here we can do contacts and we import it from screens. Okay, so that should work very similarly. Also, let me use this helper to format this one properly. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it for the other ones, and then I'm gonna come back. Okay, so I've gone ahead to create all the other screens. All of them has an index.js file that basically returns a view like this, which is the same thing we have in our navigators, but now we can quickly refactor them out. So I'm gonna remove these here so we can import them from the other side. Also remove this. Now here it's gonna be contact detail. I'm hoping that the name is correct. Okay, just import it. Then we need to create contact. Like that. Then the settings too. Like that. So now that we have this, we need to do the same thing in the other navigators. Let's remove this, don't need it here. It's just a config. Then here, let's do the same thing. Move these ones here. Get that. So the name is going to be login. So let's import the screen. Also, we need to rename something here, I believe. Not really. So this is going to be register. I think I changed the name. Okay. So let's also format it. Remove these here. And yeah, I guess so. Now the navigation is set up, so now we can navigate to any other screen. So in the next one, I'm going to come in, we set up context API so that we can really authenticate a user, and also make sure that we can, instead of us hard coding the login state here, we can be pulling it from our global state. So yeah, thanks guys for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe. I'll talk to you in the next video. Bye. Hey, what's up? My name is Grace, and in this video we are going to go ahead and set up Context API with our React Native app. So initially what we did is create a file folder called context where we put our context related files. One of them was actions. Now in actions we are going to be having basically the functions that are going to be doing something, and then those functions are going to be maybe dispatching some type. So what context allows us to do is be able to have a global state in the application, and also a way to change that state. So it does that by using two hooks. One is create context, and also another one is use reducer. So to put it to use, here we have this component here, the one we want to create. So this component is going to be responsible for creating that global state and also passing that global state to the other sections of the application. So here, instead of us returning null, I'm going to create a component. So this is going to be global provider. So this is going to be a high order component. So that's going to be taking in children, and then it's going to be returning something and then passing it to those children. So here we can have a return. So it's going to need to return a context provider component. So for us to create a context provider component, we need something called create context. So over here, I'm going to import React and then create context from React. So here, for us to create the context, we can say const global context equals create context. Okay, so that gives us the context. So it needs a default value. So I'm going to pass a default object there, an empty object by default. So here we need to return this component. So we can have return global context. Then we want to call provider. So when you call provider, now we can pass everything that this gives us. So let's pass the children down to everything that this gives us. Now, the most important thing we are going to need here is the value of the state at any point in time. So for us here, we need to pass value like this. So the value is going to be an object, of course. Now it can be an object that contains any kind of state, either complex or not. It's going to be in here. But for us to be able to know what to change, we need to actually have what to change. So if you think of it, we're going to mostly be working with authentication state and also the contact state. So here we are going to be working with use reducer now, because use reducer, like we said, gives us a way to create state and a way to change the state. So let's import use reducer. Now here we can call use reducer. So use reducer. So what use reducer does is it takes in the reducer, of which the reducer is like a function that we're going to be using to change state, and also the initial state we want to change. I'm going to create a simple reducer here called auth reducer. So also it takes in the reducer and also the initial state of that reducer. So what that does is it gives us two things, so we can destructure them out. So I'm going to do some array destructuring here. It's going to be equal to that. Then it's going to give us the auth state and also the auth dispatch function. So it gives us two things. One is the current state in time. Another one is the function that we can dispatch, and we change what is defined here. So let's create the reducer. Now here where we have reducers, I'm going to go in and create a file called auth.js. So a reducer is a function that determines what previous state we had and what it should change to after something happens. So here I'm going to create a function called auth. So like we said, it has to take in state and something called an action. Now here, let's export it. So export default auth. Okay, so here we are going to be dispatching different types. So for the most part, those types are going to be coming here in actions. So let's destructure them out, and also payload. So these are the common things you're going to be working with. So you define a type and then the payload. Now here you have basically a switch statement that will be running to know what exactly that you want it to do. So for us to define what we want to do, we're going to be dispatching a type. So that's what we want to switch. So yeah, let's say we are doing something like login. Then we can do something. You can say maybe return empty. So default, we can return the previous state like this, but you're going to be coming and doing this one to mean what we'll be up to. Right now we are just setting it up. So let's also return state here so we don't accidentally crash our app. So here now we have our reducer. Let me just bring in auth here, make sure we can import it properly. So auth, okay. Then the initial state, instead of us having empty here, let's create an initial state inside our initial state folder. So here we can have auth.js. Then we can have an export default object like this. So we can have things like is logged in. It can be false by default. And you can have, let's say, the user himself. So for the user, I'm going to have a data there. If there are any auth errors, we can have like errors. Error is going to be null by default, not false. Okay, so if you are loading like the loading state, then you can have it like that. Okay, so now we can bring auth. Let me change this auth state. So here we can now have auth state. Make sure it's imported properly. Okay, so also let's do the same thing for the contacts. Just do contacts. We need to create these, so I'm gonna go to reducers and also duplicate it. This can be contacts. So here let's rename this contacts. Okay, let's say get contacts. So we have this. Now let's make sure that we have an import for this from reducers. Then this should be from the initial state. We haven't really created it. Let's go create it. Oh, this shouldn't be like this. So here where we have auth state, I'm going to now change this because we don't want it to have the same name. So let's make sure we have an import there, auth state. Okay, so let's create the contact state, contact initial state. So I will duplicate it, then change this to contacts initial state. Okay, so here we're going to be having different things. For example, we're going to be having the state for getting contacts. So this is going to be an object in there. Let's remove is logged in, it's not necessary. Then we can have, let's say, create contact, create. Okay, then let's say we have delete contact. We need to track all those states and also have it there. Okay, we're going to be adding more if we need to. Now if we come back here, let's make sure we are importing contacts initial state. Contacts initial state. Let's see, support it. Okay, looking good. Okay, so let's also rename this to initial state. Initial auth initial state. Now since it's a default export, we don't really need to change here. That's gonna do. So our auth reducer, so we change this to auth state, okay, like this, and now things look good to me. So now we need to return all this stuff in the value. So here we can come and return an object. Shouldn't be an array. So let's return an object that contains everything in there. So it's gonna contain the auth state, the contact state, and also our dispatch function. So that would be the auth dispatch, and also the contacts dispatch. Okay, like that. So all this stuff is going to be accessible in other children components, the one that we are going to be wrapping down here. So for us to wrap that, we need a way to export this. So let's export it to export default global provider. Now if we go to our app.js, we are going to be wrapping everything here inside global.provider. So let's do global.provider, and then the app container or our routes can go in there. So let's move them there. Also I'm going to import it. Then let's format this one properly. Let's clean it up a bit. Also we don't need this. Okay, so looking good. So now that we have defined our provider component, we have our initial states in there. Now instead, if we go to our navigations, which is here, the home, instead of us having something like this, let's select the is logged in file from the context. So to work with for us to know what's in the context, we are going to need to use a hook called use context. So let's have use context. Okay, so for us to know what's in the context, we can create maybe some state. Then we say use context. So when you say use context, you want to give it the context you want to check. Now here in the provider, remember we have the global context that we defined here, and then we define the provider. So this is what we're going to be using to access the values here. So we want to export it too. So export const equals create context, and then remember we attach the value here and then return it as the provider component. So now for us to check what's in the context, we say use context, and then we can say global context here, global context. Need to make sure we're importing it. Okay, like that. So now if we do a console log for the state here, let's do a console log. Now I'm going to bring up back my device. I had stopped it. So if I do yarn Android, it's going to go ahead and boot up. Okay, so once it boots up, you're going to see that we have all our states being logged here. Now in the auth state, you note that there is data, it's false, there is logged in, it's false. So that means that we can quickly select it. So where is it? In the app.js. So here we can select is logged in. Let me cut it out, and then I will bring it here. It's logged in. Then of course we are going to be selecting it from auth state. So let's destructure auth state, and also destructure this from auth state. So we can get is logged in from there. And now if we console log it instead, if we console log it, you see it's false, and that's why we are seeing the login screens. But if we went to our initial states and let's say we changed it, so if we change this to true, you see that now it's true here, and the screen is rendering the screens in basically the drawer navigator. Okay, so that means that we can now read from the global context from anywhere by doing use context and read any state. So now that this is done, so this is good. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I will see you in the next one where we'll start creating some UI components. So thanks, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey, what's up? Let's go ahead and create a container component. So this is going to be responsible to add some paddings to the content. So you see like here we have this high context in every screen, and this is stuck here and here. So if we go to our components, I'm going to create a new folder here called common. Now common, I'm going to have another folder here called container. So in container, I'm going to have a file called index.js. Okay, so this is going to be like the component we reuse in most of the screens, so that it can add the common things we don't really need to add everywhere. So let's import React here, and then we'll look at the other things. So I think I can do rnfc, I believe like this. Okay, so now it's gonna be called container. If you can't really get that kind of typing, you can just type it out. Now in here, one thing I want us to have is a scroll view, so that if we have content that don't fit on the screen, a user can scroll like this. So we're gonna wrap everything in a scroll view. Okay, so let's import it from React Native. Okay, so now that you have a scroll view, inside we're gonna have an inner view. So this inner view here, we're gonna give it some styles. So style equals, I'm gonna have some styles. So styles dot, I'm gonna call it wrapper. So let's create a styles file here. So import styles. So this is gonna be a style sheet file. So it's gonna be exporting a style sheet component. So you can do export default style sheet. So style sheet from React Native. Then you want to call create. So in here you can define an object. So that object can be applied to your component. So here, let's make sure we're importing style sheet. So what we want is define our objects. So the wrapper, we want it to have some padding on the right, on the top. So you can have padding, something like 20. Okay. Also, remember we have the scroll view in here. So the scroll view, right now it's not showing because the content, we are not actually using this component yet. So let's import styles to here. Okay. So in here now, this is gonna be a higher order component, meaning it's gonna be wrapping some other components or some other contents. So we want to get the contents. So in React, they're technically called children. Don't call them anything else. So those, we're gonna be now putting them here. So that means that these are gonna inherit everything that they are enclosed in. So if we come to, let's say, the contacts, let's say in the screens, then contacts. So So screens, contacts here. Now this can be the container. Let's export it here. It's actually being exported. Let's make sure we're importing it here. Container. Okay. So when we save, you notice that we have some space being left here and here. And you can always adjust these to meet your design specifications. It doesn't have to be 20. Alright, so this is in a scroll view. So every time we use this, that means that we won't have to mind about scrolling. It will automatically scroll if the content goes outside the screen. So before we go, we might need a way to actually change this style. So let's say we need a screen where we don't need this padding. We need to provide a way for the user to pass it or us to pass it at that point in time. So here, make sure you pick style 2. This will be like the user style. Then here, instead of us using only the wrapper, we can use this syntax here to also pass the style that the user sends. So meaning that if we come to the contacts, which is here, we can also pass style like this. So when we pass style, we can maybe override the padding. We can say maybe padding, we can say maybe 100, and you see, but we literally wouldn't want to do that. At least if we find use case, we know we can do it. But other than that, we don't need to pass it for now. So thanks guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. In the next video, I'm gonna come and we start building some nice looking input components. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be working with the text input. So we need to create an input that we can use across our app. So an input that can allow us to specify, let's say, the right icon or the left icon, that we can specify maybe an error. And when we say maybe component has error, then it can show like in red and make it really good. Maybe we want to define how it should look when it's focused. So what you get out of the box when you have, let's say, a text input from React Native is basically something really simple that doesn't really do a lot. But if we wanted to add things like the icons and that kind of thing, we need to really write a custom one. So I'm gonna be working in the login side. So since login and register are going to not have like headers, of course, just a minute, let me change the auth state to be false by default, so that we can be looking at the screens for the auths from the auth stack. Okay, so when it's false, you notice that these screens have headers here, these toolbars on Android, but we don't want the toolbars on the screen that where a user is not authenticated. So we're going to go to the navigator. So if we go to the auth navigator, so here we can specify more props here. So we can specify one called screen options. So this is a screen option, it's going to be an object, and then we can say we don't want the header. So when we come here, you'll notice that there are very many props you can pass, but what we want is to say we don't want a header. So header shown, we need to turn that to false. Okay, so when you save that, you'll see that the header goes away, and now we can start to work within these auth screens. So if we go to the login screen here, first off, we need to use the container component, the one we just created. That's because it's going to give us the scroll behavior and also the paddings. So when you save, you notice that is there. But now, if we bring our text input, this is the one that we have by default. So I'm going to copy paste it here, bring it down here. Then we need to import it. Make sure we're importing it from React Native for now. Then save. We also need some state. So I'm going to copy this one out and bring it to the component here. So if we save, you notice that we have this. Now this is what we're going to be starting on. So I'm going to copy this and create a component called input. So in the components, then common, I'm going to create a folder called input. So this should be in common. So I'm going to move it here. So input, we can have the JavaScript file and also the style file. So style.js. Okay, so for the input, so we saw using this, we can rnfe, then we can call it maybe input. Then let's return the input like this. Make sure we are importing the text properly. So all this stuff are going to be passed from the components that are going to be using this. So since these props are going to be passed from the parent component, or the component that's going to be using this input, we can get them in as props. So we're going to get on text change. So let's get on text change. Then for the style, we can also get it. And for the value, let's also get it if it's passed. Then let's of course change this to be the one that the user passes, or the one we pass in the component. So here we are going to have some initial styles. So here I'm going to use this syntax and have some multiple styles here. So I'm going to create my style called style.textInput. So this should be fast, so that when a user passes their own, when a user passes their own, then we can override what we have defined. So I'm going to import styles from styles. So that should be not container, but .styles. So let's create, so in here, now we can export our style sheet. So export default style sheet.create. Then of course it's gonna return some object. Okay, so once we have this, and let's go back to our parent component. Let's remove this text, actually we don't need it here. So we are going to be importing our normal input. So import input from the one we created. So when we save it, you see it's still working as we want it to. Now here for the style, let's hold on to pass it. So for the style, we will be implementing our custom one. Now we also want the user to be able to pass a label, which they can't pass by default. So let's say label equals, let's say something like username. Okay, so you notice that this component doesn't really accept the label yet. So inside the parent component, we are going to check if a user has passed the label. So if a user has passed the label, then we can return a text with that label. So we can say text, then we show that label. Okay, like that. So let's also get the label here. Label. So we say if you have a label, then show it. Okay, so now you see we have the label being shown on top of the input. So about the input, we need to give it some other styles. And also, a user can be able to pass, let's say, an icon. Let's say that we have an input that takes in a password, and we want the user to be able to toggle between, let's say, a password being shown and a password being hidden icon. So what you can do, since the icon is going to be on the same line as the text input, we're going to put them in the same view so that we can put them left to right or right to left, depending on what we want to do. So let's have a view in there. So for the view, we said if a user passes an icon, so let's pick icon here, icon. So if a user passes an icon, then we want to show it, icon, then show it. Then we need to have the text input in there too. And I'm going to have this in a view so that we can style it better. Yeah, so the input is going to be here, and then the icon can be here, inside here. So this means these are all inside this one. So now let's first style the input. So at this point, this is our input now here, because it has the icon, it has the text input. So here, let's first put our styles. So style equals styles. I'm going to be calling it wrapper. So let's go and create the wrapper inside styles. So wrapper, it's going to be an object. So let's have a height. So the height is going to be 42. Let's also have some border. It's a border color. So about the colors, I'm going to go in assets, in themes. Then I'm going to set up a new file called colors.js. So in here, I'm going to just export an object. So export default object. And then in here, I'm going to have some color values here. So I have a primary one, a secondary one, an accent one, a danger one, a success one, a gray one, and a white one. But you can have different ones in here if you want a different theme, so feel free to tamper with these. But for now, I'm going to be using these. So about the color, so border color, we can now use our colors, the one we just created. So colors, let's import it. Then we want to use a gray one for the inputs. Okay, so when we save it, you'll notice that it's not showing. That's because we need width for the border. So let's do border width 1. So border width, let's do 1 and save. And notice that now it has a border. So I'm also going to give it some border radius, so we can get some rounded corners. So let me give it a 4 one. So you see that now it's kind of rounded. So now that we have this, I'm going to go to where we are using it. So I'm going to go here and also specify an icon. So we can do icon. Let's say an icon is going to be a JSX. So right now we can use text, but it can be anything. So let's have something like hide here. Okay, so when we save it, look where it goes. You see it goes here, but we also want to be able to say, okay, show it on the right or on the left. So meaning we are going to also need to create a prop called icon position. So let's have icon position. Now if we go to the input, so let's come over here, let's expect icon position. Now we need to keep styling this better. So over here, let's also have the style for the text input. At this point, if we say something like background, then let's have a red in there to see what exactly is happening. You notice that it's down here, but what we want is it to be left to right with the icon. So we can come over here in wrapper and then say flex direction, and then for the flex direction, it's going to be raw. So when we save it, you see it goes here. Now when it goes here, we really want it to spread over, because when a user clicks here, I want it to focus. So at this point, it can only focus when a user clicks here. Okay. So what we want is come to give it a flex 1. So flex 1 and save, and that makes it spread over. Okay, so that looks good. So once we have this, now this will only happen when we have the icon, but sometimes a user may not pass the icon. For example, if we come over here and disable this, so let's say in the login, a user didn't pass the icon. You see, it's going to be taking off the whole screen. Okay, so let's save. Okay, so here, let's give it some padding in here. So some padding on the left and on the right. So I'm going to go back to the style, then where we have the wrapper, then let's give it some padding. Let's say padding horizontal. So the horizontal will be affecting here and here. Okay, so right here, you notice that we have this one here. So if I had, let's say, another input, let's say in the usage, if we created another one like this, let's duplicate it, you notice that it's going to be getting stuck on top. So what you can do, so where you have the label and these inputs, what you can do is come over here and have, let's say, another class, another style here. So style, so I'm going to call this one input container. So class styles, it's going to be called input container. Okay, so let's have this in the styles. So we can have this, make sure there's a comma, then let's have a padding vertical. So for the padding vertical, now we can say something like 12 here. And when we save, you see that there is a space when we add more inputs. Okay, so looking good. Now let me remove this color here. I don't like the look of this red here. So let's remove it. Okay, so now you notice that the height is not really centered. So what we want is we want to go to the component. So here, so on this one, we want to align these items, the icon and then the input. So I'm going to use this syntax here and also add another style. So here we can do align items. Now here we can do center. So when we say center, you see it goes in the center. But once we don't have the icon, let's say we don't have the icon and come over here and click, you see that it's looking good though it should. Okay, so that means we can really move this style away. So I'm gonna bring it to the wrapper tool. So cut it out, then to the wrapper, make sure we are aligning center. Okay, all right, so now that we have that, the component is starting to take shape. So let me come here in the usage so it makes sense. Let me change this one to password and only have this icon where we need the password. Okay, so this, you notice that we are saying icon position equals right, but it's on the left. So we need to actually be able to change where this one is. So with Flexbox, instead of us saying it should display row, we can do something like display row reverse, and it's going to change these. So here you notice that in the input, so in the wrapper, we have display row here, flex direction row here. So I'm going to cut it and move it away. So in the input, I'm going to have another style. Then this is going to be flex direction. So for the flex direction, I'm going to have a function to do this. I'm going to call it get flex direction. So for the get flex direction, it's not flexed, but flex. Let's call it. So let's create it in here. So I'm going to come here. So const get flex direction. It's going to be a function. So here we're going to be checking the icon position. So if we need first check if you have the icon, and we have the icon position. So if you have the icon position, so here we can check if the icon position is left. So if icon position is left, then we can return row. Like this. So if it's right, so we can say else, then we can return row reverse. So return row reverse. So that means that we are going to need to swap them. Okay, so this is not left, so you see it goes to the right. So here you notice that I can click, it's on the right. Now if we came and change it to, let's say here we say it should go to the left and save, you see that now it goes to the left. Okay, so that's well and good, things are looking good. So now we want, if we passed, let's say an error prop, if we said error, so let's say we passed error equals, let's say something like this field is required. We would want to show a red indicator as the border and also show this error. So I'm going to go to the text component and also pick the error as prop. So let's say a user passed an error, or we passed an error. And when I say user, it's someone who is reusing this component, by the way. So here we want to check if we have the error. Instead of us having to declare border color like this, I'm going to remove it from here. So on the input, we can have border color, and then we can have something like get border color. Let's call it, put a comma there, then let's create it. It's gonna crash, but don't worry, we're fixing that. So const get border color, it's gonna be a function. So if we say, if we don't have an error, so basically if we have an error, so if error, we want to be returning colors.danger. Let's make sure we're importing colors. Okay. Now, if we don't, then we need to return our gray. So return colors.gray. Gray like this. So when you save, you notice that it goes there. Now down here, in the input, we need to save. Make sure you don't have this here, and save. Also, you notice that our component is pretty much stuck to the label, meaning we need to add at least some style there to make it look a bit better. So we can come up here, and then it is the wrapper. So we can give it like a margin top. So margin top, let's give it like a 5 and see how it looks. Okay, looks better, looks good for me. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to show the error when it is there. So outside the wrapper, meaning here, we can say if we have an error, then we want to show a text. So we can say show a text. So this text can show the error itself. So let's put it there and save. And you notice that the error shows. Now let's style it a bit. Equals styles.error. So let's create this style. So in here, let's come and add error like here. So for the error, of course, we want the text to be red. So color, I'm going to use our colors. So colors.danger, and save, and you see it looks like that. Also at this we need to add some padding, a small padding on the top. So we can have padding top, not padding, so padding top, let's give it like 4. Okay, looking good. Let's also make the font a bit smaller, so font size, let's make it like 12, save it, and yeah, so this looks good to me. If we came here and didn't pass it and didn't pass the error, let's say we didn't pass this error, you see it's okay, there's an error, it shows. Now one thing I want to do is when a user focuses in, I want to change the color of the border so that it shows that the user is really active doing something in there. So for us to be able to change the border or focus it, we need to detect if a user is actually focusing on it. So we do this by using 2 methods. So one is going to be on bra, another one is going to be the on focus. So I'm going to have an inner state here that's going to keep track if the input is being focused or not. So it's going to be focused, set focused. So by default it's going to be false, of course, because that's how it should be. That's how the input is going to be. The user wants to be focusing it by default. So let's make sure we're importing it from React. It's not React.that. Okay, so want to check if it's focused. So we can say, instead of this border, we can say if it's focused. So if focused, then return colors dot primary. Okay, so how do we focus it? So we're gonna go here and add an event handler. So we're gonna say on focus, it's gonna be a function. So this function is gonna be setting focused to true. Okay, so now when I come here and really focus in here, you see it gets focused, and look, now it has changed the color and it is blue. Okay, so now when we go away, let's say we go to the next one, you notice that this is still blue, but we want to reset it. So meaning we want to have an on blur. So on blur gets called when a user leaves the input or when it loses focus. So it's basically the opposite of on focus. So now we can say set focused to false. Okay, this means that when a user comes, let's say they come over here and they click somewhere and then they leave and then they come to the next one, this one is reset. So let's remove our error from here, from the usage. So let's remove the error here, and now you can see you can come to this input and also this input and things will be good. If you notice that our first input is actually starting in the middle, so if I come here and focus on this one, you will see that it's starting in the middle, and that's because we said align items to the center, but we don't have an icon there. So instead of us having to put the align items in the style, I'm gonna come here, where is it, styles, align item center. So I'm going to remove it here. So when I remove it, you see it goes to the left, but this is not really aligned properly. So now we can go in our JavaScript file, and here we can also have align items. So it won't be center by default. So we can say if we have an icon, so let's say we have an icon. So if you have an icon, we want it to be center. Okay, but if we don't have it, keep it to the baseline, to the default one, and then let's make sure, and then let's save it. So we are saying if icon, then this should be a ternary. So we're saying if icon, put it to the center, else don't. So if we have an icon, put it to the center, else return the default one. So now we can see that our input is looking good. It's good. We focus it. It's working fine. And yeah. So another thing we shouldn't forget is that since the text input has like very many props, in fact, when I come here to to the documentation, you see that there are very many things that the user can pass. So we still want to have a way to pass them. So in our input, we are going to go here and also spread over other inputs that the user might pass. And also once we get this, then it should not be like this. So we can go ahead and get all the other inputs that the user can pass, and also we pass those ones to the input. So over here now we can spread them to the input, because there is literally no way we are going to be typing all this stuff. We can just inherit them and pass them to the component or at last. Make sure you're setting it as the last prop here, otherwise it will not work. Okay, so that looks good to me. I hope this video was helpful. In the next video, we're going to be creating some other components. I will talk to you soon. So in this video, we're going to be embarking on the next chapter of our life, where we're going to be building a button. Now, I know you guys already know what a button is, something that a user can click. So you might be asking yourself, don't we have a button? It should be basic in React Native. And yeah, you're right. So what we have is a way you can specify like a title or a color, and these are the props. But if we wanted to have maybe a loading indicator, if we are loading, or when we disabled, we show it a different color, or show a red when we are going to delete. So those kind of things, we are going to need to create a custom one that we can quickly have a lot of control over. So here, before we get started, I noticed that my input doesn't really focus when I click like here. So if we go to our text input, let's give it some background color to see what exactly is happening there. So let's make it red. Okay, so when you save it, you notice that it can only focus when I click where there's red. But if I clicked where there's no red, like here, it won't. So what we want to do is give it a width of 100%. So width, give it 100% and then save it. And you'll see that now that will go across and we can click anywhere and focus it. Okay, so let's get rid of the red. It's not necessary. And let's embark on our next journey of building a button. So to build a button, I'm going to copy and paste this and call it button. I'm going to call it custom button because we have the component that's built in React Native that's called button, so we don't have conflicts with imports. So here, let's make sure we are exporting button. So a button is a touchable. So in React Native, we have these things called touchables. So it's going to be a touchable so that it can accept touch. So touchable. So one touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, basically when a user clicks on it, they can see that they can see the visual change in the opacity. So now that we have it, let's go ahead and put it to use. Of course, we are going to come back and fix it properly. So here we can have custom button. Let's import it. Okay, then save. So when you save, you see there is nothing happening here. That's because we are not yet done. So we want to be sending things like the title. So the title, let's say, can be like submit. Okay, then things like the loading indicator. If we are loading, so loading equals, for now let's turn it to true. Okay, so let's also send a disabled one. So disabled, so for the disabled, let's say true for now. Okay, so when we go back, so let's remove all these other stuff because we don't need them. So remember, we are passing the title, so we're going to expect it. So now we can say if we have a title, then show it over there. Then let's get it as props. So I'm gonna be getting the title like this, the disabled, then the loading. Okay, so let's save. So now that we have that, you will see that it's gonna come in here and give us the title. So you see we have the submit being added here. So let's style it more. We want the user to also be able to pass something like primary, secondary, or danger to get the different types of buttons. So here, first off, let's put the disabled prop to use. So we're gonna say if a user passes disabled, then disable this. We need to work with the background color. So I'm going to use this syntax to combine styles. Then I'm going to define a background color for our button. So we'll have a method called get background color. So let's create it over here. Let's actually use that. So is it going to be passing in things like secondary, primary, etc. So let's pass secondary as prop. Let's also pass primary. Let's also pass danger. Let's put a comma there. Now here we can say if it's primary, then return primary. If it is danger, then return danger. Then let's also have another if. So if it is secondary, then return secondary. Alright, so I'm gonna save this. Now for now we are not passing any of these, but if we came to our login and passed, let's say, secondary here and save, you notice that it's secondary. So for the most part, you're going to need to have, let's say, a white text for the submit. So also when it's disabled, we don't want to have this here. So before we actually return the color, the corresponding color, we want to first check if the disabled is true. So you can say if disabled, then we want to return the gray one. So return colors.gray. Okay, so you see that now when it's disabled, the text color is going to still be black. So I'm gonna come here and also style this title. So I'm gonna have a style. So the style here, I'm going to specify a color, and then for the color we are going to check if it's disabled, then we return black. So this should not be like this. If it's disabled, then we return black, otherwise we return white. Not disabled, so it should be colors.white. Then save it. Okay, so also we want this text to really be in the center, and then we also want these buttons to have some rounded borders and corners. So the easiest way we can do that is go to this. So I'm going to change this one to be wrapper. Then we need to clean up these styles because they are not really practical. So for the height, I believe the height is going to keep the same as for the input, which I think will be good. So let's remove this other stuff. We need the padding horizontal, good, fine. Okay, so we need the margin. So the margin, let me use the margin vertical here so we can get it on top and bottom. Also make sure we are saving here. Okay, so let's have a border radius. So here we can have a border radius. Let's also have a 4. Save it, and we have some border. So let's align things in the center by aligning items. So align items center, because we want the text to go in the center. Also we really would want it to go here. So what you can do is, let's first do justify content. So for the justify content, there's one called space evenly. So space evenly. So what that's going to do is it's going to put things evenly. So it's going to leave the same space here, the same on top and on bottom, which centers it the way we want it to do. Okay, so it looks good to me. Now this is not really clickable, but so we need to have the on press here. So if we say on press, so on press is going to be equal to the on press that the user passes in, pass the on press to. So these props, I don't think we are going to need them. We don't need the forecast. Okay, so for now, let me not first pass. Actually, let's do this. Let's duplicate these and pass different props. So for the second one, I'm going to say click me. Then loading is going to be false here, and then it's not going to be disabled. In fact, it's going to be secondary. Okay, then this, let's make it primary. Then this, let's make it danger, just to make sure that our buttons are good. So let's remove these styles over here. Okay, so when we pass a loading prop, we want it to load. So we're going to come here onto our button, which is right here. So when we pass loading, instead of us only having the text, we are going to have a view here. So the view this view is gonna contain an activity indicator. So what an activity indicator is, it's basically a component that can show the loading. If you guys know of spinners, so when we add it, we need to bring this one inside this view just so we can control how it's looking and save. So what we need to do is give it some colors. So for the activity indicator, it should only show when we are loading. So we can come in and say if loading, then show it. Okay, so it's still not showing, but if it is, you see that it is leaving a space on the top. So what we want is to have the things go left to right. We need to have a style here, so specify a style. So the style, we can get it from, we're going to create it, let's say loader section. Then let's create it, should be styles. So if you come here, we can say, okay, loader section. We need a flex direction of row, so they can go left to right. So when we save, you see they go left to right. Now we are not seeing it yet, that's because we need to specify a color. So here we can say, okay, let's say we want to give it a color. So for the color, for now I'm just going to use, let's say a gray one. So colors dot or maybe a primary one, should be colors, and save. So when we save, you notice that it loads. Okay, so looking good. So when it's loading, we might need to add some padding on the right of this text. So we can do that, of course, you already know. We can say maybe padding left, padding on the left. Then we say if it's loading, then add 5. If it's not, add 0, and save, and you see that now it's good. Of course, when we send this and the color is primary, so let's say we came here on the login and we said it's loading, and then the button color was primary. So for example, right here where we are sending primary, yeah, we are not able to see that it's loading. That's because the background is also primary. So we need to check if it's primary, then we use a different one, and if it's not primary, we use a primary one for the loader. So that should be simple. So we can quickly come here, and then instead of us saying primary here, we can say, okay, if primary is true, then maybe we use, let's use the secondary one. So I'm gonna go to the second one and also pass the loading, because that will be where we see it properly. And yeah, so you can see that now it's looking good. So these are gonna be the buttons we work with for now. So if you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this one, we are going to be putting every component we built to use and create the login screen and also the register screen. So we're going to start off in the login screen. That's where we already are. But since we are going to have a lot of logic that we are going to need to write to, like validate, login a user, redirect a user, we don't want to mix our JSX with our logic. So that's because right now we are going to be using things like the context API and be reading data from, let's say, the global state. But if we say we want to change maybe how we are working with data, let's say we want to integrate Redux, we want to be able to change it in one place, and then the UI should adapt to that. So the UI shouldn't really know much about where we're getting the data. So what we're going to do here is we are going to be returning another component. So this one is going to be login component. So let's go create it. So we're going to go in components. Notice how we have, I think we created like a common folder, but for now let's have a login here. So login, then let's have login component. So the login, then in here we can have an index.js. Also we can have the style folder. But in here, let's first create our JSX. So it can even be index. So we want to return this whole thing. Let's make sure we have the imports. So I'm gonna be bringing all these ones in because it's the same thing. Now that we have this, the on-change text I'm going to be leaving out for now. For now, I just want to create the UI and make sure it's looking good. Okay, so for the inputs, let's see here. Let me remove these, make sure it's good. Also the buttons, I'm gonna keep the primary one. So I'm going to now remove all this. Also this. initially it's not gonna be loading, or it's not gonna be disabled. So save. So here, let's make sure we're importing this one from the right place. Login component. Okay, so when you save that, you'll notice that we have our username and then the password input. So in here, we want to pass placeholders. So here we can pass a placeholder. So this can be something like enter username. Okay, let's do the same thing for the other input and say enter password. Then we will keep the hide show. So let me put show here. So when I click in the input, you notice that the keyboard that opens up is like this, and when a user enters text we can see it, but for the password we don't want to do that. So here we can pass a prop called secure text entry. So pass it as true, and now a user here can enter text and it will not be seen. Okay, so now that we have this, let's go ahead and create other stuff on top. Okay, so here we need to have like our logo on top, then have like a text that says please log in here, and that kind of thing. Okay, now I already created some assets that we're going to use for the project, so I'm going to leave a link to this in the description. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to go and move the logo into our project. So I have this logo.png. I should also have a transparent file, I believe. Let me see here. So yeah, I have the logo transparent. So I'm going to be moving this inside our static assets here. So that means I can just drag it into images and it will be there. So let me rename it to logo. And now here inside the container, we're going to use the image component. So we can say image. Let's import it properly from React Native. Now here, when you're working with images, you want to specify the source. So inside, when you specify the source and it's a local image, then you can use this require syntax here. So you can import it in like this. So we're gonna be getting it from assets, then images, and then it's called logo.png. Okay, so when you save this, it's not gonna show. That's because it wants us to specify the height and width for it. So here you can pass height. So height will be 70, then width will be say 70, so it's a square. And then we are going to have some other extra styles. So right here I can specify another style. So this style will be, we are going to call it something like logo image. So styles dot logo image. Logo image. Okay, so let's create some styles. Here we can have, let me see if I can copy something. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. So let's have it here too. So here, of course, we want to work with the logo image. Now for the logo image, let me clear out everything else because we don't need them. Then save. So here, this should be coming in from .styles because it's here. Okay, so here let's have some height and width. 70 width, 70, and save. So this is the colors. Want to comment it out, and you can see that we have our image being displayed. Now I'm going to increase these sizes. Let me make it 150. So you see it's quite bigger now. All right, so once we have this, let's put it on the center and also give it some margin on the top. So we can come back to our style. Let's also say align self center. That puts it in the center. Let's give it some margin on the top. So empty margin top. Then we can say something like 50. Okay, so that moves it down. Now this is looking good to me already, but we want to have, let's say, a welcome and also a text that tells the user to maybe log in here. So I'm gonna go here after we have the image, before basically our inputs. Then I'm going to create another view that's going to wrap everything else. So I can have view here. So everything else will be in the view. So I'm going to copy even this. So copy it out, actually cut it out and then bring it here. So now here we can have a text that says something like welcome to the app name. So our app name is gonna be RN contacts. Okay, now you see we have the text there. Then we want to have a please log in here text. Let's do please log in here. All right, so this one is gonna be like the title. So we're gonna have a style for the title. So style equals, let's have styles, we'll call it title. Let's have another one for the subtitle. So subtitle. Okay, so of course we need to create these. So if we go to our styles, then we can have the title. So for the title, let's make the font size 21 and save, and you see it increases in size. Let's put in the center by text align center. All right, then let's give it some padding. So padding top, let's say 20. Then let's give it some, let's make it bold. So font weight, let's make it like 500, and you see it's quite bold. Now we're gonna have the same thing for the subtitle, and maybe tweak some things a bit so they look a bit different. So for the subtitle, the font size is gonna be 17, and let's give it some padding vertical. So for that, now we are having something looking like this. And yeah, so this looks good to me. I believe we can work with this, but before we continue, I'm going to have all our inputs inside a view so we can style the form section better. So I'm going to move this view down, then I'm going to have a style. So style, this is going to be, I'm going to call it form. So styles.form. Okay, so let's also create the form one. So for the form, it starts here. Let's give it some padding on the top, 20, and save. And you see that it goes down a bit. So for now, this is looking good to me. So let's go ahead and replicate the same thing for the register. But before we do that, let's create a way for a user to navigate to the register screen. So we're gonna go outside the form. So that's gonna be here where we have the button. Then we're gonna have a view. So this view, we can say we need to have a text. We need to have a text that says need a new account. Then we have like a button that says register. And then we can have another touchable. So there is, you remember the class we used, the view we used to build the button. So we're gonna use it here simply to create another touchable. So this is gonna be a simple one. So need a new account, and then we can say register. And of course it should be wrapped inside the text. So text in there, do that. So you see, we have it there. So now let's have an on press here. So the on press, this one is going to be going to register. So we can quickly access the navigate prop from navigation within any component. So here we can get it by using a hook called user navigation. Then we can call it, and we're going to get access to the navigate. Now down here we need to call a function. So this function is going to be navigating to the register screen. So register, that's how we called it, and save. And you see that now it's working. So let's go ahead and style this section a little bit better. So where I have this view, let's add another style. So style equals styles dot create section. So let's create this. Then we're also gonna have to style this text. So I'm gonna copy this. Also make sure our text can be styled. So this, I'm gonna call it like info text. For this, we can also call it like link button. Okay, so link btn. So if you go to our style.js, then we can go ahead and style these ones better. So for the create section, let's do it. So create section. For this, we want these ones to be on the same line. We can just say flex direction row, and you see that they're on the same line. Now for the link text or the link button, so for the link button, we want it to move here a bit. So we can say padding left 17. And you see it goes in front a bit. Then we want to make it like blue. So we can say color. Let's use our primary color, colors dot primary. Make sure we are importing color this time around. Okay, so now you can see that it's blue. Then let's change the font size to 16 so it looks a bit bigger. Okay, now that looks better for me. So for the info text, let's do it for the info text, font size 17, and save. And you'll see that now this increases a bit. Okay, so this looks good to me. If we click register, I'm gonna click register, and you see that we got the register screen. If we click back, we come back over here. Okay, so this will do it for now. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, what's up? Last time we were able to create this login screen, and we have a link to navigate to the register screen. So this time I want us to create the same screen for the registration. So looking at our API, we need to have a way to supply a username, first name, last name, email, and also the password. So that means that we're gonna need to have the Kana, a layout that's quite similar to this. So what we'll do is we are going to duplicate this just to save some time. Then I'm gonna rename this to sign up. Okay, so in here, this we rename it to register component. All right, so this time we're gonna be going to the login. So down here on our info text, we're gonna be going to the login. Then this should have something like login. Okay, make sure this is capitalized. Then this of course is gonna be already have an account. All right, so once we have this, we want to hook it up with our screen. So in our screens, I'm gonna scroll down here to screens. Then we have register. So we will be returning the register component. So now we can have register like this. Okay, and save. So now if we click register, you see that we come here. Okay, so let me rerun the app because it's not really updating here. I guess maybe there's an issue in the metro. Let's check. Okay, let it come up, and we go to the login. When we click register, you see we come to this registration screen. You can click here and go back, click here and go here. So let's add some more inputs on this one. So we can go now to our sign up, and like we said, we need the username. So here we can change this to create a free account and save. So we want the username, the first name, last name, and also the password. So let's just duplicate this. So this is gonna be first name, enter first name. Then this is gonna be last name, enter last name. Then this is gonna be email, enter email. Then here this should be enter password. I guess we also need to change it to the other side. Then we can save it, and we have our inputs. And notice that we have our scroll view now. It's working because the text can't fit on the screen at once. Okay, so for the password, this is good. We still need this kind of functionality. Now I guess that's gonna do it for now because the screen is looking fine. So in the next one, I'm gonna come up, we see how to work with state and also validation for these inputs. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, make sure you give it a like. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Hey, what's up? Last time we were able to create this register screen and also the login screen. So you see we can navigate between here and here. So in this one, I want us to add validation type when the user clicks submit. and they had not filled in this form, then we can go ahead and maybe highlight the inputs with errors in red, and also show an error down here. Okay, so how do we do that? First off, we need a way to have the state for the errors and also the state for the form, so that we can define if the individual form inputs have errors. So we're going to go to our screen, then where we have register. So here we are going to need to have some state for the form content and also the one for the errors. So here we are going to be using the use state hook to manage our state. So to use the use state hook, you want to do use state. So when you do use state, you have to give it an initial value you want to start with. Now our form will start without anything, but then it gives us two things. So the things it gives us the current state value and also the function to change that state. So here we can have, I'm going to call it form, and then a function to change that form. So I'm going to call that function set form. Okay, like this. So if we save, notice you get that. Then I'm going to have the one for the error. So the error, I'm going to call it errors. Then it's going to start out as set errors. Okay. Then we are going to have a function that's going to get called every time a user changes something here, so that we can tell if the user had maybe changed some value in the input. So let's do it here. So the function is going to be called on change. So it's going to be a function. So whenever we call it, we are going to be passing it a name and also a value like this. Okay, so when we call it, we want to be updating our form state. So inside here, we can now just say set form. So when you say set form, we want to be picking everything else that is in the form. So we're going to spread over everything that's already in the form, because if we just set a new value, it would override everything. But we want to change the state only for this current input, or the input with this name that calls this function. So here we can now target that very input by its name. We need a comma here, and then we want to change its value to the new value like that. So now that we have this, we need to pass these ones down. So we need to pass form, then we also need to pass errors. Okay, so we need a function that's going to get called every time a user clicks the submit button. So here I'm going to have the on submit. So on submit, we don't need this. So in here, now we can maybe do a validation. So in here, we'll do some validations. Okay, not validations. Okay, so let's pass these ones down. So let's pass on submit, will be on submit. Let's pass on change. So now that we are passing them, we need to pick them inside the child component. So we are going to go to the register component down here. Now here we can destructure them out like this. Then let me remove this syntax stuff. Make sure it's just being destructured properly. Similarly for the form and also for the errors. Okay, so once we have this, now everywhere we have the input, we need to have an on change text. So on change text, we want to set it to our own. We want to call our own with the name and the value. So we're gonna call on change, and then we're gonna call it with an object which will have a name. So this one, the name will be first name, like this. Let's set this one to a capital N. Then the value, we can do value. So whenever we call on change text, it gives us the current value of that input. So that's the one we want to send up there. So with ES6, you can just see if the name of the key and the value are the same, you can just send one and it will do great. Okay, so once we have this, now everything is looking good. But if we have errors, we want to also send those. So if you have errors, we also want to show those. So since we are already putting them in, we can pass error to the input, and then we can say if there is an error for the first name. So also we are going to be doing the same thing for the other inputs. Now I'm gonna go here and duplicate this here. Obviously this is gonna be for the last name, then this is gonna be for the email, then this is gonna be for the password. So I'm going to also copy paste. We don't need, oh, we need this. Then this is going to be for the password. Of course, this shouldn't be email name. Sorry, it should be email. Okay, so we have that there, that there. On the username, we don't have it yet. So this should be username. errors for the username. Okay, so now that we have this, we need a way to tell when a user is trying to submit. So for us to be able to know when the user is submitting, we need to add an on press to our button. So we can come over here, our custom button, and add an on press. So our on press, we are going to hook it up with our on submit, which we should have in the props. Okay, so every time the user clicks here, let me bring up my console just so we know what's going on. So every time the user clicks here, let's do a console log here for what's in the form. Okay, so now I'm going to click submit, and you see that we have the form. So the form is empty, meaning we can now do validations and show our errors there. So in here, you notice that in the form, we have like a key value, and every key is sent basing on the input, meaning if in here we had maybe the username. Actually, let me bring this one here and also have it here. So every time we call the on change, we send the name to be like username, meaning here when we set the key, it's going to have maybe username, something like password, something like email, and then the value will be this. So meaning here we can check if the key is there. So we can do something like if not form dot username, then we can add to these errors. So here we can say set errors. So when you call set errors or set state, you're going to be getting the previous state. So I'm going to be writing it like this. So when you get the previous state, then you can return a new state. So here we can return a new state object. So this new state object will contain everything in the previous state, and we are going to be changing the value for the username error. So here we can add username. Then we say something like, please fill this field, or please add a username, and save. And then once we have this, now we can test it out. So if we come here and click submit, let's say we click submit, you notice that we have please add a username added to our input. Okay, so that's looking good. So let's do the same thing for the other ones. So I'm going to now copy and paste this. Let's be first name, last name, email, password. Okay, so it's just gonna be first name, last name, email, password. Okay, so of course we need to change the keys, otherwise we won't be seeing the errors on the other inputs. Should be last name, hey, should be first name. Okay, so now of course this should change to first name. Should have used the generic one. First name, last name, email, then you have password. Okay, so now if we click submit, you see we have all our inputs being marked as having errors. So this is all looking good. Now what we want to do is be able to remove these errors if a user starts to maybe change something. So the way you can change that is in the on change, which would be like right here. We can check if this value is maybe not empty. So we can do something like this. So we can say if value is not empty, it's not equal to nothing, then okay. So if it's not nothing, then what you can do is remove the errors. So we want to remove the errors, but we want to remove them for only this input. Okay, so what you can do is still we are going to need to set errors. So I'm gonna copy this. Then this of course will be the current input, which you can get from name. So we do that. Then the value we want to set it to null. Okay, so this is only working for when the inputs are empty. But if you had like specific inputs you wanted to check, let's say you wanted to check if the password is 6 characters long, you would specify if the name is password and check it here. Else you check the values that are required. Actually, I think we're going to do something quite similar to that. So now if a user came in here and typed something, see that one goes away. So if they put it back like this, you see it doesn't come back, but we want to set it again. So the best way to do it will be to now, when it's not equal to nothing, then we set the errors. Then when it's equal to nothing, we want to tell them that this field is required. So now we can say this field is required, or we can even actually pick the name, but what we'll do is just say this field is required and save. Okay, so now we can enter text. If we remove it, we get this field is required. If we put out, we get the errors. So yeah, if we type, it goes away. Okay, so looking good. So if we type here, it goes. If we type here, it goes. So for the last name, it's not going. I believe we need to check something. Last name. Okay, let's check how last name how we are calling last name. So we believe this should be, let's see, if you go here, you see first name is like that. Then this should be first name. Oh, we don't have the on-change here, sorry. So let's have the on-change. Also, this should be first last name. Okay, let's have it even for the email. So for the email, we can just have like email here. Okay, so have it for the password. Okay, so now let's say we start typing in username. Let's say Chris here. See, the error goes away. If we go to first name and remove it, the error comes back. If we, let's say, type, let's say text. So when you have an error and the input is focused, the input should be red and not primary. So what you can do is we're going to go to the text input and also make some small change there. So here we are returning the colors. We want to first check if there is an error. So we can actually move this one up. Okay. So let's bring it here. So if there's an error, it should always return danger. So here, if we remove this, there's an error. If we start typing, it goes away. And yeah, so that's looking good. Even here, things are looking good. But if you wanted to, let's say, test for something specific like this password here, so you notice that now I can come and enter the password, it goes away. But it's not really meeting all the requirements. So let's say we wanted it. You would come here and add a specific check. So I'm gonna go here. So before we set the errors to null, we want to first check what it is. So here we can check if the name equals password, because we know, because we set it, we send it when we are calling on change. So if it's password, then let's check here. Okay, so we're gonna check if it's password. Then now we can check if the value is so we can check if the value dot length is greater than 5. Okay, so if it's greater than 5, then everything will be fine. But if it's not, so I'm gonna check if it's less than 6, then we want to set the errors. So I'm going to now actually set the errors like this. Okay, make sure we have it in there. Then this should be, oh, it should even be the same. So here we can just say this field needs minimum 6 characters. So now if we came here and typed password, you see that it needs 8 characters. And then of course now when we meet them, it's not actually removing it, but what we want to do is also add another else right here that removes it. So now we can copy this and also have an else here. So else, also make sure it's removing that error. So now it starts out to be required. Now when we start typing, you see that now it needs 6. When we reach 6, it goes away and things are looking good. So I believe this gave us an insight on how we can validate our forms without needing to install any other third-party library, but just by controlling our states and writing some if statements in React Native. Alright, so that's gonna do it for now. I believe you can build on this to now build your validation and make sure that the users don't have to submit incomplete data. to your form. So thanks guys for watching. If you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, what's up? Last time we worked on validations for the registration. Now, as we embark on connecting to the API, we might want to switch between different environments. For example, if we are, let's say we are on the development server, we would want to be connecting to some API, and then when the app goes to production, we might want to connect to like the production API. So things like server URLs, also things like, let's say we have some API keys that we don't want to show to anyone else who should not see them. We need to use those as environment variables in a file that we can abstract from things like version control, so that if we push our code to Git, someone doesn't really go in there and they can see which keys we use to connect to some payment API or some other API. So we also need a way to be able to use different types of environment variables when we are in different environments. For example, if we run a test, if we run, let's just say tests down here, and we would want that in the testing environment to use some random API key, and then on the production, we use another API key, things like those. So the way we can do that is by using environment variables. Now in React Native, this library here, it's quite good. It gives us almost all the use cases. It supports almost all the use cases we would need. So what we want to do is install it. So I'm gonna copy this and come here and say yarn add reactnative.env. So the next thing we need to do is be able to configure the plugins. So I'm going to copy this plugin section here, and then I'm going to go to my bubble.config.js, so which is right here. Now we already have a preset, the one that React Native is used to run our dev server. We want to bring in the plugins, then save it. So here I only want to keep only 2 options, but feel free to come over here, look through what these actually mean. But for me, I just want to be able to import it, to import reactnative.env like easily. So, and also we can specify where it is. This is actually by default, but let's leave it in there. But now this means that we can import environments from something like import some secret key from @env, which always looks great. Now also you notice that we had created a .env file. So here in the .env, now here we are going to add our development, our backend URL. So I'm gonna go here, I believe it's right here. So our base URL will be this /API. So I'm gonna copy it out. Then let's have something like dev backend URL. So make sure you don't put quotes around this. Make sure it's just like that. Use uppercase for the keys because that's conventional. Then if we're on production, we can have something like prod backend API URL, and yeah, so this can be maybe prod dot or something like that, or something like that, showing you an example. Okay, so once we have this, now we can go ahead and see how to configure this. So we created a folder called config earlier. So in config, I'm going to create another file here called env.js. So here we can import all our environment variables. So we can do that. We can do something like import. We can import them as regular exports. So that's gonna be dev backend URL for now. But if you had more, they will be in there. Then the next one is prod backend URL. Okay. Then we can say something like from. Now remember the alias we set up in the config. So we can do something like @env. Okay. So now in here we can create some different objects for different environments. So let's say we want, when we're in dev, we use some different set of environment variables. So we can have dev env variables. Then it's gonna be an object. Now we can put in this. So for dev, of course, we'll be putting in dev. Then let's also have the one for the backend or for the production. So let's have like prod here. So now this can be like prod. Okay, so with React Native, we have a constant called dev that tells us if we are in the development environment or not. So to use that, I'm going to be exporting these environment variables depending on the value of that dev constant. So the dev constant returns for us true if the app is running on development mode, otherwise it returns for us false. So if you're in development environments, we are going to be using the development environment variables, or we are going to be using the prod ones, prod env variables. Then save that. So export should be a default export, so export default like that. So now in here, let's say we went to any other file, let's say we went to like the sign up, we got the screen register screen. Okay, so now we can import our variables from our .env file. So if we import it as envs and then we console log envs, let's do that. Let's go back here. You notice in the env we have the backend URL, which is the dev one. So now we can destructure out our URL from our envs. Okay, then let's console log it. Save, and you can see that now we have our environment variables, and we have it coming from our .env, and everything else is abstracted using the React Native.env module. So this is gonna do it for now. I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, please consider giving it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we were able to set up our .env, and we can read from our environment variables depending on if we're running on development or production. So right now I want us to start working on setting up Axios as our HTTP library. We could actually use it out of the box. We start doing axios.get.post, it would work. But there are things that we are going to need to be common on almost every request. For example, we are going to be connecting to the same base URL for the backend. So we don't want to be repeating that every time we say axios.post. We don't want to be providing the whole URL. We can just say maybe /login. Just a second, let me pull up our API so you see what I mean. Okay, so instead of us having to specify this base URL every time, we can configure it once and only keep saying /auth/login /auth/contacts, and yeah, so which will make it a little bit cleaner. Also, for the endpoints that need authentication, almost all these, we don't want to really be adding authorization headers to every request. We can configure them in one spot, and every time we use the client we create in that spot, it's always going to have everything configured. And also what's good is we can be able to intercept different requests, different responses, and do something whenever some response codes are sent from the server, or we can intercept the requests and maybe add a token, which we're actually going to be doing now. So what we want to do is install Axios. So yarn add Axios. Also, not yarn Axios, so yarn add Axios. Also, I want us to install a package that will enable us to have offline persistence for our token, so that things like users preferences, the settings, the auth token, we can keep them locally across different re-renders. Even when the user goes out of the app and comes back, switch off the phones and then switches it back on. So the module is called React Native Async Storage. So let's see how to get up and running with it. So what we want to do is do a yarn install React Native Async Storage, then Async Storage. So let's yarn add that. Okay, so as it installs, I'm going to go to our helpers. Remember, we have a folder called helpers. This is where I said we can put things like the Axios. So I'm going to create a file called Axios interceptor.js. So the first thing we are going to need to do is create an instance. But first we need to import Axios from Axios. So now we can say axios.create. So when you create, we need to specify a config. So this config, we want to set the base URL. So we can say base URL. Remember how we set up our .env here to have our environment variables depending on the environment we are in. Now we can import this. So let's import all the envs. So import envs like we saw earlier from config/env like this. So now we can quickly say we want it to be env.backend URL like that. Also, if you have some headers that we share across requests, we can put them here. Right now I'm going to put headers there, but initially we are going to be having some headers, and then we are going to be changing them, intercepting to change them and adding the token if it is there. So now we can say let headers equals, it's going to be empty by default. And then right here, we need to create something called an interceptor. Actually, specifically a request interceptor. So for us to do a request interceptor, whenever we create whenever we say Axios create, it gives us an Axios instance. So we can get that. Let's say instance is gonna be Axios create. Now here we can quickly do Axios dot interceptors. Then we want to intercept the request, so we can do request dot use. So when we do dot use, it's going to be giving us the config that each request uses, and also if there are any errors. So we can get the config here by having config. So when you get the config, we can do something with it. So also when there are any errors, we can get them. And then when we get the errors, of course, we want to throw them. So we can do something like promise.reject. Promise.reject. Then we want to reject the error. Okay, so once we have the config, so if we have the config that was used for that request, we want to check if we have the token in async storage. So for us to get async storage, we can do something like const token is gonna be called async, is gonna be async storage dot get item. Then it's going to be called token. Now this returns a promise, meaning that right now the value won't be a variable, but we can use the await syntax here. And whenever we use await, then we need to really be in an async function. So we can do async here. Okay, so that's going to give us the token. Now we can check if we have the token, and we can add another header for the authorization. So we can say if token, then you can do config dot headers dot authorization, okay, like that. Then it's gonna be equal to, so with JWTs, like the one that we are using here, we need to specify bearer, something like this, bearer, then the JWT. So here we can put bearer, and then the token itself. So now that we have this, we need to export it. So you can say export default Axios instance, like that. Okay, so now we are intercepting the request and we are adding the token if we have it. Then if we don't have it, of course, this won't run, so we won't have it. Now we also could intercept the responses so that when we get, let's say, an error from the server, we can quickly navigate to the login page and also remove the token. Let's say if the token is invalid or expired or something. But we're going to be doing that one in a few videos coming up. Okay, so now that we have this, let's test it out. Let's go to like the register. So you can come here. Then I'm going to create a use effect here. So this is the method that gets run by default. You don't need to call this. It's the first method that gets called in the lifetime of the component. So the use effect, if we don't have any dependencies, it's going to be called once. Now we want to use our Axios instance. I believe that's how we called it, Axios instance. See, how did we name it? We need to import it properly. So it's called instance. I'm gonna rename this to Axios. Instance. So now here we can use Axios instance. Let's import it. Then we can do something like .post. So here we can do something like /auth/login, because we want to really see where we are sending the request. Okay, so when it's done, now we can go to the register, and if we come here inside the log, you see that we have an error. So let's see what's happening here. Undefined is not an object. That's because when we created the config, we need to return it. So here, after we've added the token, we need to return the config. So make sure you're adding that. Now it's gonna come back. Let's make sure it reloads. So if we come here, you notice that nothing is happening here, but every time we have you see we got an error. So we need to catch this, of course. So we would be catching it in here, so having like a dot catch. So let's do error, let's console log error. Okay, also you notice that this error is coming because our base URL, we need to have /API here and also here. Okay, so now if we come back to our Axios, then we can know that this will be /API, and now here we can put our slash here and test it out again. So since we changed the environment variable, we need to restart the project. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna come over here, stop the server, and then we run it. Then I'm gonna put a flag to reset the cache, to not cache any environment variables. Also, when it's done, then we can restart the server. So now that it's done, we can do another check, and now you can see that we get a 403 and everything is basically working the way we should. So that means if you had the token in storage, it would be sent here, and we really would not want to come in here and now start defining things like the headers to add the authorization token, or having to hard code the URL again. Okay, so this is gonna do it for now. So if you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, what's up? Last time we were able to set up Axios, and now we are ready to make our requests, specifically making a request to sign up a user. So to get started, I want to first check on our iOS friends because it's been a while since we've been focusing on Android. And for the things we are doing, I believe we won't be getting a lot of issues on Android. So let's check how the iOS is doing. So if we did yarn iOS right now, it's probably gonna fail. And yeah, so you see, we need to actually install some things. So here, I'm going to do a yarn pod. Remember, we have a pod script set up. If you don't have that, make sure in your package JSON, you got that. So you can run yarn pod and you shouldn't get any weird problems. So let it build the iOS and see what we get over there. So also, we are going to be working mostly in here. So you see here it fails, it needs the pod to first finish. So it has already installed it, let it finish, and then we can run the yarn iOS again. Okay, so let's remove this other use effect. This was used for testing. Also, we are going to be importing this as Axios, just so it looks like Axios, although it's an enhanced one. Okay, so now let's run iOS again. So yarn iOS. Okay, so when it finishes, it launches properly here on iOS, and you can see we have the login screen. It's looking good, and the register screen is also looking good. If we click submit, our errors are there, and it's looking good actually. So let's continue now. Let's go ahead and pick out the states that the user is putting here. So we already had set up the set form, so we can do a console log for the form to check if we can get all the states. So let's console log the form. So I'm going to bring up the section where we can see the console logs. Now here, if we type something, you see the username goes there, the last name, the email should be. Okay, so things seem to be okay. So now we already have the data. Now we want to send this data to the backend. So if we come to our API, you notice that on the register endpoint, we need to send the first name as a snake case and also the last name. So that means we need a way to change what we have in the form, like change this. But before we go there, we don't want to submit when we have like a local error. So for us to do that, I'm going to come down here in the on submit. Okay, so to check if there are any values that are empty, right here we can have a check. So we can do something like if, then we want object with a capital R, then we want to do dot values. So we want to check all the values in the object form. Then we want to check for every. So that returns us an array. So when we do every, it's going to be returning us a true or false depending on if it matches with the condition. So every gives us each item and the index that it's at. So we can now check if the item, then we're going to be removing the spaces. So we're going to be the white spaces by trimming it. Then we want to check if its length is greater than 0. Okay. So if that's the case, then we also want to make sure that the values that are in there are, how many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because initially it's going to be empty, but we want to check that they are there and none of them is empty. So here we can check if this length is 5. So we can quickly do that. Dot length equals 5. Then also add another check in there. Then, so if these are there, then that means that the user will have submitted the form properly, and we can go ahead and basically submit it. So here we can do a console log. So actually this want to be like robust enough. We also want to make sure there are no errors. Okay. So to make sure there are no errors, we want to have an every for the errors too. So this will have an and in there. So this is going to be checking the errors. So every error, it should be null. So that means we need to be checking for if it's not a truthy value. Okay. So yeah, so now if we come here, let's do a console log for when everything is good. So CLO, let me put 111 in here. Then let me remove the form logs because there are going to be many actually. Let me comment this, also come over here and comment this. Okay. Reboot it a bit so we can start out on a fresh look. So if we go here and try to submit, you see that we get the errors and the submit doesn't work. We don't have the 1 there. So if we put this, if we try to submit, you see it doesn't work. If we meet this, you see it meets, we submit, now it works. So at this point we can go ahead and submit to the server, which we are going to do here. So for us, we are going to have a pattern that's going to use we are going to be using the flags pattern. Now, our context falls directly into that. So in Actions, we are going to create a folder called auth. Now in there, we are going to have a register.js. Okay, so here we're going to have a function. So export default function. Then this is going to be using Axios to make a request. So it's going to be doing Axios. Let me get Axios interceptor. Then we want to do a post request because we are going to be logging in. Now, whenever we call this, we're going to be passing it the data. So the data that we're going to be passing basically will be the form. So we can go ahead and destructure the email, the password, the username, and also the email, the password, the username, then the first name. So remember the first name is like this, but we want to send it as like this, as snake case like we saw. Similarly for the last name, we also need to pick it and also give it an alias to use snake case as the server expects that. So once we get this, so we need to send this object to the endpoint. So first off, we need to pass the endpoint. So that's going to be /auth/register. And since our API has a slash, we don't need to put a slash there. Then the next thing, we can pass this. It's going to be first name, last name, email. Let me bring them here. Okay, so now we send our data. Should be last name. This should be an alias, not a comma. Okay, so like this. Now we need to do a .10, of course, .10. Then we get the response. Then we can do something with it. Then we need to catch our errors by doing a .catch. So we can do error, something like that. Now, whenever we are doing this, we need a way to maintain the loading state inside the component. So what we will do is here, when we call, actually let's call this function and give it the data. So here we can say register. Okay, then let's make sure it's being imported from Actions. Then we want to give it the data, which would be in the form, because we are sure everything is already there since we are already validating here. So in there, we need a way to be able to change the state in our context. So we can only change that state using the dispatch function that we get from our use reducer. So if we came here, we need to get access to our context. So we can do const, we need the auth dispatch. So let's do it, let's get it. Should be auth dispatch. So we created this as the value in our global provider. You guys already know that. If you don't, then you might need to check out some other videos we started with. So do use context, and then use context, text in what it wants, which should be the global context. Make sure it's being imported. Okay, so now this comes from auth. You see we have the function. Now we need to pass this. So I'm gonna come right here where we called register the action, then pass the auth dispatch. Now here we can expect it. So we can expect it here as dispatch. Now we can use it to dispatch some actions to the reducer. Now for us to dispatch actions, we need two things. One is going to be the type of the action, and also the payload that we want the reducer to use to update our global state. So I'm going to go to our constants. So in constants, so I'm going to go to the constants quickly here. So here I'm going to create another file called action types. So I'm going to have an index.js in here. Now we can have, let's say, something like register loading. So export const. This can be any string. So we put them in here just because we want to be consistent. So also we can have like register success and also register fail. So let's change this fail. Also make sure it's the one we are using here. So now that we have those, we can dispatch them here. So before we even make a request, we can dispatch that we are now loading. So we can dispatch type, and then so we can dispatch a type. So the type is going to be register loading. So whenever we get a response, now we can dispatch a success or a failure depending on what we have. So if it's successful, then we want to dispatch success, register success. Then now we can pass the payload down. So the payload, we'll be getting it from the server. That's going to be something like the user. So we get that from res.data. Okay. So if you have an error, we also want to dispatch an error, so we can show it on a screen, or if you have many, show them on screens. So if we have errors, so we can do something like if error.response, then we want to send error.response.data. Else we can send an object that has something like error, something went wrong. So the errors part will run only when we don't have the error response, meaning the request failed locally and it didn't connect to the backend. So that's why you see me put the error here. Once we have this, we need to have a reducer that actually listens to this. So we are going to go to our reducers. So in reducers, we have the auth reducer. Now here we can say, okay, if we have the loading state, let's say we have the register loading here, we want to update our state quite a bit. So right now I'm going to do a console log here to see what our state looks like, so I can know how we need to update it. So if we came here and did a submit, let me first fill in data since the validations won't let me. Submit. You see we have data. Yeah, we have data, we have is logged in, we have all this other stuff. So what we want to do, since this is specifically the auth state, we can just return data. So basically we can return the state that is there and only change the loading state. So we can say maybe we are loading now. Okay. So also I'm going to be working on the other types. So let's check if we have, let's say, error. If you have like loading, register success, if you have like register success. So if you have register success, we can turn loading to false and also change the value of data to the one that we send in from the server. So data can be here. We already have the payload being dispatched, being destructured. So you can set the data to the payload. Let's make sure we have that import. So let's also work with the error. So this is gonna be fail. So when it fails, we are going to be sending the error, of course, from this side, either from the server or our own. We can do that by changing error. Is it errors? Okay, we'll find out. If it's error, so error will still be the payload. Okay, so once I come here and click submit, so if we click submit there, you see that now we can submit. So let's go ahead and use our our loading state to show that the button is loading, and also disable it when we are loading. So I'm gonna go to our screen. So in the screen register, now we can select other things. So here, let's have the auth state. Let's console log it. So notice that we have an error. You see, we got something went wrong. You see, there was a time when loading changed to true and then it changed back to false. So we can now come here and pick those values too. So we can destructure error, loading, and also data maybe if we need to. So let's send these ones. Can't find value auth state, that's okay. We know what it is. So now we have these, we can send them down to the component and use them maybe to update the UI. Use them to update the UI. So now we can do error equals error. Then we need to pass loading too. So loading equals loading. So if we went to our component, we can pick loading and error. So loading and also error. So here on the button, on our custom button, we can pass the loading prop. So we can say loading equals loading. Okay. So if we came back here and try to submit, you see that it loads and then it basically stops. So what we want now is to disable the button when we are loading. So we can pass our disabled prop when we are loading, so a user doesn't have to click it again and again and make requests that are not necessary. So if we click it again, you see it gets disabled. And yeah, so let's take a look at the errors. So maybe it's an error we can catch. And by the way, you can do a console log anywhere inside JSX. So if you do error, it's a network error, so it's not able to connect to the backend. I'm guessing it's because I don't have an active internet connection. Let me verify that it's not. So let's go here. It's working. Let's go to YouTube. So you notice that I can't go to YouTube. That's because my connection has run out. I need to load data on my phone, and then I can come back and be able to continue this. So let me pause a bit and I'll come back and we finish this bad boy. So anyways, guys, if we have an error like this, of course we want to show it. Now the way we can show it is we can check if it is there and then we show it on the screen. So that should be easy to do. So since it's not an error that is tied to any input, we can add it anywhere. So we can add it anywhere. So we can come, let's say like here, inside here, we say if we have error dot error. So if we have error dot error, then we want to show it. So we can have something really simple. Let's have a text that shows it. Okay, so you see something, should be something went wrong, but we didn't actually even finish writing it. So it should be something went wrong, try again. So if we came here, submitted, put the password, submitted, see it is there. Now in the there will be a video where we'll be working on message components so that we make a one that looks really good and not just this. So just a second, let me go ahead and recharge, and then I will be able to come back and we finish this. Okay, so moving on. Now if we went ahead and clicked submit, so let's wait and see what's happening over there. So after you see it's done, and now it sends us our errors. So you see we have some errors from the server. That's because it's not seeing the username. It's also validating these other inputs. So we also need to add some other hints to our inputs. So we are going to go to our sign up component, and here instead of having errors to be errors.username, we are also going to be specifying error. So you remember error is initially going to be empty. So now we can say if we have error.username, when we have these errors, they are going to come, the values will come as an array. So we want to be showing one by one, of course. So we're gonna do something like this, but this might be undefined, so you want to do this. So let me save it, and you will see that the error is added there. So we're gonna do the same thing for the other inputs, because these errors were local. Now these are gonna be coming from the backend. So where we have error, we should do that. Then this should be first name, like this. Save, and you will see that the error is there. Let's do the same thing for the last name, and you will see that the error is there. So don't worry, we need to of course fix this. We are going to. So let's also have one for the email. Save it, and you see that the one for the email is there. Let's check if we have one for the password. Hopefully not. This should be password. Save it, and this one we don't have it, but if it was, it would also show. So let's check what we are doing wrong. So it looks like we are not getting the username, and that's because the username, we also have it differently. We have it as username. So in the form we have it as username, so we want to also rename it like that. Now let's try again. If we came here and added some names, let's do this. Submit. See, now the errors are cleared out, and we have only the one for the email. So for the email, if we went ahead and put a correct one, let's say we put at gmail.com. So let me use actually the one that's taken. So if we do this, then we can try to submit. You see it's already in use. So the errors are being handled properly if we use the name that's taken. So I believe hello is taken. If we tried this, you see that we show it there. So things are looking good. Let's change this one to another one, gmail.org. Shouldn't exist. Then the name, let's just CRYCE, Christ, like that. Then let's try to submit. So when everything is good, oh, this is also already taken. Christ truly 5555. Let's try again. Email is taken. Really? Let's try again. Jeez, really? You serious? Okay, so let me use a random user here. Try to submit. Don't get it. Oh, so there's a point where we need to really redirect on success, because you see here, when we get data, that means that the user has actually been created. So at that point in time, we want to redirect. Okay, so let's first do that. We are going to go to our screen. So the screen will be the register screen, of course. So here we'll have a use effect that checks if data is not null. So we can do if data, then we want to navigate. So we'll be navigating to login. Okay, like this. But this has to run only once when the data is there. So we're gonna use we are gonna use use effect, which is a hook that we can tap into, and it listens to all component changes. So it's gonna be listening to the changes in the data variable. Now when it's there, then it's gonna be navigating away. Let's make sure importing navigate. So we can get navigate from use navigation. So here we can have something like const navigate equals the use navigation hook. All right. So now let's make sure use effect is imported. I don't get it. Oh, I need to remove this one away from here. Sorry. Let's also leave some space here. Save it, and now you see that when data is there, it moves away. Okay, so with use effect, it's going to be looking for changes in these dependencies. These are called technically called dependencies, and it's going to run the code in here. So now you will see that it goes away, it moves to the login page. So at this point, we want to maybe tell the user that welcome. So at this point, we want to tell the user something like welcome, your account has been created, and you can log in, that kind of thing. So let's test it out one more time and make sure that it's working. So you notice that I can't actually go there because this is always true. So what we want to do is use a focus effect so that when we move out from this screen, we immediately clear out this data so that the user doesn't have to be not able to go back to the screen, because this will always be true. Okay, so to do that, we are gonna come here and import use focus effect. So copy it out, then you want to import it from wherever. Let's make sure it's here. Use effect. We actually need to change these imports quite a bit. So to use it, you want to use it inside use callback because you want it to be memorized. So if we come here, we can have another use effect. Now this can be any, but ours is only going to be checking if we have data. So here we can check if we have data. So if we have data, then we can clear out that data from the global state. So I'm gonna have some action called clear data, clear auth state. Then of course it's gonna take in the dispatch because we want to change some state in the global state. So the dispatch will be the auth dispatch, of course. Let's have it. Now let's also import this. So I'm gonna be putting it inside this file, inside where we have this. So we can import it like this. It's not gonna be a default export. So I'm gonna come to the actions, which are here, and also export const. This obviously it brings in the dispatch. Then we are going to be dispatching clear auth state. So dispatch type clear auth state. How did it know? So now that we do that, we also need to make sure we can import it. So this is going to be a function, of course. So let's make sure we can import it from here. Let's go there and create it. So export const. It can be anything. Now that we have it, we need to go ahead and handle it inside our reducers. So here we can check if we have clear auth state. So case clear auth state. Then we want to make data null. So we can do that by saying say data null. Okay, so cool. Now if we come here, let's reiterate on what exactly is happening. The import is not working yet. Let's come over here. We are importing its clear auth state. Oh, what's happening here? Jeez. So let's fix our import clear auth state. Okay, like this. So that imports it. Now if we came here, you see that first it didn't work. So also, damn. So whenever we leave this screen and we had data, we want to be clearing out like all errors. So also we can have if data or error. Let's say a user was filling in the form and then they didn't complete. So what we want to do is be able to also reset those errors from the screen. We don't want the user to always find them there. So inside here, of course, when we do this, you notice that this function, we dispatch this type of clear state, and in the reducers, if you came back here, what we do is we reset the data and also let's reset the errors to null. Okay, so now if we come to this, we are having an error because this was reset to null, but what we want to do is make sure we don't do .error directory inside our component. So we will go to our signup, and where we have .error, it should be on top here. So if you have error.error, we don't need to do it like this. So now that should do. So if we came back here in the register, try to submit, we get our errors. Now let me put a valid user. Then when we click submit, you see it's going to go ahead and submit, and when it's done, it's going to come over here. So now we should be able to go back to the screen by clicking register, and now you see that we can go there. Okay, so that's going to do it for now. If there are any hiccups, we are going to be fixing them in the next video. So thanks guys for watching. In the next one, I'm going to come and we start to log in a user, and hopefully we'll work on the messaging component to show like those maybe invalid credentials. So thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey, what's up? Last time we were able to register a user, but we didn't have a way to properly show errors if we had like errors to show. Same thing that we're going to be running into if we want to show maybe something like invalid credentials up here. So what we'll do in this video is we are going to be creating a message component that we can say, okay, show me a message that is blue, or show me a success message component, or show me an error message component. And then it's going to be looking differently depending on what we want. Also, we can have a message component that we can maybe say if an action fails, let's say we made a request and it failed, we can have like a retry option where a user can click and then it calls back the function that was called before it failed, before that error was sent. Similarly, if we wanted to, let's say, dismiss it from the UI, we could provide like a way to close it, those kinds of things. So that's what we're going to be doing now. Now we're going to go to our components. So inside here, we have our common. So inside common, I'm going to create another one called message. Okay, so I'm going to start out with things that we already have here, because at least we need they're going to be quite similar. So let me remove this file, rename this to only index. Okay, so for now, let's rename this from custom button to message. Now we are going to be working with the BG color, of course. There won't be any reason to have a disabled one. So now over here, of course, we can keep the touchable as the whole wrapper. We won't have it to load, so we need to remove this. We'll be sending a message, so let's rename title to message. Obviously, the message is always going to be there, so we don't even need to check it, because that's the only thing we are showing actually. So let's make sure we have it like that. So the message, make sure we pass it. Let's get it from here. Also, let's pick info. So if it's primary, let's also check if it's success. If it is success, we need to have success being pulled in here. Then we want to return colors.success. If it is, what else do we have? If it's info, okay, so I guess we can have info instead of secondary. Okay, we have colors.info. Let's make sure. Oh, we don't have. So let's return secondary instead. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here. We don't need the loading, the disabled. Let's remove those. Down press. Don't need save. Now it's looking minimal. Remove this stuff. Okay, we don't need this. So the color for the text is always going to be white. So let's make sure that's the case. We don't need this padding. Okay, so now if we went to the login, which we can try to see them here, I'm going to go to the login component, which is right here. Now I'm going to create some dummy messages. So here we can say message. Let's import it. So let's give it the message. This can be something like invalid credentials. Save it. Okay, so let's pass primary to this one. So when you pass primary, you see that we get invalid credentials here. So meaning if we passed another one, let's pass error, which I think is danger. You see it looks like that. Then this can be info, like that. Then this, which other do we have? Even forgetting something that we did just a second ago. The success one, okay. So have a success. Of course, the success wouldn't be saying that. Now that we have this, we can use it like this. But if we wanted to, let's say, have an icon that the user can click and they dismiss it from the UI, we can add that. Also, if we wanted to be able to retry, let's say something failed, something went wrong and want to retry, we could add like an icon to refresh. So let's try to do those. Now, the first one, I'm going to add a retry option to this and also pass a retry function. Retry function. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick this so that the retry will be true, will be a boolean. Then the retry function will be some function that maybe console.logs hello world. Okay, so let's go to the message. So here in message, we can pick these two. So retry and also the retry function. So retry fn. Okay, so we want to check if retry is passed. So right here, you notice that we only have the text, but we're gonna do if we have retry. So if I have the retry, then we want to show another text for now, and it's gonna be retry. So here we can have text, then we're gonna say retry. So in the next videos, we are going to be changing this to use icons after we set them up. So let's make sure it's also white, and we want it to move to the left. So to do that, it needs to be clickable and also move to the left. So here we can have a touchable opacity that will hold it, because we can't have on press on the text itself. Okay, so we can have on press. So on press will be the retry function, the one we get that gets passed in. Okay, and now when we have this, we don't want it to be in the middle, we want it to be left to right. Okay, so let's first remove these tiles because they are really obstructing us. So this tile there, let's remove it. So what we want to do here is we are going to make sure the flex direction is raw. So flex direction should be raw. That puts them left to right. Then we want to justify contents space between, so they go from here, another one the other end. So we do that by putting justify content space between, and you see the at the end. Okay, so for the message, let's give it some padding vertical to do something like 13. So when you save that, you will see that now it's centered, which is looking good, which is what we want. Okay, so now this is gonna do, if we clicked retry, you notice that it's console logging our what it should be doing, meaning that if we passed, let's say if this was an error and we clicked retry, and here in the handler we were maybe doing something, it would be recalled. Okay, so also we want to make sure a user can pass, let's say, and on dismiss. So if they wanted to remove it, you can have like on dismiss equals remove it from the UI. So for the on dismiss, we are going to let it be handled by the, so for the on dismiss, it's going to be handled entirely by the user. So since this is going to be there when we only have the error, the user can pass on dismiss. So whenever we have on dismiss, we want to be changing the, basically this, maybe putting an X or a close button. So we can go back to our message component, also pick out on dismiss like that. Also, so down here we can check if on dismiss is there. So at the end we can have a check. So if type of on dismiss equals function. So if that's the case, then we can have another icon. So for now we are going to be using a text, but later I will show you how to use icons. So save it. Okay, so it also should be styled to have to be white for now. So let's save it like that. So if on dismiss is equal to function, then show it, Not sure why it's not showing. Let's see where we set it. We sent it. Go to the login, save it, and you see that the X will be there. Now, when the X is there, that means that the user really wants to be able to dismiss it. Remember, these are going to be controlled by us. So every time we have this, we can go ahead and put away the retry. So down here, we can have another check inside the message component. So that's going to be just a similar check. But here we're going to check for the reverse and not, just to keep things minimalistic. But I'm just giving you an idea on what's possible and what you could actually do. So whenever they click the X, we're going to need to be handling it inside the, we're going to have like a touchable opacity. It's going to be touchable opacity. Then on press, then this can be their own on dismiss. Okay, then let's move our text in there. Okay, so now they should be able to come and click the X, and they can have maybe a way to remove this. Also, we could implement this one. We could implement this one inside the component, but for now, I guess we can leave it to this. But if you wanted to, you can have this something like this. So you can first, let's say, implement your own on dismiss, and then later you call the users on dismiss. So let me show you something. Here I'm going to have, let's say, a state that keeps track if a user has clicked on dismiss. So here we can have some state, user dismissed, set dismissed. Then this is going to be false, use state. It's going to be false. So we need to make sure our use state is being imported. Now, when a user clicks it, we can come here and do something like set dismissed to true. Okay, something like that. Then when they click, we set it to true, meaning that the value for the dismissed will be true here. So now instead of us returning this JSX, I'm going to put these fragments here, fragment syntax. Make sure we are closing it like this. And now here we can say if user dismissed, so something like this, user dismissed, then return null. Otherwise, return the touchable opacity. So let's close it here like this. So now we can come and click dismiss, and you see it goes away from the UI. So that's what I meant. So now a user can run maybe a callback in their own dismiss. So if we said on dismiss to edit all of this, let's say we went to here and also added the on dismiss, where are they? Okay, so I guess you saw what's possible, but you could actually do many things with this component, this type of programming. So now you can come and remove this, and remove this. Okay. So I guess this tutorial was helpful. If you enjoyed it, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Also, don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to create these message components, and we provided a way to retry or even dismiss these from the screen. Now in this one, I want us to fix something small that we have on this screen and also log in a user. So you note that when I clicked register, we didn't actually get redirected for the first time. And that's because our effect, the one that clears the auth state, right now is running when the screen first comes into focus. So what we want is we want to run it only when the screen leaves focus. So what you can do, here I'm going to have a simple console log for us to illustrate what's going on. So one is going to be console logging 111, and also I'm going to have a return function in here. This is normally called a cleanup function. So the code in the cleanup function is called when the screen goes out of focus. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and comment this one out and save. So now when we come to the screen, you see that we have a 111 there, but when we leave, you see we get a 222. So meaning that the code we wrote here, we want to write it inside the cleanup function. So let's repress this. Okay, like this. Then also, you notice that whenever we had an error on the registration, we had something very basic here. So let me turn off my internet here so we can see what we are talking about. Let's do this. You see, we have this kind of error. So this error, you see, it is saying something went wrong, please try again, but it's not looking out great. So let's use our our message component. So I'm going to go to the login one. Then of course, I'm going to copy our message. We need the one with the retry because we are even telling the user to try again. So I'm going to copy the one with the retry. So it should be, so I'm going to go to our sign up, then where we are showing that error, which is right here. And now we can do our message. Also pass those props. We don't need the text. So the message takes the message as the message. That's quite a tongue twister. So the message, so hiding here, need to close it first. So let's import the message. So we pass the retry, then we pass the retry function. We need to pass the message itself. So the message will be the error. So that means we need to do it like this so it doesn't crash at the start. So when there is a message, when there is an error, we want to send the message. Let's close this. Okay. So now if we come back, we need to say, okay, we want it to be danger. Now when it's danger, you see we get something went wrong. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and log in a user since we have cleared out those problems. So here on the login, we are going to go ahead and now pick out what the user has entered, the username and password, and send them to the backend. So we can do that by going to auth. So in the auth, so we're also going to create other types. So I'm going to go here and also duplicate these. This of course will be, actually let me select register. So we have, this is going to be login. We also need the login start. So this can be login start, then make sure it's the one here. Register loading. This is okay. So now we have the start, the fail, and then the success. So when we come to the component, actually the screen, we want to set up almost the things we set up here. The on submit, we are not going to be doing a lot of validations on that one, but what we want is to have a way to update the form and also a way to navigate. So I'm going to get these ones and bring them in the login. So make sure we have these. Let's import these two. Import use navigation tool. Okay, so now that we have these, we can go ahead and create the on submit. So const on submit is going to be just a function. So this function is going to be calling, so we're going to have just a simple validation. So we're going to check if we have form.username and also the password, so form.password. So if we have these, then we can go ahead and call the login action, which we need to create. So I'm going to go to the actions, duplicate register, and create login user. So for the login, obviously we're going to be changing register. So I'm going to select wherever it is, then we change it to login. All right. So now that we have that, we also have the clear auth states. We're going to be using it, but we can have it only in the register because we are sharing the state for the authentication. So I'm going to remove it here. You can still access it from the register. Then we have the username and password only. So I'm going to remove this, also remove the email. So when you pass those are the only ones we're going to need to send to the server. Then this should be login, small case. Then login loading, login success, login failed. This should be login start, I believe. So let's go ahead and confirm. Let's change it to login loading so we don't run into any problems. So now that we have this, let's have an on change text like we have here. So it's usually going to be the same. So I'm going to copy it. Also make sure we have it here. Okay, so whenever the user changes the text, we send them. Also, we need to send these props, the loading, the on change, all of these. So let's make sure we have them here. Save it. So on submit, on change, errors. So the errors, we need to pick errors. So also the loading, we also need to select it. So I'm going to come back to the screen and I'm going to go to where we are selecting from global state. So I'm going to copy this, then bring it here. Then of course we need to import use context. At the same time we need to import the global context. So once we have this, we have the dispatch that we need, we have all this stuff. Now that we have all this, we don't need navigate here actually. So now that we have all this, we can do our dispatch. So on the dispatch, so whenever we call login, which will be here, you can say login like that, pass in the form and also the dispatch. So we can be able to update the state using the reducers. So let's import it now. Let's remove this. Now if we go to the action, remember we haven't created the reducers, so we need to go and handle this. We can go to our reducers. So the reducers are going to be here. So the register stats, we can have another case here. So this is going to be login start, login loading actually, like that. Let's make sure the import is good. Okay, so we change the loading for the auth state. If it's successful, I'm gonna have a different one for when it's successful, because we are not going to only be changing the data, but also changing an is logged in value. So here we can have login success. So for the login success, we can say is logged in to true. For the failure, we also want to get the errors. So here we can do case login fail, like that. Make sure we're importing it. And yeah, so things are looking good. So as we have this, now we can go ahead and hook up the button. Also remove these random inputs, random messages. So you can go to the component for login. So over here, let me remove all this. Okay, so when we are not connected to the internet and we try to submit, we are gonna get some errors. So the first error we're gonna get will be the one that comes locally, the one we have in the register. So if we come here, we need to have this very check inside the login. So we can go here, just inside the form. Also we need to expect the error, of course, in the props and the other ones. So expect error. Also we need to be handling the on change text and that kind of thing. So I'm gonna go to the sign up and copy some things from there. So I can come here, copy the on change and also the error. So if it's practical, it's going to be showing also. So let's go to the component, of course. Then let's do this. So the error, this time we're working with only the error, so we can keep only the error. Then the on change text, we need to pass on change. So let's go here, pass on change. We also need the on submit. So here we don't need the retry, we can pass on dismiss here. We don't need the retry, but we can pass the on dismiss. So let's do on dismiss, so a user can remove the error himself if you wanted. Let's move the retry, save it. Now we need to be able to add the same thing on the password. So I'm gonna copy this, bring it here. Oh, we need to, so this is gonna be the password, of course. All right, so this should be enter password. We almost forgot it. Okay, so this invalid credential should only show when we have an error from the server. So I'm gonna come here and do error. So if we have an error, we say invalid credentials. So we want to check if we have an error, but it's not the local error. So and not error.error. Okay, so this means that this error will show when we maybe are unable to connect to the server, but when we are able to connect to the server and we are getting an errors, then we are going to be showing invalid credentials to the user. Okay, so let me move it in here so it looks good. I believe we can remove these errors on the inputs because we don't really need them. Also do the same thing for the username. So now that we have this, if I came here and click submit, you see that nothing's happening. That's because we have an if in there that prevents the user from submitting. Of course, we could handle the more validations here, but this user should know that they have to fill in this. Okay. So when you click submit, nothing's happening. Let's go to the on submit. Here, this should be username. Okay. Let's try again. Also, let's do a console log to know where the program is at the moment. So it's not really getting here. So we need to make sure that we have the on press hooked up. So if we come here, oh, it's not. So on press goes on submit. So let's try again. Submit. Something went wrong. That's because my internet is off and we're unable to connect. So if we went ahead and connected, which we are gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead here and say, okay, turn Wi-Fi back on. So if it's connected, then we can go ahead and say submit. And when we submit, we see we get invalid credentials. So also we want, whenever we start to load, we want to remove this error whenever we are loading or we are checking for another one. So also on this button, we want to disable it when we are loading. You already know. Also, we want to be passing the loading state. So let's also pick it over here. Also, we want it to load when we are loading. So we can say loading equals loading. Okay, so if we come here and did something like this, try to submit, it's gonna load. And if we have errors, it's gonna come, we can dismiss them. So now that we have that, we want to be able to log in a user successfully. So for us to log in a user, we want to be persisting the user information locally so that we don't have to be going to the server every time to fetch which user is logged in. So on the login success, I'm going to go to the action. Whenever we get data, let's say a user has logged in successfully. So I'm going to go here and log data from the server. So I'm going to use a user that is there. Let's try this one. Just see. Try to submit. You see that the user is logged in now. Okay, so now this is looking good. So you notice that we have the token and also the user. So here we want to save this stuff in async storage so that you can always access them anywhere in the app. So you can say async storage dot set item. Let's make sure we're importing it. Then we can say set item. So we want to set the token. So for the token, we can set it to res.data.token. Okay. Let's do that. res.data.token. Okay, so also we want to save the user. So for the user, we want to be saving the user. So since the user is an object, we want to be stringifying it, since we can only save strings inside the async storage. So you can do json.stringify, then that's going to be res.data.user. Okay, so you notice that we redirected here. Now the way that happened is when we dispatch a login success, this is sent to the reducer. So when it reaches the reducer, or here, the login success is going to go ahead and turn the is logged in property to true. So when it's turned to true, that means that here in our navigators, you notice that we are looking at the is logged in property to be able to know which navigators to render. So now that is logged in is true, you see we are looking at the drawer navigator and not the auth navigator anymore. So this shows that we are able to log in successfully. Now in the next video, I'm going to come in, we add a way to log out a user and also fix any other pending things that we might have about the authentication. So thanks guys for watching. I will talk to you in the next video. Hey, what's up? Last time we were able to log in a user and they're able to come to this home screen. Now in this one, we are going to go ahead and finish up setting up the authentication flow. So if we came here and I saved this file, you notice that the user is logged, and that's because that the state from the context API is not persisted across re-renders and also multiple app openings. So when we close the app and come back, we lose the state from in the context. So what we want to do is be reading this from the async storage. Okay, so right here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a state called is authenticated. It's gonna be a local state. So set is authenticated. So this one is gonna be use state, of course false by default. Then we're going to have a use effect. So this use effect will be checking if we have something in async storage, if we have the user in async storage. Let's make sure we import this. So use effect. Actually, we might use context. We're going to find out. So now in this use effect, we are going to now make a function to get the user. So inside the effects, we can't really do we can't really do an asynchronous function, but what you can do is actually call it and then define it to be asynchronous somewhere. So here you can have a const get user. It's gonna be async function. So in here now we can await. I'm gonna have a try catch. So here we can now await async storage get item user. Remember we set user on login success in the actions. So now if we have user, so we can say if we have user, then go ahead and return true. So set is authenticated to true. All right, now if we don't, then set it to false. So if we don't, set it to false, like that. This should be is authenticated. So let's define our user here. So this gets returned from the await. So now we want to be checking for is authenticated. So now let's have that. Then here we're going to check if the user is logged in. Remember, this is a value that's going to be coming in from context. So we want to check for it because when a user logs in, let's say from the login screen, this is going to get updated. So we want to check for that, or when we have the user. Okay, so we need to use context again and also select is logged in like we had done before. Okay, so that now works. So now remember, right now we are sure we don't have this. So what's working is this if that comes from async storage. So you notice that we got some warning over there, something like can't do a state update. So we're having some issues with states. So what we want to do is, this returns a promise. So when you say get user, it's not gonna evaluate at the start. So that means that we risk rendering this, and maybe if it returns and it should render this, we might have issues with managing state or asynchronous calls in the drawer navigator screens. So what you can do is have another state that will keep track of if we have completely checked authentication. So we're gonna have auth loaded. Then let's have a set auth loaded. It's gonna be false by default. So here when we start getting the user, we can do set auth loaded should be false still. So I'm gonna have a true because it's false by default. Then I'm gonna inside here when we have the user, we can set it to true. Also when we don't have a user, we also have loaded, and that means that we will know exactly what to render at that point in time. So here, instead of us returning the navigation container, I'm going to use these fragments here. Okay, so in here now we can check if auth has loaded. So you can say if auth loaded, then we are going to be showing this. Otherwise, we are just going to show a loading indicator. We're going to do activity indicator here. So if auth loaded, we want to make sure we close it like that. So that means that, let me reload it. You see that now we can't see really the issue. We can't really see the load, but there's a time when it's going to be loading. Oh, so we're saying if auth has loaded, then now go ahead and do this, otherwise show an activity indicator. So remember, it's false by default. So when we get the user, then we turn it to true. Also, if we don't find the user, we turn it to true. So at that point, we can correctly render the type of UI we want to show. So now this is good. This is working perfectly. Let's try to test out the login. Okay, so for us to test out the login, we need to implement a logout. So in the next video, we are going to come in and implement the logout and also continue to make our app better. So thanks guys for watching. If the video helped you, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we were able to fine tune our authentication, and now we can know that a user will be logged in even when the app gets restarted. Now in this one, we're going to go ahead and set up our custom navigation drawer content component so that we can have like our app icon there, and also links to go to the settings screen and also to log out a user. Okay, so for us to do that, I'm going to go to where we have the drawer navigator setup. So here I'm going to first format this a bit better. Now the first thing we're going to need to do here is we're going to see the drawer types that are available. So here you notice that I can specify a drawer type. So the drawer type can be slide. Okay, so when it's slide, you notice that when I come in here and try to slide, notice that it pushes the content to the right. Okay, so also let's check other ones. So there's back. So when you do back, then when you do something like this, you notice that it's going to basically slide in like that. Also, there are other ones, you can explore them. I believe there is front, where it should come in front of the other one. So you do this. This is, I believe, also common. So let's take a look at what else is there. There's permanent. So for permanent, this one is crazy. I've never seen one like this, but yeah, it's there if you guys want to know. So I'll be using the slide just because I feel like it's good, but you guys feel free to change it to the one you want to use. How do we add, let's say, some text to the left? So most of the times we will have like an icon here to open and close the drawer. But for now, I'm just going to show you how to add something there that you can use. So if you go to the navigators, specifically the home navigator and also the screen definition, here you can pass more options. So you can do something like options. So options can be an object. Now you can specify a header left or a header right, which should be a component. For example, if we did like header left like this, should be a component. Then we can return, let's say we return text. So I'm going to return text here and say something like nav and save. So let's import text, make sure we're importing it. When we save, notice that we have the nav there, and we can just style it the way we would want to make sure it's all good. So let's give it like a padding of 10. Okay, so you see that now it's there. So this is one way you can set options. Now another way that you can set options is, I'm gonna cut this one out, is you can go to the component itself. So I'm gonna move to the screen. Now that's gonna be in contacts right here. So there is a method called set options that you can get from use navigation, the use navigation hook. So now we can have a use effect. So we can say use effect. So whenever this component gets rendered, we want to dynamically change some options specific to this screen. So let's do a react dot here. Now inside here, you can say set options. So still it takes in the object like the normal one you would give it. So now we can do like header left like that. Then it has to be a component, of course. Just return the text and save. And now you can see that it's there. Okay, so now we want, of course, to be returning a touchable because we want to click it and also be able to show the drawer or hide it. So I'm gonna bring the text inside the touchable. So copy it out, bring it in here, save. Make sure we are importing it from React Native. Then save, and you can see that it's there. Now for us to be able to show the drawer, So with the drawer, we have a method called toggle drawer. So here we can get toggle drawer too. Okay, so here when a user clicks, so we can have an on press. So it's gonna be, of course, a function. So with the function, now we can say toggle drawer. So now when a user comes and clicks, you see it comes. When they click again, it goes away, and that's what we want. So later we'll be using icons to change all this so it looks a little bit better. But now let's focus on creating a custom content component for this. Okay, so the way we can do that is in our navigator definition. Here where we define it, you can also define a drawer content. This is going to be a function that gives you access to the navigation. So here we can do this. So in here we can get access to the navigation. So if we do, now we can return another component that takes in this navigation. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be returning a function. So this function, I'm going to call it get drawer content. So when we call it, we're going to give it the navigation, of course, save it. Then let's go ahead and create it out here. So const get drawer content is going to take in the navigation. So with the navigation, now we are going to be returning some component here. Just create the component you're going to be returning. So since they're going to be here, they're going to be like menu items. I'm going to call them menu items or nav items. It's going to be a function. Then of course we need a way to give it navigation because it's going to need it. Okay, it's going to need it to navigate to those screens. So in here we can save it. So that means that here, now that we have this, we can just return nav items and give it the navigation. Okay, so this is not returning anything. That's because it's returning an object. So what we want is return some JSX. So we're gonna have a view here. So in here, since this we might have like a lot of items, we're gonna use our container. You guys remember our container. Let's import it. So in here, make sure you're importing the view too. So in here, now we can have the image. So I'm gonna go to the login. So I'm gonna go to the login here where we're using our image, and I'm gonna just copy this and bring it over here. Also, since we are having a custom one, we are going to need to also manage how our content is laid out. So it's good we use a safe area view in here, just so our content doesn't overflow to where like the status bar would be. So we have a view called safe area view. So the safe area view basically prevents the content from going to like the status bars, and it just makes things to be always visible at all times. So in here, now we can return the image. Make sure you're importing the image properly. So we have the import. Okay, so let's also create the styles. So I'm gonna go here and import some styles. So import styles. I'm gonna do from styles, and then I'm gonna create another folder in here. It's gonna be called side menu. Then I'll have a file in there called index.js. So that's where I'm gonna move our content component. So I can do rnfe side menu. Now this should be capital M. So in here, now we're gonna be moving everything here. So I'll cut it out, come here, then return that instead. Not return. That would be crazy. Okay, so let me bring in my imports, image, this, that. Let me just bring them in. Okay, so let's create the style. Style.js should be styles. We need the import for the styles too, so we can carry it out here. Make sure it's here. Also, this has already been imported, so let's remove it. Let's import the container. So let's come over here and also replace what we are doing. So this should now return our other component, so that should be side menu. All right, so let's remove this. So in the side menu, we know we can get the navigation because we are passing it. So navigation, let's go ahead and create the style. So I'm going to go and copy some styles from the login because I'm lazy too today. So I can copy this, then here bring it, then I'll just keep the one for the image. So I'm gonna remove all this and save. So when I save, you notice that we have our contacts logo there. Now we can go ahead and put any other thing we want to put. So we want to put two links, one to go to the settings screen, another one to go to log out a user. So we can do that by coming here, and what we'll do is here I'm going to define like options, like menu items. So I'm going to call the menu items. Now they're going to be an array. So I'm using an array because they can be many, and for you to be able to manage the styles, to be able to align the icons properly, it can be good if you make them an array and then you loop over them. And yeah, so we are going to be having an icon, and guys, like I mentioned, we are going to set up those icons. So the icon for now is going to be a text, then it's just going to be saying T, and then we can have a name. So for now, the name here will be saying settings. Okay, so then now we can go ahead and put a comma on this and also have the logout one. So you can go here, put a comma, save it, make sure this is logout, not loop tab. So logout. So now that we have these, we can loop over them and show them here. So I'm gonna go outside the image, then we can have another view. So let's have a view here. So here we can loop over our options. So options.map, we can map over them. So options.map gives us an item. So we just return a view. So specifically a touchable, because we want the user to be able to click each of those items. So touchable opacity. Okay, so here now this option should be menu items. Let's make sure we get that. So each key should have, so each item should have a unique key. So the key here will be the name. Now here, let's destructure all this. So we have the name, we'll also have the icon. Okay, so first we'll show the icon here, and then we'll show the name. So the name is going to be inside the text. So text like this, then we'll show the name and do this, save it. So when you do this, you notice that we have our icons here. So each of these will need to go left to right, of course, so we can apply some style here. So style equals, I'm gonna call it items. So let's have styles.item like that. You can come over here, define it, flex direction would be raw, save. Then we want everything to be in the center, so you can just as well do justify content center, and you see that they're in the center now. So now this is gonna do, let's go ahead and increase this text and also add some paddings and that kind of thing. So we can go here and have another style for the item text. So item texts, so I'm gonna be increasing the font size to 17. Also I'm going to give them paddings, say that we have some padding here for padding vertical. So padding vertical, we just give them like 7 and save. Then we need to of course apply this style to our texts. So you can have style because styles.this, save, and you see we get this looking good. Now this is now going out of the of basically shape. So for this, for the item, we can come and say, okay, align items to the center always, and that would always look good. So another thing we can do here is make sure we have some padding here. So let's have a padding left of 20 to the item text. So we will always have the padding there. Now the icons are not really aligned. That's because this is justify content center. Okay. So to be able to center this, for now, let's go ahead and give it some margin horizontal here and here. So this is each item. So here we can have a simple style. So let's say, let's try align item center here. So when you save, you see that it goes here, but it's also not being able to align properly. So what we do is we give it some padding horizontal. So padding horizontal. Then let's do something like 20. Let's increase it to like 40. 60. Literally in the center. 70. And yeah, so for now we'll keep it like this. If we get a better way of doing it, we'll be able to change it, at least if we get like a flexbox tool of doing it. Now let's also add an on press to these options. So on press, of course, on press is going to be a function. So the function, when a user clicks on the settings, we want to navigate to settings. So we can do navigation.navigate to settings. Then we'll do the same thing when a user clicks logout. So of course, when a user clicks logout, we want to show the pop-up. We don't want to just navigate to settings like that. We need to log out the user. So we'll keep it empty for now. So here I could go ahead and do this. Then make sure it's importing properly. So when a user clicks settings, nothing is happening currently. That's because we are not hooking up the on press. So let's get the on press. So once we have the on press, we can put it, we can also attach it to this and save. So now if we click settings, you see we come to settings, we can go back, and yeah. So now when I come back, we are going to go ahead and implement the logout. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we set up our custom navigation drawer content component. Now in this one, we're going to be looking at how to show an alert when a user clicks the logout button. So the alert can be like a pop-up that asks for the user to confirm an action. So we have one that's built into React Native, and it's actually native on every other device. So if we implement it here, it's going to be native and it will look differently on the different platforms. So here on press, I'm going to have on press to be something like handle. On press will be handle user logout. So handle user logout. Actually, it's going to be handle logout only. So here we can create it. So const handle logout. So it's going to be a function. Now we're just going to show an alert, but first we want to if we click here, we want to close this drawer and show an alert. It can be awkward to show an alert when this is also open. So we can do that by doing navigation.toggle drawer. So when you click, you see it goes away. Now, what we want to do is we want to call alert. So let's first import alert actually. So we need to import this from React Native. We don't care about React Native gesture handler right now. So I'll cut it out. Then we want to import alert. Okay, like that. Then down here, now we can say alert, then we want to call alert. So when we call this, we can give it a title, a message, then the buttons, and then the extra options. Now the title and the message, those are straightforward. So we can pass the title, let's say logout, and then let's pass the message. Are you sure you want to log out? Then we want to pass the buttons. So for the buttons, it's gonna be an array, as you can see, alert button array. So let's put a comma and also pass those. Now the first one is always the cancel one. So the cancel, we need to pass the text. Let's say cancel. Then we can have on press. So by default, it's gonna be handling the canceling. But if we have something else we want to run after the user cancels, we can do that. If we wanted to have like a style, we could have it. But for now, this is enough. So I'm also going to have the one to confirm. So this can do like okay. So now when a user comes and clicks, you see we close and then we show this alert. And the user can cancel, but when they click OK, nothing is happening. So in the next video, I'm going to come in and we are going to now log out the user fully, and we get at least done with the authentication. What's up? Last time we were able to show this alert so a user can confirm if they want to really log out. So now let's go ahead and handle the logout when a user clicks OK. So what we need to keep in mind is we are not going to be connecting to the backend to log out on a server. That's because we don't have an endpoint, at least for now. But if you had one, you want to make a request to the server. So in our case, what we want to do is we want to clear async storage and also clear the context or reset it. So currently it is saying that maybe is logged in is true, or we have the user in the async storage. So we want to be removing that. So to be able to change the state in the context, we want to have access to the auth dispatch. So here I'm going to be saying auth dispatch, and then let's find a way of passing it down. So we can come here in our drawer. Here when we pass it like this, let's also make sure we pass the auth dispatch. We are going to select it, of course, from the global context. So just like we've been selecting normally, we're going to come over here. Since this is a component, we can be able to use our hooks. So let's import our global context. So that's going to give us our dispatch. We're already destructuring it. Now when we do this, let's also expect it like this and also pass it. Close. So once we pass it, that means the side menu will receive it and we can destructure it in the side menu. So you can come over here. I guess we're already doing it. So when a user confirms here, we can now call the logout action. So I'm going to call it logout user like that. Then we are going to now be passing the dispatch. So this, let's go ahead and create the action. So we're going to go to actions in context and also create logout user. So we only want to mind logout user. Let's go ahead and create it. So we're going to go over here. Make sure we are exporting it. So export const logout user. It's going to be anything. Logout user is fine. So here we don't want to dispatch this. Okay, we don't want to make any API call. So what we want to do is remove the token. So we could actually do remove item, then the token, and also remove item for the user. So let's do that. Let's also make sure we're doing remove item. Then we want to remove everything else. Now we can dispatch logout user so that we can be able to react to it and change the is logged in to false. So let me remove all this. We don't need these parameters. So let's go ahead and handle this in the reducers. So in the reducers, we want to change the state. So you can come here and have case logout user, make sure it's imported. Then we want to return all this, but we want to reset basically the state. So is logged in will turn to false like this. Now the data will be null. Okay, so when we come back here and log out, let's say we click this and click OK, it should be able to log us out. But if it doesn't do that, that will mean that if we come to our navigation where we are basically listening for which stacks to show, you notice that we show depending on the is logged in state or the is authenticated state. So we want this now to turn to false so that it returns this. So the only way it can turn to false is this is going to turn to false, of course, but how are we going to know? This component is not currently listening to changes in is logged in. So what we want to do is add it as a dependency here. So meaning that if this changes, we are going to try to get user. So when we say get user, it's going to come in here and it's going to find out that there is no user. So it's going to set loaded to true and also set it authenticated to false, meaning that when this is false, then the code will come over here. This will now have turned to false and also this will have turned to false. So it's going to return. So it's going to return this side. Okay, so that's how I'm thinking of it. So I'm going to save and then click logout. So when I click logout, we have an issue. That's because we are not importing the action. So let's go to our side menu, import our action properly. Okay, should be logout user. Save. So it's authenticated. Let's set it to depend on the login set initially. So let's have it in there. Then we can go ahead and remove this here and only depend on is authenticated. So when we save, you notice that it still works. Now we want to make sure when it changes, of course, we call get user. So get user is gonna await for checking the user. If we have a user, then it's going to set to true. If we don't, then it's going to set to false. Okay, so let's try again. I'm going to come over here, try to log out, then confirm. So notice that now we are logged out. That's going to do it for now. In the next video, I'm going to come in and we work on this show hide password toggle. Hey, what's up? Let's go ahead and implement this show hide password toggle. On the login and the register, we have the password input, but we want the user to be able to see the password if they want, especially now that we don't have a confirmed password input. This should be able to do that. So let's implement it. So let's start in the login. Now, the only thing we are going to be changing here is changing secure text entry to either true or false. So if I came here and turned this to false and went to, and typed something, you notice that we can see the password. But when it's true, then it's gonna not be showing that. So what we'll do is we're gonna have some inner state here to keep track of what's happening. So const is secure entry. Then we need a function to change that. When a user clicks set is secure entry, then we can do use state. Then it's gonna be true by default. Make sure we have use state being imported properly. So now right here, this is gonna depend on is secure entry. Now here we can have our touchable because we want a user to be able to click. So let's have touchable opacity in there. Then let's move that text also inside up there. So I'm gonna copy this, then bring it up here. Let's have an on press. So on press. So on press can be, let's just have a function here. So we'll be setting is secure entry to the value. So the current value will be, can get it in prev. Then since it's a boolean, we can just return the opposite of that boolean. So you can say not prev value. So that means that you can come here, put something. You see it's a password by default. So when you click here, you notice that it shows. When you click again, it hides. So now let's change what is shown here on the text. Right now, we are going to say if it is secure entry, then we want to show. Otherwise, then we want to hide. Now, you see, it is being shown. We can hide, we can show, we can hide, we can show. So let's duplicate the same thing for the other side in the register. So we can come to the register where we have the password. Let's remove this error here. We are logging, shouldn't keep it. So this is where, remove this. Let's also bring in our use state, the one we defined up here. So I'm gonna cut this one away, copy it, and then bring it down this side too, and then make sure we're importing use state. So when we come here, we can hide. So also when we come this side, we should be able to show and hide. Okay, so this was quick and easy. So I hope this video was helpful. If it was, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this one, we are going to go ahead and fix a few things. So for example, whenever a user signs up, they are redirected here, but they are not given a message to show that their account was created successfully. So we're going to be using our regular old message component to show it here whenever a user finishes a registration process. Now, for us to know that the user has finished registration inside the login, I'm going to be showing you how we can do it using callbacks. So we can come to the screen for the sign up, which is here. So where we call the register, which is here. We can also have another function that gets called when the user gets created. So this is where we can handle our navigation. So I'm going to come and cut out this here. So I'll copy it and then I'll remove it from here. We'll keep the use focus effect because it's going to be useful to clear out the errors still. Now we can handle this, and when this happens, we want to redirect with the data that the user has been created with. So let's go to the action and also make it expect a callback function. So here we can have on success. Now that we have on success there, we can call it when a user finishes to create an account. So we could come here, right here, and call it so on success like this. We don't need to give it anything. It's not defined. Oh, we are putting it in a wrong place. So let's make sure it's in the right place. It should be here. Save it. Now, when it gets sent, that means that when we redirect, we're going to be redirecting with data. So we can come to the login and check if we have that data. So for us to be able to now pick which data was sent in the navigate, so we get those from Params. So here we can do const Params. It's going to be equal to use route. I'm going to do a use effect. So we can do a console logs and you guys can see exactly what we have. So we can do a comma here. So I'm bringing in params. So here we can say if we have params, they're going to be undefined by default. So if we have params, let's console log them. Okay. Make sure we are importing it from React. We are importing it. So in the action, we can call the action and give it the data itself. So we can pass it here. Then when you call it like this, it's going to be coming in from here. And then we can send it. Now it has already been declared. So let's put something like response. Then we can send data and it's going to be equal to that response. Okay, so let's treat it again. So let's say you put sss gmail.com password, then go. So when we create, you see that we have this. Okay, meaning that we can come over here and check if we have the params data, and then we can be able to show the message on the screen. So before we do that, I also want to prefill the username because the user we already have the user's username, so we can just prefill it for them. So right here where we are doing the same check, we're gonna come here. So if we have these params, actually I'm gonna be checking if we have params.data. So I'm using this coercion operator to make sure that we don't do the data when params are undefined. So if when we have that, we want to set form like that, so we can get everything on the form. Then we want to do the username. So username is gonna be params.data.username, the way it is here. Okay, so save it, click submit. So you see that we set the username, but it's not being updated actually right here. So that's because we are not passing the value. So let me remove this console log. So we can pass the form. So you see how we are passing the form down. So we need to go to the login component and set the value to our input. So here we can set the value. So the value is going to be the value in the form. So that's going to be form.username. Like that, or it's going to be empty by default, or I'm going to do null. Also, we need to destructure the form out because we are not actually doing it. So save it. So to do it, now when we save, you see that the username is pre-filled and the user can come in and put the password as password, then they can click submit and they are logged in. Okay, so that looks good to me. Now let's go ahead and show the message here. So for us to be able to show the message, I'm going to have a prop called just signed up. Now we can come over here and also have that message. So we can have just signed up. If you have just signed up, then we want to show a message that says welcome, please log in. Then okay, so this is gonna be success. Then we can do something, we can say something like account created successfully, then save it. So we need to pass just signed up also in the screen. So we can come to the screens, then pass just signed up. It's gonna be a boolean. So this is going to be there when we have params.data. So like we said, params may be undefined, so we want to send it like this. Also, instead of us setting it here, I'm going to have a local state that we're going to need to change when the user maybe clicks submit. So I'm going to come here and also have a just signed up state. Set just signed up. So it's gonna be false by default. So when we find that this is the case, then we'll set it to true. Okay. And when a user, let's say a user clicks a submit button, we want to turn it to false, or when they start to change here. So we can say false when they maybe start to put a password, and it should go away. So let's retry it. Let's cross check one more time. So in the login, we are saying if just signed up, then show it, then be able to dismiss it. So let's retry it. Save, and you see we get the message. And when a user starts to put a password, you see it goes away. And yeah, so this is gonna do it for the video. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to log out a user, but we need a way to use icons in our application. So these become like a setting icon, maybe a power icon, and this can be like a menu icon, and have a way to use icons in our whole application. The most popular option that you will find being used in React Native will be the React Native vector icons. There is a website where you can go and see what icon sets are available. So this is the website. You're going to be coming here often to search for the icon you want. So all these, there are very many sets. There's anti-design, material, feather, all those. So it's common that you will be finding the icon you want or the one that suits your use case. So if you don't, React Native Vector Icons has a way for you to create custom icons using something called Icon Moon. But you can look that one up, because just let you know that it's possible. So to get started, we need to install it. So I'm going to go to the installation guide. Now we're going to start with the iOS. So what we want to do is run yarn add this. Then we're going to do a pod. So yarn pod. If If you're on Windows, please don't do pod, it won't work. So it's gonna go ahead and basically install that. Then it's gonna do the auto linking for us. You don't need to worry about auto linking anymore if your project is using the newest version of React Native, so which at my point in time is, let's see, React Native 063.4. Okay, so once we get done with that, if you're on iOS, you're going to need to do this. You will have to come over here and then down here where they say list of available fonts, copy and paste in info.plist. Copy this, then you want to go to your info.plist. So I'm going to search it up. So info.plist. So where we have UI fonts, we're going to be replacing this with the new strings. Now feel free to remove the fonts you don't want to use here, but make sure if you remove it, you don't use it, otherwise it's going to be crashing. So now that we have this, we can go to our app. So I'm going to go to where we have this menu here, and then I'm going to import the icon component. So since there are very many fonts that are available, we can import them differently. So we can do something like import material icon from React Native vector icons / material, something like this. Then to use it, you want to say material icon. So I'm going to come here, replace the text with the icon. Then you want to give it a name. Now the name will be the one that you will be getting from this website here. So if we come here and search for something like menu, since we are already using material, we want to look in the section of material. But if you're using any other, you want to look into that section. If you don't find it, you can quickly switch the font you're using. So I'm going to come here and set it to menu. So when I save, you notice that we have the menu icon there. Now let's remove this text here and save. Now we can you can pass some other things. For example, we can style it differently, but one thing you're going to be doing is changing the size. So you need to specify the size with a number. So when I put 21, you see it becomes quite bigger. In fact, let me make it 25. Actually, let me do this here so you can see properly. Then I want it to move a little bit down. So you can specify a style itself. So for the style, let's say we need some padding, something like padding 10, and save. You notice that it goes from left and also from the top. So now if you click, we have the icon there and it's working. So let's go ahead and add an icon to the settings and also an icon to the logout. So that means we're going to quickly go to our logout. So I'm going to copy this, then we go to our side menu for the navigation drawer. Here where we were putting the text, let's import our icons. So we're going to be doing material icon, but you can use any other. In fact, here let me use font awesome. Let me first search for settings and see which one looks great. So I believe this is good from Fontizo. So I'm going to copy the name. Then here you want to make sure you're importing from Fontizo and make sure you had it as a font inside the Xcode. If you're on Windows, don't worry. And since it will always be a default export if you import it like this, so we can just have it as icon. Then we can come over here and just say icon name equals that, and it should do great. So if I save and we click here, you see we have our icon. Now this is really small, so I'm going to be increasing the size. So we can do size, let's do 21, save it, and that is quite bigger. Okay, looking good to me. Let's try 17. Okay, fine. Then of course we need to change for the logout. Save it. Now we can come here and search for something like logout, and there is this one from anti-design. So this is quite good, I believe, from material. So we want to come and import another one from material. So let me control this, then I'm gonna call this one material, like this. Then it should be /material. So let's switch it. You can come over here and save. And then we need to change the name to Logout. Save it, and you see that now it's looking good. I believe this is gonna do it for now. If you're on if you're on Android, let's check it out. So I'm gonna open up Android Studio. We open up my Android Studio. Let's see if things are still working. It's actually been a while that we've checked Android. Now I'm guessing you guys are hearing the sound from my computer. That's the power of Android Studio, and so you need to have a really good computer to use Android. So I'm also gonna open up Visor such that you guys can see what's happening on my phone. Okay, so first off, you'll notice that my app has crashed. The reason why it's crashing is because I'm running it on a physical device, and this time it's not able to use to locate this process that's running the dev server. So what we want to do is go to the terminal, and then we run adb reverse. So adb is the Android debug bridge, so that helps us in development and communicating between connected devices. So I want to do adb reverse tcp 881, which is the process that our metro is running on. Then do tcp 881 like that. Then we run it again. So I'm gonna stop it here. Then I'm gonna trigger the build. So now you can see that it's connecting properly. Okay, so you notice we have these basically boxes, meaning that the icons are not really working. So what we want to do is you want to go to the documentation and you want to copy this line here. They are saying we need to edit our Android /app/build.gradle. So I'm gonna go here inside VS Code. Is when you hit Ctrl+T, you can quickly search for files by typing the file path there, and it's gonna come here. So we need to add something here. So we're gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna come and add it here and save it. So in Android Studio, we can go ahead and rebuild our project. So I'm gonna come over here, stop it, and then if we come to the app, then it should be build.gradle. You see that the files changed, so I want to sync them. So it's gonna add this. So that should be quick. Now that it's done, we can run back our application. So it's installing again. So it's booting up, it's connected, and yeah, so now it comes with our icons working and looking great. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we configured icons in our application, so now we can use any icon we want. But from the way we are working with it, notice that we have to make an import every time we are going to use an icon, and we have to be importing something quite different. So what I want to do in this one is to create an icon component that we can just be importing once, and maybe we specify the type of the icon, and then it can handle it behind the scenes. We're going to go to our regular common, then I'm going to create another one called icon. Since we are going to be doing a lot of imports, I'm going to be bringing in all the possible imports that we are going to need to use. So right now, let me increase this, make it bigger. So right now you notice that I'm importing every other possible font that we would want to import, just like this, just like we are doing it. So now I'm importing it in one place. So what we'll do is we'll have an icon. So const icon component, it's going to be a simple functional component. Then it's going to be returning any of these depending on the type that the user sends us. So meaning that we're going to have a prop for the type. So we can do type here. Now when a user passes the type, we need to find which import matches that type. So we're going to be switching over the type, and now here we can do case. So you can say if the user passes fontisisto, then we want to return this icon font, this one. What is fontisisto? This one. So you can do return fontisisto like that. Now we have to do the other cases for the other ones. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be moving this one away from here into a separate function. So outside this component, I'm gonna have get icon font. So it's gonna be taking in a type, then it's gonna be returning any of these. So in here now it's gonna return our font type. So now in our icon component, we can quickly get the font type. So we can do font con. So this one we can do get icon font, then we give it a type, which we already have here. So when you give it a type, it's gonna return for us the font icon like that. So that's the one we want to return. So here we can do return the font icon, of course as an icon now, and then we want to be giving it the other things. So here we get the other props from the user, and then we'll be sending them here like this. Let's spread them, okay, like this. So let's export it. So export default like this. Now let's test it out by refactoring our app. So we're gonna go to where we have the side menu. So instead of importing this one twice, we're gonna be importing the icon from our icons. So which we'll do by importing from our common. So we're already in the navigations. We want to go to components, common, icon, like that. Okay, so now for this one we can specify a type. We can do something like type equals. So the first one was being imported from Fontisto. So I want to send a type as Fontisto. So like this. Let's check which type it is. Fontisto, like this. So let's send it. So we don't have the autocomplete here, but if you're using something like TypeScript, you would see the autocomplete, and your life would be a bit better. So save it. Now we also need to change here, so we can use the same icon without importing another one, but now we change this one to material, and now it should be logout. Okay, so if we run this on iOS, so it comes back and our icons are still good. So that's good and all. Let's go ahead and also update our icon, the one we have in the menu. So we're gonna go to the screens, and instead of importing it like this, we can just import it like this. Since it's a material one, we can quickly do icon type equals material. I believe that's how we called it. So when we save, you see it is still working and everything is good. So at this point we can just import like this, just specify a type, and we don't need to keep importing icon every other time. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to be looking into how to create a model component that we can use through our app. There's a model component that's built into React Native. Now we could use that, but the problem is that model is always full screen. So it doesn't give you a way to like add a title, to add maybe a footer, to maybe add a closing button. It's just a full screen basically. So what we want to do is be able to create something like this. So here is our demo app. Now in the demo app, you see I can click here and we get a model that shows up here. Now we will add the title, the body, the closing button, and also the footer. So we'll have basically provisions for the user to be able to use it the way they want. So for example, if a user didn't want to show the footer, they could pass like a footer or an empty footer. Right now you'll notice that the footer is not passed. And let's say we wanted to change the title, those kind of things. We should be able to make a model like this, give it an overlay when it is open, have a way to close it, also work on the animation, the one that it uses to come in. I'm going to be closing this and also bringing back our application. So it's going to come up. So what we want to do is go to our common and have another component. This one is going to be called app model. So we want to import Modal from React Native as we're going to be building on that. Okay, so that's the one you're going to be using here. Now we need to give it the visible prop. So the visible prop is what shows it on the screen. So here we can pass visible. So the visible is going to be controlled by the parent component, so we need to pass it also here. So meaning that if we go to, let's say, the contacts lists, which should be here, we need to work in the JSX. So we need to create a JSX. So what we can do now is return contacts component. We need to create it. Let's go create it real quickly. So we can go to our components, create it. We want to have the model anywhere around here. So we can put our app model like this. Now we need to give it the visible prop. Now the visible prop will be controlled through the parent component of this. So also let's pass it. And also we need a property that will be able to, let's say, close that model inside the model itself. So we need to also have set visible. So I'm gonna be renaming these ones quite a bit to make them make more meaning. So model visible, set model visible. So these are the ones we're gonna use. So we need to pass them to the app model. So it's gonna be that. Also we need to pass the model visible. It's gonna be model visible. Save it. Now we can go here, and then we need to pass those two. So let's create them here instead. Let me first pull this one like this. So const model visible, set model visible equals use state to, so initially it's gonna be false. We don't want to see it at the start. Make sure we're importing use state. So over here, make sure it's being imported. Now here, when we return the component, let's import it and send the model visible and also the set model visible. Okay, so once we have this, our app is not really launching. I'm not sure why, but we'll find out. Okay, so now that we have that, let's clear out some stuff here, the ones we are not using. Okay, not sure what's going on here. So what I'll do is I'll stop this server, also restart it by saying reset cache. So in this other window, I'll stop the build, clear it, not x clear. Then here, if you're on iOS and you're wondering how you can cross the app, like kill it, you can hold it from the bottom and then pull until you reach the middle. Then you can be able to remove it. So something like this. Let me redo it. So you can pull from here. When you reach like here, then you can now send it up there. Okay. So let's rerun it. So yarn iOS. So I just noticed there's actually no problem. This is because that's because this is a model here and it's taking over the whole screen. So what we want to do is make sure that it is using the props we are sending. So here it should be model visible and it should be the visible prop. So when we save, now you see we have our app and it's not there actually. So what we'll do is we'll have a way to show it. So I'm gonna go to the component and have maybe a button that says show model. So I'm gonna have a quick button here. So button, I'll be using the custom one. Remember the custom one we created. So custom button. Just make sure it's imported. Then we need the onPress. So the onPress will just be a function that will be setting the visible to true. So set model visible to true, like that. Let's make sure we have that import working. Somehow it's not, so let's add it here. So import that from /common /button, like that. Now we need to give our button a title, so you can say maybe open model. Okay, let's call it secondary. So now when we click it, you see that it goes away. So what we want is, we don't want it to really be full screen. So we're first gonna go and add some styles to the model. So I'm gonna go where the model is, right here. Now, first off, I want it to be transparent to make sure that we can still look through it and see what's behind. So we can add a transparent prop here. So when we add it, you notice that now it's black, but don't worry, we are gonna be fixing it. So let me make sure it's bigger. I think I should get a larger machine here. Then let me minimize this one a little bit. It can't even be minimized. So what I want to do is, inside here, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. So inside, make sure you're importing it properly. So inside here, it's going to have some styles. So then I'm going to give it some styles. Then I'm going to have a like wrapper styles. So let's create the styles over here quickly. So styles.js. So for the wrapper, we are going to make the background. So for the background, the background color, I'm going to use an RGB value here. So with React Native, you can use RGB values. Now it's gonna be entirely dark, but we'll apply some opacity. When you save that, make sure you saved here and import the styles. So import styles from styles, and you see it should show, but now we are unable to see anything. So I'm gonna come over here inside the model and put the text, say hello from model, to make sure that we can see it. So you see that the model is still taking off the whole screen. If you look here, up here in the top corner, you see that the model is there. So what we want is to continue to style it. So in the style, we make this one flex of 1. So that's going to take off the whole screen, and you will see that now the model is basically down here, and the overlay for the background is being visible. So let's justify stuff to the center, justify content center, and save. Also, if we go back to our model, we want, when a user clicks anywhere here, we want to be able to close it. So here on this on press, so on this table, we can add an on press. So this on press will be calling set model visible, the one that we are passing in from the parent. So set model visible, we set it to false, like this. So let's make sure it's being received inside the child component and also being sent from the parent component, which should be here. Yeah, it's being sent. Okay, so if we come over here, it's being sent, we pick it, we use it here. So now if we click anywhere, you see that it goes away. You can click, it comes, click, it goes away, click, comes, click, goes away. So let's go ahead and style now the view that contains our content. So still inside the touchable, right here, I'm going to have a view. So this view, it's basically going to have the content of the model, things like the headers, the footers, and also the body. Okay, so since that content can be, might be a lot, so we might want the user to scroll. So we're gonna use a scroll view in here. Okay, so inside the scroll view, we will have a header section, a body section, and also the footer section. So before we get there, I want to add some styles to the main wrapper. So I'm gonna call this one model view. So now let's import the scroll view. So now we can go here inside the styles and also style the model view. So for the model view, we want it to have a background of white so that it looks different from the overlay or the background that is dark. So colors.white. Let's import colors. So if we give it like minimum height, let's say something like 300 and saved, you notice that it's gonna come to the center and it's looking okay. So also let's add some margin here and here so that it's not really stretching over. So margin horizontal, let's do like 20, and you see that now it goes to the center, looking good. Also let's give it some border radius, let's give it a 4, and you see that now it's good. So now we can go ahead and put our content in here. So what we'll do is we'll come here and move this text inside our model view, save it, and now you see that things are good. So here let's have our header and also the body and also the footer. I'm gonna have a view here. So this view will have an icon to close and also the title. So let's expect the title also. Now by default, you know, it's gonna be using font awesome, so that's why you see it's even working right now. But if we wanted to use something else, we could. Now in our case, there's one that looks really good. I'm gonna be using the Evo icon, so I'm gonna pass Evo here as the type, not the name. So type will be Evo. So when we save, you see that it's there and it's quite small. So let's first work on this. Now here I'm going to add a style. So this style is gonna be for the header. So we can go in here and style it. So for the header, we want of course it to be left to right, so flex direction row. Save it. Also here we need to save it. Some padding, so we'll do padding of 15. Let's give it some align item center. Also let's give it some width to be 100%. So width 100%. Then we can also make it stretch over. So justify content, space between, save it, and you see it goes here. Now we might not really want this, because think about it, if it's stretching really over up to here, then it's not really great. So we can just do a simple hack here. Can add some other view here that's not doing anything. So save it, and this will come here. If we wanted to add another space, we could add another one like that. And yeah, so that looks good to me. So let's increase the font, the size of the icon. So here we can do size equals, let's do 21. Just in fact increase it 27. So also we need to style the title. So here we can do styles.title. So style equals styles.title. So let's go here and also style the title. Let's make it font size 21. So it's bigger, looking good to me. Now let's go ahead and work on the body. So for the body, everything, if you think of it, is going to be defined by the user. So outside the header, we can have another view for the body. So view, let's have a style for the body, styles.body. Now here, since they are going to be defined by the user, we can just put model body in there. Model body, like that. So we need to expect it like this and save. So also we need to work on the model footer. So if the user provides the footer, so I'm going to copy paste this. If the user provides the footer, then we want to show it. But I want us to actually have a default footer if a user doesn't provide a footer. So if a user provides the footer, then we will show it. Let's also expect it. Alright, so if the user provides the footer, we'll show it. But if they don't, let's say they don't provide the model footer, then we are going to be showing our own footer. So we're going to have a view here. So this view will basically have a footer now. We're going to need to, let me save it. Let me also open it here. So we are sure the user can pass their own component and they can now close it. Actually, this is already working good. They can close it, but let's have a footer in there, some kind of footer. So the thing that comes to my mind is to have like a breaking line, show a separator between the contents. So I'm going to bring the dummy footer in. So this is just a dummy footer that is doing something basic, basically showing the links to the terms and conditions. Also, I'm going to add its styles real quick. We will have some styles for those footers. So down here, I can bring them in. First off, if I save, you notice that they are styled properly. Now those styles is for this separator, the one that goes from this line here. It's just a view that has a height and a background. Then these are basically styled to be space between and also some padding in the middle. Also, there is this dot down here, which is simply a terms view, which we are just styling to be giving it a width of 5, height of 5, and then making the background gray. So it's just some basic CSS there. Now the body, like this, is not really sticking to the bottom. Now the body needs some styles. So I'm going to come here and also add some styles for the body. So if you come to the app model, about the body, we need to define the style for the body. So before the footer, we can have body here. Then let's give it a min height of something like 300. Let's make sure we bring it inside, copy, save it, and see that now this goes down and we have where the body will be going. So for example, if you wanted to, in the usage, remember we need to pass the title. Like we said, we need to pass the title and also these other stuff, the model body, the footer, and also the title. So let's go ahead and send some things and see how it's going to be working. So we can come to our contacts component, which is here. So we also need to send this. So for the footer, it's going to be some JSX. So here we can just have something empty. Then for the body, of course, it's also going to be some JSX. So we can have some view. Okay, so for the title, this is going to be a string. So let me say something like my profile. So when I save this, you notice that our footer goes away. That's because it's using, the footer is now defined and it's using this. But if we don't send it, it's going to show. Now, when a user provides it, it will go away. So here, a user can put anything they want. So let's say they want to say, do we still have some lorem ipsum stuff? No. Let's say they want to have some text. Let's say they say, hello from the model. Save it. You'll notice that it goes there. So if they wanted to have like a separator too, or if we wanted to add a separator between the header and also the body, we could. So actually, let's do that here in the model. Notice how we have the separator here. I'm gonna copy it, and then after the header, which should be here, header, that should be here. Then we can have this, save it, and you see that it goes there. So about the model body, we can have some generic style. Let's say to give it some padding in the left to right. So we can do some padding vertical, some padding horizontal. Then we can do like 20. And you see things go here. Let's also have some padding on top and bottom. So I'm just gonna have the regular padding, and you see things become like that. So let me make it 10. So let's have some padding vertical. So we make that 10. So padding vertical 10, and see that now it looks better. So yeah, so this is how we create a model component in React Native. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we saw how to create this model here. So you can open it, supply some custom content, close it. So in this one, we're going to go ahead and see how to retrieve some data or contact data from the API and show it in a flat list over here. So to get started, we need to first clean up this component where we'll show the contact list. So we're gonna go to our component for the contacts. So for now, we don't need to have this button there. We are gonna be using this model elsewhere actually. So to work with the flat list, we need to import it from React Native. So we're gonna go here and import it from React Native. Okay, so once we import it, then we can come like here. Then we want to say we want a flat list. Now it needs 3 mandatory things. One of them will be the data. So the data will be the array of items we want to show. So for now, I'm just gonna have an empty array in there. Now when it's empty, we can be able to specify a list empty component. So the list empty component is the component that is shown when the number of items in the data array are 0. So I'm gonna call it this empty component, and then let's go ahead and create it up here. So I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna do a const list empty component. Then we're just gonna return a view. Then inside that view, we'll return a message. You guys remember we have our message component. So for the message, this one is gonna be an info message. So we can pass info. We need to pass a message text. Then you can say no contacts to show. Okay, then save it. We need to make sure we are importing it properly. So I'm gonna do this. So another thing that we will do is to style it quite a bit. So I'm gonna come over here and add a style. So for the style, for now I'm just gonna have an inline style, but so for the inline style, let's do a padding vertical of 100, save it. Then let's have a padding horizontal of 100, save it, and yeah. So that's where the message is. I guess that looks quite fine. Now, another prop that we need to look at is render item. Okay, so we need to pass render item. So this is a function that gets called with each of those items. So we can return some JSX from that item, and it will represent how a single item would look. So I'm gonna come here and construct a render item. So render item equals, it's gonna be just a function. So we'll destructure item in here. Then we can console log item. Okay, for now. Then we need to return some JSX from it. So return. Let's return a view. Actually, for now, I believe since they're gonna be clickable, it's good to return a touchable. So let's return a touchable opacity. Then in there, let's have a text. Then we can say something like contact 1. Okay, so that's gonna do for now. Now we need a way to pass dynamic data here. But before we go, another item we need to pass is the key extractor. So the key extractor is a function that basically returns the unique key for each of the items in that list. So you see that it takes in an item, and then what we want it to do is we want it to return the item ID. Since all our items from the server will have an item ID, if we came here and went to here, you would see that each item will have an item ID. Now the ID is a number, so the key extractor expects it to be a string. So what you can do is we can wrap all this into string, and it will be converted to string. Now let's find a way of passing this data down here. So we're gonna pass data. We're gonna be getting this data from context, and then we'll be of course seeing how to fetch it from the server. Then let's make sure we are passing it to our component. Then in the parent component, or in the screen, we're gonna come over here. We need to select this data. So I'm going to do contact. Actually, I believe it's called contact state. Then we'll be selecting it from the global context. So we want to say use context. Import it. Now here, if we console log this, you notice that we have more things. We have create contact in there. We have delete contact, get contacts. So you notice that the state for get contacts initially will have a data set to an object. So I want to change that one real quick. So we're gonna go to the initial states and make sure that get contacts, the data will initially be an array. Then here we can now come in and select the data and the loading state. So we can come and say we want data, and then the loading state So once we have this, then we can send them down to our child component. So we're gonna come here and make sure we are sending those. So loading would be the loading state, then the data of course would be the data. So now that we pass them, we want to actually select this from get contacts and not just straight from contact state. So let's do that. Let's correct that one real quick. Okay, so now if we console data, you see that it's empty. If we console loading, you'd see that it's false. Now if it's true, we want to show a loading indicator here. So we're gonna go to the component where we have this, then we will expect loading, of course, since we are already passing it. So now that we have loading, we can come here and say, okay, if we are loading, then don't show the flat list. So if we are loading, then don't show it, but if we are not, then show it. So if we are, then we want to show an activity indicator. Then we can specify the size, so it can either be small or large. So ours is gonna be large. Then I'm gonna give it a color. So actually let me turn this to true so we see what we are talking about. So we can give it a color. Let's say we give it color. Then for the color, I'm going to import some colors. Then I'm going to be using the primary one. So colors, save it. And you see it looks like this. Now I want it to go a bit down, just similar, have like a similar style for this message here. So I'm gonna come and copy this view here. Then I would wrap this inside the view. Make sure we are closing it. Save it, and you see that it goes here. Now of course this should be when we are loading, not just true. Then this would be if we are not loading, so we can only see one at a time. Now we need a way to now fetch data from the server and show it here. So to fetch data from the server, we're gonna go to our actions. So in the actions, we need to create a new file called getContacts.js. So right here, we're gonna have a function, of course. So we're gonna have export default. It's gonna be default function. Then, of course, we need to dispatch some types. So let's go ahead and create the types real quick. We're gonna go to constants, action types. Then I'm gonna copy these first three, then bring them down here. So I'll rename register to get contacts. So get contacts. Okay, so now that we have this, we can come back to our action. So here, first thing we can do is dispatch type get contacts loading. Not sure if that's how we call it. I believe yes. Then we also want to expect the dispatch when a user calls this action. So here we can put dispatch. Now let's work on the imports. So I'm gonna come here and copy these imports here. So I'm gonna copy this. Also, I'm gonna copy the Axios. So I'm gonna copy all this, come over here, and then this will be get contacts loading. Save it. So the Axios instance, we're importing it from Axios interceptor. Oh, this is not good. I think we need to rename the way we renamed this. So this should be Axios Instance actually. So rename it and change it. Make sure if you change it and your imports complain, you fix those. So let's continue. This should be fine. So here, after we've dispatched that we are loading, now we can use Axios to make a request. So we can say something like Axios.get. So here we'll be getting contacts, so we can do contacts. Then we want to do .then, of course, if we have the data. So if we have the data, now we can dispatch a success. So dispatch type. So the type here is gonna be get contact success. Make sure we are importing it. Then here we can also dispatch the payload. So the payload will be what we get from the response. So that's gonna be response.data. Also, if we have an error, we want to catch it. So we can do .catch. So we get an error. So when we have an error, we want to be dispatching, of course, a different type, which will be the get contacts fail. So here, so for the payload, we'll dispatch the same kind of data. So we're gonna come here, and for the payload, we will dispatch error.response. So if the error is from the server, we will dispatch the error details. Otherwise, we'll say something went wrong, try again. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to handle these types when they are sent to the reducer. So I'm going to copy the get contacts loading and go to our reducers. So reducers contacts. So the first one will come over here and do, if we are loading, then we want to be returning everything that's already in the state, but we want to be changing the get contacts state. So for the get contacts, we want to keep everything in there. So I'm going to spread everything in there. Now we'll be changing the loading to true. So we can just come and say get contacts, then we say loading to true. Now when we are loading, we want to set errors to null all the time. Also, just now handle the success. So when it is successful, so get contact success, then we will turn loading to false, put data to the payload because we are sending the data from the server, like that. So we are doing that. So since we are sending get data success, and then we are sending the res.data, which will be our contacts from the server. So now here we can just update our data to the new array from the server. So let's handle the failure. So we're gonna come over here and handle the failure. So it's gonna be get contacts fail, like this. So when it fails, we're gonna be setting the error, of course. Loading would go to false. So let's remove the error here, and then we can keep everything in there, so we don't have to rewrite data here. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to now call our action to fetch the contacts. So we're gonna come to our screen, which I believe is here. Yeah. So here we're gonna have a use effect. So we're gonna be calling this one once. So our use effect won't have any dependencies. It's gonna have an array, an empty array. So let's make sure we're importing use effect properly. So now in here we can just say get contacts, like this. Then it expects the dispatch, so we need to get the dispatch. So let's get it contacts dispatch. We need to select it from our context, so we can come over here and select it too. Okay, now looks like we have some errors. Let me restart the app and fix our import issues. So inside the login action, we need to change something. So I'm gonna go to the login user action. Then we need to change this. Should be Axios Instance. Save it. Also, I guess here too. Yeah, this is yeah, this also needs to be changed to Axios Instance. So let's save it. Let's rerun the app. Let's reload. Let's force it to reload. So now you see that it's loading. So you see we are loading. This means that we dispatch the loading. Then when it finishes and we dispatch a success, you will notice that it updates with contact. Now this is not looking really good, and we are not actually showing all our contact details themselves. So what I want to do is now go and style this one a little bit better, such that we can have something good to look at. So we're gonna go to our components, then the contacts. So I'm gonna come over here. Then here where we have a dummy contact, you see that each item has a contact picture and all this other stuff. Okay, so in here I'm gonna remove this one for now. It's not useful. We're gonna have a view. we're going to be checking if the contact has a picture. So here we can say if the user has a picture, which you can get from item.picture, but I want to destructure all these values here because it's going to be easy to work with. Because item. So now we can say if we have the contact picture, then we are going to be showing an image. So for the image, we need the source. So source will be equal to an object, which we need to define a URI, and the URI will be the contact picture. Then let's go ahead and close it over here. So if we don't have the picture, then I'm just going to show a simple box for now. Then later we're going to create an image thumbnail component that will be showing the user's initials. So this, let me just give it some styles. So style equals, I'm going to give it a width and height. So width, maybe make it 45, height 45. Then I'm going to give it a background color. For now, it's going to be a gray one, dot gray. Save it. And you notice that we have this showing here. So every time we don't have the contact picture, we are showing that. Let me console log here so we see what contacts don't have the contact picture. Also, when we have the image, then we want to go ahead and show it. So we can only show it if it knows the width and height. So I'm going to pass a style here. So for the style, I'm going to pass a width, maybe send a 45, then a height 45. Okay, so I want it to be round. So for it to be round, we need to be giving it a border radius. So border radius, I'm just gonna say 100, and you notice that now it is round. Okay, so where we don't have the picture, you notice that we have this random box and it's not showing anything. But at this point, we can see some contact details at least. So here, like here, let's go ahead and show the first name, last name, and then the number, and also the icon to go to the detail. So inside the view, we're gonna have another view. So this view, we can have the text. So this text can show the first name and also the last name. Last name, but I want to, if we save this, it's not gonna work because we need to first destructure them. So we can come here and do first name and also last name and save. So we see that now we have the names there, but we need some spaces inside. We need some spaces between the names. So I'm gonna come here and make this, actually I'm just gonna make this another text so we can style it better. Text like that. So this, I want this one to go from left to right, so we can add a style here. For now, I'm just gonna say flex direction row, and they will go from left to right. Then down here, we need to have a number or a phone number. So we can have another text to show the phone number. So here we can do something like phone number. Then let's go ahead and also make sure we are destructuring it. Save it, and the number is there. Let's also have an icon to go to the detail. So I'm gonna go at the end. So over here, we can import our icon. This one is gonna have a name of right, and the type will be from anti-design. I believe I called it ant, like that. Then save it. We need to make sure we are importing. We need to make sure we are importing the icon. So I'm gonna go here and see the one we need. This is the one. Then save it. So it's gonna load, and you see that we have our, basically our caret for the right. Now we want everything here to stretch over from left to right, but also we want each of these items to have some margins, some padding, so it looks a lot better. So inside this view, I'm gonna give it a style. So the style here, we're gonna have styles. We're going to call it item. So let's import styles over here. So import styles styles from styles. Then of course we need to create the styles. So I'm gonna come here and create styles.js. Then it's gonna export the style sheet component. Then we can have the item. So for the item, of course, we want items to be from left to right, so we can have flex direction of row. Just make sure this is imported properly. So save it. Now you see that they are going from left to right, but this is actually not. Here the main touchable, we also are gonna give it some styles. So style equals item container. So styles dot item container. Then let's have it also. I'm gonna come here and have it. So we need it to be from left to right also. So we're gonna have flex direction of row. So when we save it, you notice that this goes here also. Now we want it to stretch over up to this side. So we want to just say, justify content space between. Save it, and you see that now it goes to the right. So about the item, we want the item to have some padding on top. So we can come and say, okay, padding on top and bottom. So we can say padding vertical. So that can be like 10. So when we save, you see that we have some spaces. Then let's also have some padding horizontal. So we can have padding horizontal. So this can be like 20. So save it, and you see that now they are moved over here. Also, we actually need some padding on this container. So you can say padding horizontal. So here I'm only going to have padding right, because this is already adding padding. So padding right, save, and you see that now it's here. So for the container of the item, or for the flat list, we also need to make sure it's not stuck to the bottom. So we're gonna go to here where we have the flat list over here. Just gonna wrap it in a view like this. Then of course the flat list should do. Save it. So here we can have another style. So for this we can say we want some padding horizontal or some padding vertical to 20. So when you save it, you see we have some space on top and also some space on the bottom. Now you will notice that most of the times when you have like a floating action button here, it's gonna stick, so you're not going to be able to click your items properly. So what I want to do now is show you how you can add a list footer component that can always leave some space down there. So for the list footer component, you can pass it here like this, list footer component. So this can just be some JSX. So I'm gonna have a view here. So for the style, let's give it some height. Let's say maybe 50. So now when we come, we can scroll and there's some space being left down there. If we make it like 100, you see that we have more space. Okay, so that's how you go around setting the space down there. So let me make it 150 so that we can always have some space there. Okay, so this is already looking good to me. So I'm going to be pausing the video here. So in the next video, I'm going to come in and we beautify our UI. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to fetch our contacts from the server, we sent them to context and we're able to read them on our flat list. So in this one, I want us to go ahead and create the image thumbnail component so that here we can show like WD, or here we show like TL if the user doesn't have a picture. Also, I want us to style this one a little bit better so that it looks a bit neater. So first thing we're gonna need to do is change the background of the whole layout. So we're gonna go to where we have the whole layout, I believe here. Then I'm just gonna add a style. So for now, I'm just gonna turn the background color to white. So I'll just use colors.white. Save it, and now it's white. Then this, look at the alignment here. This is not looking really great. So what I want to do is come over here and make everything align center. So when do align center, this one goes down. Then let's also make this one go down a bit. So you can say align center here, and these ones go quite down. So what we need to do now is put the phone number below the name, and also add a country code to the phone number, and also increase the fonts and that kind of thing. So if we come here in our render item, we have this, so we don't need the phone in there, so we're gonna have a view here to hold only the names, then the phone number can go outside that. So this means that this style will only be applicable to the names, so we can copy it out and only apply it to the view that has the names. Then the phone number, I'm gonna carry it out and bring it here so it's down there. Okay, so another thing we want to do now is to make sure that here there is some padding on the left. Okay, so for this view that's holding the contents inside here, we want it to have some paddings on the left. So we can come over here and add another style. So here we can say padding left. Let's give it like 20, so save, and you see that now it moves in front here. So for the names, I'm gonna have another style. So style will be styles.names.name. So this is gonna be the same style for the other names. So the last name and the first name. So now we can come in here and have our name. So let's increase the font size to 17. So that makes it quite bigger. So for the phone number, I'm gonna come here and put phone number. Since we're already in JS, we can just use our Timecodes. So for the phone number, I want it to be grayed out. So we can say color, then we need to import our colors, then we want to say gray. Let's make sure we're importing colors. Then let's apply our style, of course. So we're gonna come here and put our style. It's gonna be styles.phone number. Save it, and it's grayed out. So you know what? Instead of me graying it out, I'm just gonna change its opacity because the color is looking a lot dull. So I'll just change the opacity to 0.6. Okay. Then let me increase the font to 14. So font size 14. Then let me give it some padding, vertical of 5, so you get some spaces. Okay, so looking good. The icon looks quite small, so we're gonna need to increase that. So we can go to where it is. So here, let's give it some size. Let's give it like 21. Save it, and that's bigger. I'm gonna give it a color of gray because it looks like the color is getting out of hand. So color of gray. Save it. Okay. Let's change it to 17, and that looks better. Okay, so this looks good to me. So let's go ahead and add a thumbnail for these contacts that don't have a contact picture. So we can do that by going here where we are showing our dummy item. So in here we can say, okay, if we don't have the picture, then we can show the first name, the first character of the first name, and the first character of the last name. So here, the first character of the first name will be first name 0. So let's make sure we get that. And then we show the first character of the last name too. So last name 0. Okay, so we want them to go from left to right. So what we will do now is make this flex direction row. Also, we want things to go in the center, so we can say justify content center. Then let's align item center so they go in the middle. Then we need to make these ones bigger and white. So we can specify a style. If we say for the name, then they're gonna be the first name is gonna be bigger. Let's do the one for the last name. Also, we need this to have a border radius similar to the one we have on the image. So the border radius here can be 100. So now that they are on this gray background, we can make the text color white. So last time we saw how to join styles. So here we can put a comma and have another style. So color, then we can do something like colors.white, save it, and yeah, so let's duplicate it for the last name. So save, and now we have our thumbnails showing, we have our names, and things are looking a lot better. So about the country code, here where we are showing the phone number, we can have another text that shows the country code first. So you can just copy this. Actually, you know what? Here, let's use this template literal syntax and show two things. So this one is going to be the country code, and we need to destructure it also. So we leave a space and show the phone number. So the phone number also needs to use this template literal syntax. So we can do this. So now let's go ahead and destructure the country code. So we can come here, destructure it out, and save. So now it's loading, and when it's done, then it is showing our country code and then the number. So this here should be like numbers, of course. So we're gonna be fixing that when we are creating the contact. So this is gonna do it for the video. You get, so there is something else you can do. If you wanted to add like a line in between here, you could do that by adding another prop to the flat list. It's called item separator component. So this one can be just a view. So for this view, you can just say maybe I want it to have a height of 0.5. So I'm gonna do this in a style actually. So let's do style height 1. Then let's give it some background color of gray. So colors dot gray. So now it should just be a component that returns a view. So we want to make sure it's a function. So you see now it's gonna load, and when it's done, then we have the items. They also have this separator. So instead of us having one here, I'm actually gonna change it to 0.5. So when it's smaller, now I believe this looks a lot better. Okay, so I hope that gave you an insight on what's possible when you're styling list views. And yeah, so thanks guys for watching, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to style our flat list to look like this. So now we are going to go ahead and create a floating action button that we're going to have here that a user can always click and create a new contact. So after we do that, then we will go ahead and create a layout that the user will use to create a contact on the create contact screen. To get started, we're going to go to this layout here. So I'm going to come in here, and let me first clean up this stuff because we don't need it. Then we want to go to a component. So in the component, I'm going to wrap everything here in a fragment because I don't want the floating action button to tamper with anything like this. Then here we're going to have a touchable opacity. So with the touchable opacity, of course, we're going to have an icon that the user can see, the plus icon. So let's have some icon. Name will be equal to plus. Then I'm going to give it a color of white. And when we do that, you notice that it's not showing. That's because we are saying that the color is white. So here, let's have a style. So for the style, I'll create a separate style for the floating action button. So we'll have styles dot floating action button. So let's go to this side and create that style. So we're going to come here, and down at the end, have another object for floating action button. So first off, we'll have a background color. So the background color, let's use red for now. Save. So when we save, we also need to make sure that we are saving here. So when we save, you notice that now down here, where is it? I actually saw it. So let's continue to style it. First off, we want to give it a width and height. So for the width, I'm going to give it a 55. Let's also give it a height. So we want it to always be stuck here. So we're going to give it a position of absolute. Position absolute. So when we say absolute, it's going to start out here. But what we want is it to be from the bottom. So bottom, we want it to only be 45. When you save, it comes here. Now we want it to the right, so we can say right. Then for right, we can say like 5. So now you will see that it is here. So let it come up, at least up to here. So let's give it 10 from the right. And now we need it to be round. We need the plus icon to be in the center. So what we can do is make it, give it a border radius of 100. That makes it round. So now to put everything in the center, we just justify content center and align items center. Save. Now we need to increase basically the plus icon, increase the font size. So we're gonna go here and add an add size. So the size, you can say maybe 21. So when you save, you notice that now it is big and it is always there. Okay, so this is looking good. Now let's handle the on press, so we can go to the create contact page. So we can quickly come over here and do on press. So on press is going to be a function. It's just going to navigate to create contact. So navigate, we are going to be getting it from our user navigation hook. So we can quickly come over here and do const navigate equals user navigation. Let's make sure we're importing it. We need to import create contact. I believe it's create contact. How did we call it? So I'm gonna go to our constants. So in constants route names, create contact. It's called create contact. Okay, let's import it, save, and now when we click it, you see we come here. So this looks good to me. Now let's go here and create our layout to go ahead and create a contact. So here we're gonna go to the create contact screen, which is here. Now we are not returning the view like this anymore. We want to return the create contact component. This, let's make sure we can create it and import it. So in components, we come here, new file, create contact index.js rnfe. Then it's gonna be create contact component. So first off, we want it to be white, so we can have a simple style. So the style, it's fine to have it as container. So here, let's import styles from styles. So import styles from styles. Let's create those styles. So for the container, we can say we want it to be flex one, that makes it spread over the whole screen. And also we want it to be background color white. So let's make sure this is good. So save it. Now when we come over here and save, we need to go to our create contact screen and also import our component. So import it, and now it's gonna load. So when it loads and we click, this is now white. So first off, from our UI, we are going to need those inputs, the inputs to put the contact name, first name, last name, phone number, and also choose the country. We are going to use our container component, the one that has a scroll view in it. So we can quickly get it, save. So inside here, let's create an input to pick the first name. So input, see we have our input, it's empty. Now let's give it some props. So we need to pass a label. So the label for this one is going to be the first name. Then let's pass a placeholder. I believe this is okay for now. So I'm gonna duplicate it for the last name, the phone number. So we can come here and say last name. Then this is gonna be for the phone number. Then this can be enter phone. We are going to be having a button to submit this. So down here, you can have a button. Remember, we have a custom button, so we may as well use that. So custom button, let's import it. So we can import it like this. Custom button, save. So let's make it primary. And for the text, for the title, you can just say submit. Okay, so looking good. So now We have the first name, last name, then the phone number. Let's change this one to last. Okay. We have the submit. Okay, so we need a way to actually pick out the country code. So there's this library here that we're gonna use. So this is the one we are gonna use. So we're gonna install it real quick. So we can come over here and add it. So as it installs, remember how we specified that we can add any icon to these inputs. So here I'm going to specify icon. So the icon, remember, can be any JSX. When we're using this component, we need to import it as country picker. So I'm just gonna copy this over here and put it in there. Then let me clean it up a bit. So it should be just a component, country code. So all this, I'm gonna remove the values I don't have. Now, if you wanted to have a search, you can pass with filter. If you wanted to have flags, you can pass with flag. If you wanted to have the country name inside here, you can pass country name. But for us, it's gonna be false. We don't need it. We just need the calling code. So with alpha filter, I don't know what that one is about actually. So with calling code, we want it to be true. So we just pass it with emoji. That makes the flags kind of curvy. So on select is required. So we just say on select, it's gonna be a function. So with the function, so this is what gets called when a user picks a country, as we'll see. So let's go ahead and close it, save. Let's import the country picker. So we can import it like this. Like this. So let's import it. Okay. Okay, so let's remove this. We don't need it. We don't need all this stuff. Save. So now if we come and go back to the component, you see that we have select country here. When we click it, we can see that we can now pick a country. Okay, so when we pick it, nothing is happening. That's because we need to configure it a little bit more, as we'll see. Now that we are here, we need this to be on the left and this on the right. So what we can do is specify the icon position. So icon position will be left. So that puts it directly here. So looking good. So about the input, we also would want to have some padding on the left, somewhere like here. So we can come over here and specify an input style. So I'm pretty sure our input is not taking in style, but let's specify it. Then we will go ahead and update it. So here we can pass like 10. So when we save, nothing is happening. That's because the input might not be accepting this. So let's check on it. Oh, it's called style. So let's make sure we are passing it as style. Save, and yeah, so now this is good. So remember, we need a way to pick the picture from the camera or from the phone. So we're gonna put up here, we're gonna put like a thumbnail that the user can click to pick the picture. Now it can be a good idea if we have like a placeholder for a placeholder image for like an avatar. So I'm gonna go to the constants, and then I will create another file called general.js. So in here I will have a remote image that basically is a default avatar for the image. So I've called it default image URI. So you'll be able to find this in the source code if you want to use it. So here, before we go to the first name, we can have an image. So for the image here, let's give it a source. So source for now is going to be our default avatar. Then we will be updating it, of course, as we implement the uploads. So for now, we are just going to use the default image URI. Let's import it, save. So it's not showing because we need to pass the style. So here we can have a style. It definitely needs the width and height. So styles dot, gonna call it something like image view. Okay, so in the styles we can go and create the image view. Let's give it some width. So we can have width of, let's change it to like 150. Also let's give it some height, like 150. And it's not showing yet. So let's check it out. So you're saying we need an image, should have a source, then the style. So it looks like it needs us to specify width and height inline. So let's do that. Width, height, save, and you see that it shows up here. So we want it to go to the center like here and also have some border radius. So what we can do is for the imagery, we can add a border radius of 100. So to put it to the center, we can say align self center, align self center, and that puts it to the center. So having the image view is not enough. We need a text that tells the user to maybe pick a picture. So we're gonna go down here where we have it and have a text that will say something like choose image. Okay, so also need to go to the center. So styles can be choose text. So let's come here and also create that. So choose text, we'll have a color of primary. Then let's align everything to the center. It should be clickable, but we'll be implementing that one later. So for now, we have been able to create the floating action button and also this form to create a contact. So in the next video, I'm going to come in and we are going to be creating a contact and adding this contact to our server and also to our list. So thanks guys for watching. I hope you found this helpful. If you did, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you soon. You guys already know we need a way to get the state for the form and to also handle the on submit. So we're gonna go to our screens, then the create contact. So first off, we need the form state. So const form set form equals use state. It's gonna start out as empty. Let's make sure we are importing use state. Then we need the on change text. So we'll be sending the name and value from the component. So when you call on change text, we'll give it the name of that input and then the current value. So when we get it, we want to set the form, then we want to update the current input value. So we get the current input using this name because it's going to be unique, and then the value like this. So then we can send this one to the child component like this. Also, let's set the form if we maybe want to control an input. So now that we've sent it, let's go there. If we come over here, let's expect the on change text and also the form. So what we want to do on this input, we can have the on change text. Then obviously we want to now call on our own on change text and give it the name and value. So the name here is going to be phone number. Then we pass the value. So the value is going to be the value that is being sent back from the component like this. So the name should be a string. Save it. Then let's do the same thing for the other ones. So for the first name, it should be the same. The last name should be the same. Then we need to change this to first name. Then this should be for the last name. Okay. So also we need to handle the on submit. So here we need to have on submit. Let's set it on submit. Then let's go ahead and create the on submit and send it down. So here we can have on submit. Then in our parent component, we can create on submit. So it's just going to be a function that will do nothing for now. Okay, so for now it's going to be logging the current value of the form. So just have form in there. So we need to send it, of course, down here. So on submit equals on submit, save. So in the create contact component, this should be on press and not on submit. So on press equals on submit. So now if I click it, you see that the form is empty. Let's enter the first name, first, last, and also the phone. Click submit. You see that we have those details inside here. Now we don't have the country code, so we need a way to also set it. So notice that here in the screen we have a value to update we only update the state from the on change text. So what we want to do is here when we select a new country, I'm gonna come here where we select a new country and add a console log. So I'm going to console log v. So v will be the details of what is sent to us from the component. Okay, so now if I come here and change, you see that we get more details here. So we have the calling code, we have the CCA2, but we are mostly interested in the country code. So we can get the country code here. So we can do const code will be v dot country code. Then it's sorry, it's an array, but we're going to be picking one, the first one that we get. Also, we are going to need the CCA2. So this CCA2 can be used to show maybe a country that is selected here. So we can do const country code, c code. Then this can be v.cca2 like this. So save it. It should be const, not cont. So now that we have this, we can set them to the form. So since we already have the set form, let's send it down also so that we can use it. So here we make sure we are sending the set form. Then in the child component we should be able to pick it, so we can come here and also get it. Okay, so once we have it, we can now get here and call set form. So for the set form, we want the phone code. So we can say maybe actually I'm going to use country code. So for the country code, we will be using this C code like this. And then for the code, I'm going to rename it to phone code. So such that we can also set it, but I don't want to replace everything in there, so I will need to spread the form and then change the phone code to phone code mainly. Okay, so now what this means is that here when a user chooses, let's say they choose Algeria, we need to show Algeria being selected here. So we can achieve that by passing a country code prop. So the country code has to be let me show it to you. It has to be something like AO. You see this? So that is what we are setting as the country code. So now we can say if we have form.country code, which is the one we are setting here, then we want to use it. In fact, I'm going to rename it to country code like this. So if we have it, then we are going to use it. Otherwise, we just skip undefined there and save. So now if we come and change here, let's say we change to Algeria, you see that the flag is shown. And yeah, so one thing that we are missing here is with calling code should be true. With calling code should be true. We have with country name, let's try to see something here. So we want with, let me see, let's see what's available with calling code button. Yeah, so if we do that, then we can get our calling code. So if we come and select Botswana, we should have a 267 and the flag. Good. So if I click submit, you see that we have in the form we have the country code, which is this, and then the phone code, which is this. So on the server, we are going to be sending the phone code and not the country code. So the country code is only going to be used to just display the value here. Okay, so let's go ahead and handle the on submit. So first off, we need to be able to have an action to basically handle the on submit. Now we are going to start off in the action types. So we're going to go to constants, then action types. So here, let's go ahead and create our 3 action types. So we're going to have create contact, So we're going to have like a loading, a success, and also a fail. Also, we can come to the context, and here we have contacts. We're going to duplicate this for now. So this is going to be create. Oh, come on. This is going to be create contact. So we need to, of course, change our types. So I'm just going to select all of them, and this should be just create contact. Since we're importing from the same place, it should just do fine. So of course we first dispatch loading, then we want to do post this time. So when we do a post, then if it's successful, then we want to dispatch the created contact. Otherwise, we want to dispatch that there is an error. Okay, so here we want to send the dispatch to. So we want to go to the screen actually, which is here. Then we want to select our contact dispatch. Here in the on submit, we can just call the action. So we can say create contact, create contact, create contact here. So want to call it and then give it a dispatch. So since we are creating a contact, we want to be able to send these contacts to the server. So here we need to send our contacts from the form. So we can just send our form for now. So when we send the form, we need to receive it in the action. So we want to get the content it needs from here. So here I'm going to have form. Now down here, I'm going to create the request payload, the one we want to send to the server. So I'm going to just say request payload. For now, it's going to be an empty object. So when we say post, we can put the second parameter, which can be the data we want to send. So now we can send request payload. So if we take a look at the API, we need to send something that looks like this. So I'm going to copy it out and then come over here in the request payload and duplicate this. So we'll try to be getting these from the form. So this is going to be form dot for the this should be the phone code, of course, like this. Then for the first name, this should be form dot first name. So we can do form dot first name. Then if they are not there, if the user submits and they are not there, I'm just gonna send an empty. I'm gonna be sending empty. So let's do that for these other ones. So for the last name, it's gonna be similar. So let's do this. Let's do this here too. This here too. So his favorite, for now, I'm gonna set it to false. Then later, I'm gonna show you how to use a switch so that we can send it properly too. So the contact picture, for now, we don't really have it. But if we did, then we will be sending it also in the form. So it should be contact picture. We're gonna keep it the way it is when we are sending it, like this, or else it's going to be null. Okay. So now that we have this should be phone number actually. Let's remember to change it. Then this should be last name. Okay, so now that we have this and we are able to send it to the server, let's try it and see what we get. So I'm going to come over here and add 1, 2, select some country, then add a phone number. So I want to have a console log here to see if it's a success or not. So let's do rest.data. Then here let's do error response, error.response. Should be error, save. So now if we submitted, you see that we get rest.data and it is created. Okay, so now that we know that we are connecting to the API, now we need to be able to work with the loading state and also disable this and update the local state and redirect on success. So to do that, we are going to now go to our reducers. So in the reducers, which is here, we're going to now do a case for get contacts. So for add contact loading, so here we want to check if we are adding a contact. So what are we dispatching? We are dispatching create contact loading. So if we are create contact loading, if we dispatched create contact loading, we want to go to create contact. I believe that's how it's called. I'll check it out. Create contact. Then we are going to change loading to true. Also, when it is successful, so that should be create contact success. Then of course we can just turn it to false and add the new data for that contact. So we can say data equals to payload. So the payload is going to be what you saw down here that got logged as the res. Then if it's an error, we also need to turn off the loading. So we can say, okay, if it's create contact fail, then come and say loading to false, and also save that error as payload. Make sure the data is not there. Okay, so now this is looking good to me. Now it's actually retrieving that user, as you can see here. So which is good, which is what we want. Okay, so when we create a contact and it's successful, we want to be able to add that contact to this list without actually fetching the server to retrieve that contact. So what you can do is, you see how we have this get contact success? We are also going to be returning another object for get contact on success. So here, where we have create contact success, so here we have created a contact. Now we want to add that very contact to our list of contacts. So here we'll keep get contacts, but for the data, we will use this syntax to add to a new array, to add an item to an array. So the item we'll be adding, of course, would be the payload. Now we'll be adding that to the previous state in the get contact list. So that's gonna be get contacts dot data, but this should be state dot get contacts dot data. So what we're doing is we are getting this array and we are adding another item on top of it. Also, let me handle the loading, because when we change it here in the create, we should be able to disable that button down there. So we're gonna go to our screen and select the contact state. So in the contact state, we are going to be selecting create contact. This should be small c. So these we are selecting from this initial state, guys. So this should be here. So it should be create contact, not create contacts. Okay. So if we come over here, we can select from it. So we want loading, error, and data. These are the ones that we might need to use. So let's see here. This should be just a comma. So for the loading, let's send loading down here. Also, let's console log it. Okay, so if we come here, we don't have it. Okay, so let's try to troubleshoot this. So I'm going to try to restart this app and come back here. Now the loading is false by default. So when we come and enter, let's say 5, let's choose Andorra, then let's enter something. Let me remove these so we see if we have any errors actually. So if we click submit, you see that it turns to true and then it turns to false. So let's send it down. So loading is there. Also the errors, let's also send the errors down because we would want to show them on these inputs down there. So error equals error. Then for the data, I don't think we need it for now. So in the child component, let's expect error and also loading. So let's console log error because we want to know which shape it is in, so we know how to best display it. So when we console log it, you see that it's basically an object that has keys and values. So the keys are the fields that have errors, and also the values are an array of the values related to that field, the values of errors related to that field. So we're going to go to the inputs and add an error prop. So we can say error. So error will be error dot. So this is the first name, should be first underscore name. Then we want the zero prop, the zero item, since we can't show many at a time for now. So since this is going to be null by default, we want to use this syntax, and also this might not be there, so we also want to use this syntax here. It's called a coercion operator, so it saves you from running into those undefined errors or accessing something that's null or undefined. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the last name. So we can do this last name. Let's do the same thing for the phone number. So we're gonna come over here. It should be phone number. And guys, I will mention again, if you want to know how to write the backend, check out the description for the videos. It is like a 5-series video, very quick. You will see how we build the backend. So let's try again. Click submit. So errors go away and then they come, but we are not loading here. So we're gonna go to our custom button and say loading equals loading. Also, we want to have it disabled when we are loading. So disabled equals when we are loading. So we can say loading like that. Save it. So when we click submit, you see it is loading and then we have errors. Another thing is when we are submitting, I want to change the text on this button to something like please wait inside the inner component, so that the user gets more context of what's going on. So where we have the title right here, so I'm just gonna check if we are loading like this, then I'm gonna be returning the type. I'm gonna be returning please wait with these 3 dots, otherwise I'll just show the title. So when we click submit, you see please wait, and then we see this. So if it is a contact that's valid, so let me put some valid contact. So valid contact, then let's put the phone number, let's choose some country. And guys, most of the times you want to be, in a case like this will always be the code of the current user's country, but right now we don't have access to that. But if you're building like an application, be sure to maybe on a server have an endpoint that tells you where the user is, so you can just prefill it. So if you click submit, it's going to go ahead and say please wait, then it's going to go ahead and create. Now when it creates, we have something's failing. Instead of us concatenating it like this, we are just going to be spreading this one like this. So we're gonna spread what's already inside we're gonna spread this array and add this object to on top of it and create another array. So let's try again. So we're gonna come here, let's say new test, the country can be this, then let's put something. Then when I click save, it's gonna go ahead and save. Now it's not redirecting, but also notice that it's not really crashing. So if we come here, you see that the new test was added on top. Okay, so which is good, which is what we want. So what we want to do now is be able to redirect on success. So the easiest way we can do that I can think of is to come over here and have a callback when it succeeds. So we're gonna go to our screen, which should be where is the screen. So here, this is the screen where we call this. We can have another callback for on success, where we can just say navigate to the contact list. So you guys already know this. We did it some time before. Contact list, let's import it. We also need access to navigate somehow. So here I will get navigate from user navigation. Let's make sure we're importing user navigation. Yeah, so navigate is there, we have it. Let's import the constant for the contact list. Contacts, I believe we called it contacts list. Let me verify in constants. So I'm gonna go to constants, route names, then it's called contact list. Okay, so like that, let's import it, save. So now that we've added the callback, we need to also add it to the action. So we're gonna go here and also add an on success. You can call it anything. So on success. So now whenever we dispatch a success, for us we can tell our component, the one that called this action, that's to say, okay, things were successful. Okay, so now if we come here, we can put, let's say 10, 12. Let's pick a country. Then let's just save a random number, then save it. So when it's successful, you will see that it redirects here and the contact is added on top. So maybe in the future we'll be going to the detail page, but for now you will see that it's working. We can come back here and add another one. So another one. So for the another one, let's pick a country. Just gonna pick Cuba, 53. Save it. So when we save it, you see that it's added here, 53. Another one is on top. So this is good. We are able to add a contact to our context, and the list is able to update without actually fetching back from the server. So thanks guys for watching. In the next one, I'm gonna come and we work with the switch. Hey guys, what's up? So last time we were able to create our contact, and we can come here, create a contact, save it, and update our UI properly. So right now what I want to do is go ahead and add a switch here, such that the user can say, I want you to add this contact to my favorite lists. In React Native, we have a built-in switch component, which is cool. That's always native on every other platform. So on iOS, it will look different. On Android, it will look like the native switch, which always looks great. So to use it, of course, you already know, it's going to keep track of a true or false value. So you already know, let's just come here and import it. So we're going to import it here. So we're going to go to our contact component, make sure we import it. Then down here, before the button, we're going to have another view. So this view, we will have a text that will say add to favorites. Then we also have a switch. So now we can have the switch here. So to use the switch, I'm going to bring in this, then we are going to talk over them. So to use the switch, we import it, of course. So we have the track color and then the thumb. So the thumb color represents where a user touches, and then the track color represents where the user slides to. Okay, so now for it to show the visual difference when a user changes maybe the state of the switch, we need a way to track if a user has maybe checked it or not. So in the form, we're going to have a property called isFavorite. So it's going to be isFavorite like this. Okay, so in the onValue change, we are also going to handle the onValue change inside the screen. So I'm just going to have a toggle value change here, and then this, the value, we might not use it, but for now we are just going to, since we're already sending the form values, we can just keep it. So like this. Then let's go ahead and create this function that will be responsible to update our form about our current state of this switch. So we need to make sure we are sending it here. So inside the screen, we can come here, then let's define this function. So const. So here we can have a set form. Now of course here we don't have a name, we already know it's one name. So here we can change isFavorite. So the value of the isFavorite will be the opposite value of the current value. So here we can say it will be the form.isFavorite like this. So let's make sure we are sending this one down like this. So when we come here, you notice that we have our switch, and when we click it, you see it changes. But what I want to do is now change these colors to use our app colors. This, I want it to stretch from left to right. So we're going to have a style here, add some flex. So flex direction, row, and then justify content, space between. I'm going to give this section some paddings on top and bottom, so we can do some padding vertical, let's say 10. Then let me do align items so they are all aligned properly. So align items center, save it, and now it's looking good. So for this text, I'm going to increase the font a bit. So style, font size, let me do like 17. and now it's bigger, which looks good to me. So about the colors here, so let's first examine these colors here. So I'm gonna put a red and blue here for the track colors, so we see what's happening. So when we save, you notice that the track color is red, and that's because it is true. So when we do this for the track color, when it is true, we really would not want it to be like this. So we would want it to be the primary color instead of the red. So here I'm gonna come in and say, okay, use the primary color. So colors dot primary. Let's make sure we are importing them. Import colors, save. So when we come here, we can click here, and now it is using the primary color. So the thumb color, we want it to be white, I believe. So for the thumb color, let's just come in and change it to white all the time. So I'm just gonna change this to FFF. Okay, so save it, and it's always going to be white. Okay, so if I click submit, you see that its favorite is false. If we turn it to true, it's going to be true. So now when we are saving, we want to go to our action, and for its favorite, we can pass form.isFavorite, or it can be false by default if the user doesn't really supply it. Okay, so now let's try again. So name, input Julia West, then let me choose a country, let me choose a number. So this is true. Then I'm gonna go ahead and save it. So it's gonna go ahead and save. So when it saves, you notice that we sent it as true, so we'll be sure that it's gonna be saved as true also. So yeah, so that's gonna do it for this video. In the next one, I'm gonna come in and we'll start working with Firebase, uploading pictures. So yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to create a contact, we are able to add the contacts to favorites. So in this one, I want us to start working on adding a photo to a contact. Now, the first step we are going to do is to create this bottom sheet, which will be popping up to prompt the user to either open up a camera or choose a picture from the gallery. So the way this bottom sheet works is it always comes from the bottom when we trigger it, and a user can drag it down and it should go away, or they can pull it back and release it and it should keep on. So if a user clicks anywhere on the screen, it should go away. And yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. And guys, if you're enjoying this content, please remember to subscribe, because I'm going to be making a lot of more interesting videos. So yeah, so let's get started. Now, to work with the bottom sheet, we will be using this library here called React Native Raw Bottom Sheet. So we can quickly install it. So I'm gonna come here. Installation is really easy, so we can just yarn add it. We don't need to link anything. Okay, so for now, what I want to show you is we are going to need to reuse this component here. So you see, right now we are on the contact detail, and when a user doesn't have a picture, we can show it like this. So also when they go to the edit profile page, we also are going to have the same implementation. So we are going to be creating a reusable component, and then we will be reusing it in multiple places. So that being said, we have already installed it. Now the iOS is booting up. So what we want to do, let's actually log in. Remember, we have our user. Since we are connecting the same backend, actually I believe, guys, you're able to even use the same credentials, but there is nothing much really. Okay, so let me try to log in over here. So since it's gonna be reusable, we're gonna go to our common, and then I'm gonna call it picker. Let's say called picture picker. I'm just gonna call it image picker. Then inside we have index.js. So in here we can have our RN, our simple React Native component. So can call it, let's say, image picker. So inside the picker, let's create an style.js file. So in the style, we can quickly get this. I'm gonna copy it out and bring it here. You can have export default style sheet create. Then we need to import style sheet, of course, so we can come over here, make sure you're importing it. Okay. All right. So to use the picker, notice here that we can specify. Notice here that we need to have the RB sheet. So I'm gonna copy this whole thing. I'm gonna copy it and bring it here. That's here. Then we need to import it. So we can import it from bottom sheet. Let's import it like this. So when it comes to refs, we are going to be passing a ref down here, and when you pass a ref to a child component in React, it's called ref forwarding. So you can't directly pass a ref normally as you would pass props like this. So what you want to do here is you want to do something like react.forwardRef. So when you forward ref like this, you notice that it's going to give us the props and also the ref that is going to be forwarded. We can get the props and also the ref. So the ref will always be the last that you need to pick. So now that we forwarded the ref, we can pick it here. So ref equals ref, and the other props are going to be in here. Okay, so when you forward the ref, we return this. Then let's make sure everything is still good. Now, since we are forwarding ref, I believe we need to cross something. Let me see what we are not doing great. So, you know what, guys, let me remove this so that you can see properly what's going on. So like I said, this component is going to be quite different since we are forwarding the ref. So we want to pick the props and also the ref like this. So when we do that, then we can have our normal component like this, and in here we can do our return. Okay, so looking good. So now that we have our ref being passed down, we don't really have to worry so much anymore. We will have our options to pick from the camera, also the gallery. So those options are going to be a list. So I'm going to have a const options here. So it's going to be a list or an array. Now each of those is going to have a name, an icon, and also an on press. So this one is going to be choose from, take a photo, take from camera. Then it's going to have an icon. So the icon is going to be the icon component. So we're going to import one. So icon name will be camera for now. Then let's have an on press. So when the camera is pressed, we can do something. For now, it's just gonna be a simple function that does nothing. Then we need a comma here. Then let's duplicate this for the second one. So this one is gonna be choose from gallery. So choose from gallery. So this can be image like this. Okay. So this icon, we need to import our very own. Now that we have our options, we can map over them and show them in here. So we can come over here and say options.map. So when we say .map, then we can destructure out what we need. So we need the name, the on press, and also the icon. Okay. So when we do that, we need to, since we are destructuring, we need to wrap in this syntax. Then we can now return a touchable. So in here, now we can have our icon. So icon. Then we can have some text, show the name. So since we are mapping over a list, we need a key. So the key is going to be the name because we are sure it's always going to be unique. Okay, so let's move this. We don't want problems with it. We need to be able to show this bottom sheet when we click on choose image. So for now, that's going to be here. Then I'm going to create a simple ref. So actually, instead of me having it inside this JSX, we can have them in the screen. So here we can have the sheet ref. I'm going to call it sheet ref. Then we also are going to have a method to open sheet and another method to close sheet if we need to. Close sheet should be close bottom sheet. So now that we have this, we need to render our picker or our bottom sheet somewhere here. So we can say image picker. I believe that's how we called it. Then we need to give it a ref. So the ref is going to be this ref here, the sheet ref. So let's also make sure we are importing it like this. Okay, so now this is gonna do. Now let's go ahead and create these two, the methods to close and open, and also declare the ref up there. So we're gonna go to the screen. So that's gonna be in screens, create contact. So up here we can use the use ref hook to create a ref. So const sheet ref, it's gonna be use ref. So initially it's gonna start out with current to be, the current value is gonna start out to be null. So also we want to create a function to open and close. So const close sheet, it's gonna be a simple function. So we're gonna be checking if we have a valid ref. So we can check a valid ref by checking if sheetref.current. So if it has been assigned to something valid, then we can say sheetref.current.close. Okay, so let's also have an open one. So open sheet, then we want to call open, and these methods are available here. I'm not getting them from heaven. Okay, so once we have this, now we can pass these to our child component. So we will pass the ref. So that's gonna be the sheet ref. It's gonna be the sheet ref. Close sheet is gonna be that. Open sheet is gonna be that. Okay, so now when we come here, this is not clickable yet. So we wanna go to the component again and add some touchable stuff there. So we're gonna come here where we have the text. So we're gonna wrap this inside touchable. Then let's have an on press. So the on press will be to open the sheet like this. So now if we come back again and click here, notice that it opens up, and it can close if we click anywhere else. Okay, so this is good. Now most of the times you will find that on iOS it's gonna have like some rounded borders on here. So what we can do to style that is we can go to our picker, then here we can have some border radius right and border radius top left. So you will notice that there is no way to drag and drop it down. So for us to be able to do that, we're gonna have to add some props here. So we're gonna have to add close on drag down. Let's also remove these actually. So when we add these props, you will notice that it adds this, telling a user that they can drag it down. So now let's go ahead and style this section of our content. So we're gonna go here, let's add a style to this touchable. So style will be equal to style, let's call it picker option. We don't have styles, you serious? Let's import styles. So import styles from styles like that. So here we can have our picker option. So let's send them left to right. So flex direction row. Then let's give them some paddings from each other. So padding top, let's do like 20. So let's go ahead and also style the wrapper. So we're gonna come over here, not even sure if you have a wrapper, actually we don't. So I'm gonna wrap everything in a view like this. Then I will move this one down, of course. So for this view we'll style it differently. So style equals styles dot container. Will that do? Let me just say wrapper options wrapper. Then inside here you can have it and give it some padding horizontal of 20. So now that puts everything here, which is looking better. So about the icons, let's make these align item center. So we can come over here and do align item center. Then for the icons, actually let me do the text. So let's do the text first, or the name. So these, let's make them a bit bigger. So we're gonna do font size something like 17. Also let's give them some padding on the left. So we can do padding left of something like 17. So that looks fine. Let's apply this style to the titles. So we're gonna come over here where we have the name and put the style. So style will be styles.text, and that's looking better. So about the icons, we're gonna come over here and also change them a bit. So for the icons, we can say color equals, we want them to be gray. So colors.gray, not ray. Let's make sure we are importing colors. Also, let's make them a bit bigger. So size can be like 21. Okay, looking fine. So let's repeat it for the other icon. All right, save it. So yeah, so for now we can click here. We have this opening up. Right now we are not yet handling the on click to pick the pictures from the gallery and also the camera, which is something we'll be doing next. So if you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we were able to create this bottom sheet, and the user can click here and be able to open up this sheet to take a picture from camera or choose a picture from gallery. So what I want us to do now is implement a way for a user to pick a picture from gallery, also to take a photo from the camera. Now we're going to be using this library here called image crop picker. So the reason why we use this is it makes the process quite easy. It also has a built-in crop functionality, so we don't really have to code this one from scratch. I also want to mention that if you want to code like a camera from scratch, there's a library called React Native Camera. For example, let's say you wanted to build something like Snapchat or TikTok. So React Native Camera is a very robust library, and most of the time it's going to be handling everything you want to handle. So maybe this is where you want to be. So you'll see that you can create any kind of layout that uses the camera. And yeah, so let's go back to our fish. So here we need to use this React Native image crop picker. So first off, we are going to need to install it. Now to install it, we need to run yarn add. So I'm going to come down here where there should be install instructions. So I'm going to copy this, and then can come over here in our terminal and run yarn add for that. Then we need to port for iOS. Then for iOS, we need to have these keys. So these keys enable us to tell a user that we want to use their camera, and they can know really what we are about. So first off, we are going to need the key for the camera usage, and also the camera usage, and also the photo library usage definition to our info.plist. So I'm going to go to info.plist. I'm just going to search for it over here. Info.plist. So I'm going to have another key. So this key is going to be for camera usage description. Now we can say the name of the app wants to access your camera. RN contacts wants to access your camera. Then we are going to have another one for the, let's check it, the one for accessing the library. So let's also update here. Then you can say wants to access your gallery, like that. So after we are done here, then let's run pod inside here. So yarn pod. So now that we have the pods, we have these keys in our info.plist, we can try using the library now. So what we'll do, we'll go to our component. Now on this onPress, let's say the onPress for choose from gallery, we can now say image picker. Actually, our component is called image picker. So let's first import it. Make sure we are importing it differently to not collide with our function name. So image picker crop. Since it's a default export, we can rename how we export it. So now here we can do that. Then we want to say open picker. So when you say open picker, then you can go ahead and specify some options. So the first option we're going to have is how big we want that picture to be. So here you can do any size. So if you don't want to do any size, then it's okay. You can leave it blank since they are not mandatory. So let's also pass the height. Then if we want it to crop, you're going to find yourself passing cropping to true. When you say cropping to true, then it's going to enable a user to crop, but it won't let them it won't let the user to crop to any section of the image. So you want to pass a freestyle crop enabled also to true, like this. Then you can handle when a user finishes speaking. So you can have like images here. Also, let's handle the error when there is an error. So error, let's console it for now, like this. So if we try this out, let's say we came over here, let's make sure, let's rebuild the app. So let's run in iOS again. Also, when a user picks a picture, we need a way to send it back to the component that basically showed the picker. So now it has come. If we come here and try to click here, you notice that it comes when we click choose from gallery, nothing's happening, and that's because we are not handling the on press. So we want to come here on the touchable opacity, set our on press to the on press that's defined on the item, like that. So now if we come back, click here and then click choose from gallery, you see that the RN contacts would like to access your photos. If you click OK, it's going to open up the photos. Now here you can go ahead and select the picture. Then you see that we can be able to crop it, and then you can click choose. So now that we click choose, you notice that this is not really hiding. So from the component that opens up this model, we need a way to be able to get the images that the user chose, and also we need a way to close the model programmatically when a user finishes picking their pictures. So we're gonna go to our screen for create contact. So I'm gonna come over here and define a method called onFileSelected. So const onFileSelected. So it's just gonna be a function that takes in the images that the user select. Then here we want to close the model or the sheet. So you can do close sheet, and then let's console log the image like this. Actually, these are images. Then now we can send this method down to the child component. Then when we get to the child component, that's going to be components. Then this one, we can of course expect it. Okay, so we can pass this to the component that picks the pictures. So you can come over here and say onFileSelected equals onFileSelected. So in the component, we can of course expect it to as props here. Then when we get it, so now that we have it, every time a user chooses the pictures, we are going to be calling onFileSelected and pass those pictures back. So a user here is picking one image, so that's also, which is okay. But a user can choose many images here. When you pass like multiple equals true. So for now, we're going to keep it like this. Now when a user comes here, I'm going to go to onFileSelected where we defined it. So I'm going to go to the screen. So the screen will be here. Then when a user picks the pictures, we are console logging them. So let me bring up this. So here, if I come and say choose picture, then we say choose from gallery. Then we say, okay, I want to choose this one. Let's go ahead and choose. You note that we get some stuff logged here. Okay, so this is good. This is what we want. Now we need to also work on Android. But before we do that, let us be able to show the picture that the user has chosen. And also, I want to mention that if you get an error, let's say you've set up this and it's not working fine for you. For example, you click here and then you click here and then the app maybe stops. You want to open your Xcode. Let me just get up Xcode and show you something. So Xcode. You want to open your Xcode, then open your project in Xcode. So when Xcode opens up, you want to go to build phases. Then you want to come here where you have copy bundle resources. Then you want to add the storyboard file for the image picker. So you can find that. You can click here and then you go to, so that should be in node modules. So let's click add another. Then you can go here in node modules, then you go to React Native image crop picker. So you want to go to node modules, iOS, QB image picker, and then you want to go and select QB image picker.storyboard, which should be, where is it? This one. Okay, so for now we want to be doing that because we are not having that issue, but it's common you get that issue for your simulator to stop every time someone clicks the text. So make sure you add that and then rebuild. If you try to rebuild here and it doesn't work, make sure you rerun the build down here in the terminal and it should be able to work fine. So for the camera on the iOS simulator, we can't really take pictures. So what we're gonna do is now let's go ahead and work on the Android section and be able to set up the camera. But for the iOS, it will just work fine since we have already added the NS camera usage description in the info.plist. So for Android, if we come back to our guide, so for Android, we need this, we need to specify this. So most of the times this will already be added, this will already be added. So I don't want to, even this, we might not need to add it, but just check, make sure you have these already installed in your, already added in your Android project. So the other thing we need to make sure we have is the Gradle version. So if we go to our Gradle, let me bring up build.gradle. So let's go to build.gradle. We're gonna check this one for Android. Then we want to check this version here. So they say that we need so they say that for this library to work, the build Gradle version should be, let's check, it should be minimum 0.5. So if you ever get issues with this, let's change it to this one here, the one that's already listed. Let's change this one to 4.0.1 and save it. Then I'm gonna open up Android Studio just to run this app on my device. So let me just get, actually I can just do yarn Android here, and since my device is already plugged in, it should be able to boot up there. So now that we changed the Gradle version, it might take a while trying to sync with this new version or download anything it may need. Okay, so let's give it a minute as it installs that Gradle update. Another thing is if we go to our image picker, let's go ahead and handle the picking of the picture from the camera. So I'm gonna copy all this because it's quite similar. Then I'm gonna go to this on press. So here we can duplicate it, but here we want to say open camera like this, then save it. Everything else will be the same. All right, so on Android, you're going to need to specify permissions if you want to use the camera. Also, you want to specify, if you want to use the front camera, you want to be able to specify that you need to use that feature. So we're going to go to our Android manifest file and add this permission and also that uses feature definition. So here I'm going to go to Android manifest, so I can just search for it, manifest. So if it comes up, then we can say we want to use the camera. Also, we can say we want to use the front camera. Also, we can say we want to use the front camera. So I'm going to copy this and bring it down here. And also have this other feature for the camera defined. So I'm going to copy it and also add it here. So now that we're done there, let's rerun the app. It's actually booting up already, but let me rerun it. And then let me bring up Visor so we see what we have. Note that we come here, when I click choose image, let's say I click choose from gallery. So nothing is happening here. So when I click choose from gallery, nothing is happening. Now let's first make sure that we have a touchable opacity, the one that can be touched. So I'm gonna go back to our image picker. Then here where we have this touchable opacity, I'm gonna check where we're importing it. So first off, you'll notice that we're importing it from React Native Gesture Handler. Now this one from React Native Gesture Handler always has issues on Android. So you want to make sure you're importing the one from React Native. So save it. And now if we try again, let's say we click choose from camera, it's gonna show this alert, choose from gallery, it's gonna show this alert that it wants to use our access our device. So if we click allow, then you see that it opens up the folders and we can go ahead and choose the pictures. So I'm gonna go ahead and choose, so I'm gonna go ahead, so I'm gonna pick Then I'm gonna go ahead and choose any picture here. So this is a picture of me, so I'm gonna choose it. We can crop it, and then I will say okay, and you'll notice that it can choose it. So let's go ahead and test the one for the camera. So if we click here and then say take from camera, it will say it wants to record video or take a picture. If we say yes, you'll notice that it opens up the camera. So now you see that we can access the camera, and then maybe we can say okay, take, and it's gonna take it. Now then if we confirm that we need, this is the one we want to take, we can say okay, and it's gonna go ahead and take us to a UI where we can crop it. So if we crop, it's also going to go ahead and select it. So right now we are not able to see what we selected, and that's because we are not really updating the UI with the selected picture. So for us to do that, we'll have a state that will keep track of what picture the user last selected. So we're going to have a simple state for when we have the picture. Now when a user finishes to pick a picture, we are going to close the sheet, and then we are going to be updating the file that the user selected with the one that gets passed in from our child component. Yeah, so here now we can send this one to our child components so that we can be able to display it. So let's send it. Now if we go to our component, let's say we come to here in this component, we can expect it. So let's expect it. Then here, instead of showing the URI to be the default picture, we're only going to show the URI when we don't have the local picture. So you can say show the local picture .uri or use the default one. So every time we don't have this, it's going to be using the default one, but every time we have this, it's going to be showing it. So now this is null by default, so we want to make sure we are not really accessing this when this is not there. So let's save that, and now this has come back to have the URI. So I'm going to come here and console log the local file just so we be sure what we are working with. So let me also bring up our logs. So you notice that the local file has the path, then this other stuff, but what we're interested in is the path. This is the one that can be displayed. So here we can come and say okay, show us the local file .path if it is there, otherwise show us the default URI. So you see that now it is showing the local path for the picture we selected. I'm gonna go ahead and choose another one. In fact, I'm gonna take one from camera just so we can test that. So I'll just I'll just take a picture of this code in front of me, then I will save it. I'll go ahead and click the crop. Then when it finishes, you see that it updates, looking good. Choose from gallery, and we can choose from gallery, I believe. So I'm just gonna go here and choose another picture of me. Then I will crop it. I will say okay. So when this is done, you will see that it shows up on the UI. So this is it. This is gonna do it for now. So in the next video, I'm gonna come in and we're gonna start working with Firebase, setting up Firebase, the backend, syncing with the projects, and also uploading pictures to the Firebase storage. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Also, remember to subscribe to the channel, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to set up a way to pick pictures from the camera and also the gallery. So a user can come anywhere and they can choose any picture. They can confirm that that's what they need, and we show it here. Now, as we're going to start uploading these pictures to Firebase, we are going to need a way to share our package names for the applications so that Firebase knows how to manage them. So before we do that, most of the times you're going to want to change your package name to something custom, the one that's not what React Native gives you out of the box. So what they give you out of the box is they make a package name or an application ID. So application ID is used on iOS, then package name on Android. It's always gonna be the name of your application. So right now ours is RN contacts. So what we wanna do is you want to search, find, and replace. So let's say ours we want it to be us. We want it to be com dot our company name, don't date our app. So I'm gonna change this one to Christchurch, so it becomes com.christchurch.rn contacts. So I can just go ahead and change it here, gonna say it's gonna rename 8 occurrences. So it's gonna find everywhere we were using this, then it's gonna go ahead and rename it. And then when it's done, you want to rebuild your application. So here I'm going to come in and rerun the iOS app. So I'm gonna do yarn iOS, and also I'm gonna rerun my Android app, make sure everything is still working. So here I can just come in and say yarn Android. Okay, this is the process. It has come. So it is still connecting to the dev server, and when it's done, you see that we can access the application. So that's just a simple way of changing your package name. Down here, you will see that it's changed. So that's just a simple way of changing your package names on React Native applications. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we saw how we can quickly change the package name or the application ID of a React Native app from what they gives you to something that you want. So in this one, we are going to see how we can quickly change the app display name on Android and also on iOS. So currently, if you look at our application here, you notice that our application starts with a small r, and when you look at the other apps, there is no any other app like that. So we might want to change this one to use a capital letter at the start, just to follow the other convention of the other apps. So on iOS, you will notice that it also starts with a small letter. So if you wanted to change this to something else that we want, something that looks better, we could do that. So the way we do that is, so on Android, we want to go to strings.xml. So search for strings.xml. This is where your app name will be. So you can come over here and rename it to anything you want. So you can even say rn space contacts like this. And then if we run it, then it's gonna go ahead and update that. So if we want to change for the iOS, we want to go to the info.plist file. So info.plist. Then we want to look for CFB bundle display name. Then we can come here and change it. So you can do something like rn space contacts like that. And then we can rerun the iOS side. So here I'm going to just come in and say yarn iOS. Android has already come, so I'm going to open it up in Vita. So if I close it, you notice that the app name changed to rn contacts, which is what we wanted. Okay, so done for Android. That was quick. So it's opening up on iOS, successfully built the app. So let it boot up. Now that it's up, if we go ahead and check what name it's using, you will see that it is using our custom name. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we saw how we can create a custom display name for our React Native project. So now you see our app is rn contacts with a space. So in this one, I want us to add a custom launcher icon to our React Native apps. So on iOS, you see that it is using this generic app icon, which doesn't look as cool as this, but we want to make one that looks cool or cooler. So also on Android, it uses this Android guy. So we need to use our own. So to get started, I already have a picture that I want to use as an icon. So on my desktop, if I came over here, let me see if I can show it to you guys. If I come over here, I have this one I'm calling logo. So you see, if I click on it, it looks like this. So this is what I wanted to use. So you could say that, what if we just use it as is? Oh yes, we could, and it could work, but it would not be optimal for all devices. So what we're going to do on Android is, Android Studio has this feature called Android Assets Studio. So the way that works is, it helps you create all the needed dimensions for a given asset for different devices. So we're going to go to Android, then we have our project open, then we're going to go to where we have resources. Then you can say you want a new image asset. So when you click new image asset, so by default, it's going to be selecting the launcher icons. So what you want to do is, you want to come in and change the path for where you want to read from. So I'm going to just go to my, where is it? I'm just going to go to my desktop. Then mine is called logo. So I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to say open. So when you say open, then it's going to show us that it's going to look quite like this, but we don't want it to have the background layer. So we're going to come over here and click here. So we're going to come over there and also change this the way we want. So we don't want it to have that gray shade. In fact, we want it to be white. So we can just say white. Those are 4, 6, like this. So now we have this. Then you can go ahead and say, okay, next. Then it was going to show you that it's going to replace some of these. Now this is good because it also creates the round versions of the icons. Then if we click finish, it's going to be overriding these files here. So I'm going to click finish again. And then it's going to say, okay, git, no, don't ask us, but add them, don't matter. Okay, so let me say, don't ask me again. So when it's done here, you see that it even creates for us the IS launcher for the Play Store. Now here, let's go ahead and rerun our application. So I'm going to rerun back on my phone so that it can rebuild the new changes with the icon. So we see what we have now. Okay, so as it rebuilds on iOS, we are going to need to specify the icons for all the types of iOS devices that are there. So we also need a tool that can help us get the assets that will work fine on all the devices. So what we're going to do is, here I have this resource here. This is the website appicon.co. So what it allows us to do is specify an image that it can use to be able to generate for us the files that we'll need to use on on iOS devices. So here we can come in and say, okay, let's choose our logo. So just gonna go to our desktop, and then we need to choose our logo. So ours is called the LOG. So I'm just gonna find it real quick. So if I find it, I can just click in it, and then I can say generate. So by default, we have the iPad and iPhone selected, which is what we want, and then Android is also selected. So if we click generate, it's gonna go ahead and generate these ones for us. After it downloads it downloads a zip file down here, but we're gonna come back to that. Let's check how Android is behaving. I'm gonna bring up my visor so we see what's happening on my phone. So if I close this, you'll notice that our app has this icon here, and now it has some custom icon. So now that we have this to use our assets in Xcode, we're gonna click on this section where we have the app icon set. Then we can go to our Xcode, and we're just gonna bring it up here. Then you want to click on your project, and then you want to go to images.xc assets. So when you click there, you will have app icon selected here. If it's not, please select it. Then you want to drag and drop your files here. So I'm going to minimize this. And also, let me just minimize it a bit. Also make sure we have some space here. So here in our downloaded files, we can go ahead and move the corresponding dimensions inside here. So this requires us to supply a 40 by 40. So we're just gonna move this one. This is a 60. So we're just gonna move this one too. 60, come on. Let's just move it. This is a 58, so just gonna come get 58, take it there. 87, take it there. This is a 80, take it there. This is 120, take it there. Then this is 122, 122, not 122. 122. This is also 120. Basically, that's what I'm trying to mean here. So let's move 122 again, 120 again. Then this is 180. So let's get 180. We have it. And if you're good with design, you can change these things yourself. Just I was showing you an alternative resource. This is 1024, which we have two. So we can also move it. So we can move it down here. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and rebuild our project. So I'm going to go to my terminal in the app. Let me bring up back my app. Then here we can rerun yarn iOS. So it can get the new stuff. Okay, so it's done now. Let's go there and see what we have. And yeah, we have something that looks like a great icon. So thanks to this website here, we were able to get all the sizes. Also on Android, thanks to Android Asset Studio, we were able to get all the dimensions for all the devices and also icons that are adaptive. You notice, yes, you could do the same thing on Android using this website. So yeah, so there are very many resources you could use to generate those icons, as long as you know the dimensions you're going to need. If you're good with design, you can like write those things in Photoshop real quickly or any other design tool you use. So there are very many possibilities of getting this. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have been able to display a list of contacts, so now let's go ahead and create the settings screen and also provide a way for the user to manage some of his or her preferences. So we'll be implementing this screen. So here we'll learn about how to design this, the quickest way to design something like this. Also, we will be implementing a way to manage the sort order using this model so that the user can come in here and set their preferences. Point note, when you're implementing something like this, you really want it to be persistent such that when a user restarts the app, things don't change. So we're going to be using async storage for that to make sure that all our changes are synced on the device until the user maybe clears the app data or uninstalls the app and reinstalls it. So to get started, I'm going to go here in our screens. We already have the settings screen. Now in here, you already know what we need to do. We need to be returning the JSX component. So here I'm going to be returning settings component. So I'm going to go to the components. Then I'm just going to say new settings component index.js. So here we can have a simple rn function component. So I'm going to come over here and restart our app. So yarn start. Also, I'm going to yarn it on to start it on iOS because iOS is cooler. Then I'm going to take my device off screen. Let iOS come through. Okay, so here we need to make sure the import is working. So let's import it like that. Now, for the options, let me bring it up again. Okay, so we need a way to keep track of this because this is a list here. So we need to keep track of what items are in here. So I'm going to go inside the screen and I'm going to create a constant for the settings options. So I'm going to say settings options. So this is now going to be an array actually. So it's going to be an array. So this array is going to contain these items. Now I'm going to consider each of these to need to have a title, a subtitle, and also the on press. What happens when a user clicks it? So now that we have this, we need to show them in JSX. So I'm going to send them to our UI component. So you can say settings options equals settings options. Now when we come over here, we can pick them from props. If we go here and go to our settings component, it is still working, but there's nothing. So in here, we are going to be using the container component. That's because it has our scroll view. Let's import it. So here I'm going to use this syntax to map through the settings. So here we can do settings options.map. So when you map, we can get all our properties for each of those items. So we're going to restructure them here. Then we'll be returning a touchable opacity because we want it to be clickable. Each of those items to be clickable. So touchable opacity like that. So now let's get the properties for each item. So we have the title, we have the subtitle, we have the on press. Okay. If we wanted to use the index, we could put a comma here and also use the index. So now that we have these, we can set the key here to be, let's say, the title, because we are sure these titles are always going to be there and they are always going to be unique. So in here, now we can have a view that will be showing each item. Okay, so here we can have view. So for this view, we will now have a text to show the title. So this text is going to show the title. So we can just say title here and save. So when I save, you notice that all our titles come here. So now we need to put our subtitles too. Remember sometimes we won't have the subtitle. So we're going to check if we have the subtitle, then we will be showing it. So we also can have a text and then show the subtitle like that. Save it. So when we do that, you notice that the subtitles are also coming. So now that we have this, we need to have a line between each of these items. So I'm going to go outside this view right here, and then I'm going to have some view, a mock view. So this view is just going to have a style to properly give it basically the style for a line. So we're just going to give it a height of 0.5. and then I'm gonna give it the background color. So background color, this is gonna be our gray. So let's import it from colors, make sure it's being imported. You notice that we have these underlines in there. So first off, you notice that these underlines are not stretching over. That's because our container is not allowing us to do that. So for now, I'm just going to use a scroll view here, because basically that's what it was doing for us, and we can quickly have our own scroll view. So now that we use a scroll view, you see that they stretch over. So what I want to do now is I want to go to each of these items, style them. So here where we have this view, I'm just going to have another style. So style will be an object. So here, let's first give them some padding on the left and right. So padding horizontal, let's just do like 20, save it. So when you save it, you see they go like in the middle. Let's give it some padding bottom, like each of those some padding bottom. So let's do padding bottom. So here we can have like 22, 20. So now that makes things look a little bit better. But you notice that the first one doesn't really have a padding on top, like on top. Even these have no paddings on top. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna come here and do padding top. So when we do padding top, let's also give it 20. So when you give it 20, you will see that things look a little bit better. Okay, so now that things are looking better, let's go ahead and style these texts better, so they look a little bit better. So I'm gonna go to our text for the title and give it a style. So this style, let's increase the font to 17. So font size 17, that makes it bigger. So for the subtitle, I'm gonna come here and also have some style. So style, it's gonna be an object. Then let's make the font size smaller. Let's do 14, and I guess that's the one it has by default. Then let's change the color. So color, so let's set color to colors gray. Then let's also give it some padding on top, so it looks a little bit better. So padding top of 5. So save it and it looks better. Now I want the whole screen to be white, so I'm gonna come here and have a style on this scroll view. So you can have style, then you can have like background color. So let's use colors.white, save it, and now it looks white. Okay, so this looks good to me. The settings are not really very clear. That's because we are using a gray color. But what you could do now is actually use an opacity instead of a gray. So here we can just say opacity. Let's use like 0.6, save it, and these now look a little bit better, I believe. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to create this screen here, but we're having some dummy content. Now in this video, let's go ahead and put some dynamic user preferences, and also go ahead to implement a way for a user to save their preferences for the name format and also for the sort order. I believe we should have the sort order. No, we don't. So in the options, let me go there. Looks like we are missing the sort options. Yeah, we actually are missing them. So I'm gonna go here and also add them. So this is gonna be sort by. So sort by, then we can just say first name here. Save it, and you see that now we have this. So the importance of using an array here is, you see, we can quickly add options to this array without having to write any JSX. Yeah, so which is good. So now let's go ahead and first display the correct email of the current logged in user. So to do that, we're gonna be using use state to manage our state. So I'm gonna come here and have some use state for the email. So this here, basically we are setting a local email to null, and then we want to run a use effect. So when a user comes to this screen, we want to be able to go ahead and fetch the user that is stored in local storage. So here I'm going to have a use effect. So it's going to run once. So this use effect, let's make sure we are importing it. So we can come over here, make sure we have use state and use effect. Save that. So now that we have this, inside the use effect, I'm going to call a function called getSettings, like this. So let's create it. So now I can come over here and create getSettings. So this is going to be an async function because we want to be working with async storage in there. So now in here we can now see how to get the user from async storage. So to get the user, you want to do const user, then we want to do async storage. So async storage dot get item. So the item is going to be user. So you can do user. Now since user was an object, was a JSON object, and we stringified it, we want to pass it again. So here we can do set email, then we want to pass the user.email. So we can here we can do user. So here we can do JSON.pass, since it's a string. So we're going to be passing the user's email, but first, so we're going to pass the user now, and then that's going to now be JSON, and then we can do email on it. So save it. So now that we have updated this email, we can come over here and make sure that we update it here like this. So first it's going to be null, and then it's going to update. So if we save, we need to await this one. So you need to do await here. So await async storage get item. So when you save it, you see that our email is being displayed here. Good. So another thing is, whenever we click sort by, we want to show a model that the user can choose either if they want to use first name or last name. So remember how we created the model component in the previous videos? So we're going to be using that. So to use it, just first go where it is. So model is app model. So to use it, we need to supply these props here. So I'm just going to go to our settings component, and then I'm going to go here. So I'm going to use some fragment syntax here and have a model. Remember we called it app model, so we want to make sure that's the one we are using. So here we need to pass some props. One will be model visible, and these other ones. So model visible, for now it's gonna be false. We need to be passing dynamic ones. So for the footer, remember it has to be some JSX. So now we don't actually want to show any footer in this case, so we can just pass some empty fragment. So for the body, it also has to be some JSX. So let's have a view there. So for the title, we can just say something like sort by. So set model visible would be a function to change the visibility of that model. So we're going to be creating this. We need to create these in our parent component and send them back. So for the model visible, I'm also going to say model visible here. Let's also create it here like this. So if we save this, we need to close our fragment. So we can come down here and close it. So you see that now this is showing. So it is showing because this is a null value. So it is showing because this value is not actually there. So what we want to do now is go to our parent component for the settings and have some declaration for this. So we can now come in and say const model visible set model visible. It's gonna be false by default. Now that we have these, we can send them to our child components. So we can come here, send them. So set model visible is gonna be to the one we know. Then set model visible is going to be to the one we know. Okay, so now that we have this, you notice that since it's false by default, it's not going to show here. But if this ever changed, actually it should start out as false, not null. If this ever changed to true, then it should show. So now how do we change it to true programmatically? So we're going to have an on press on this, on the sort by. On the on press, we are just going to say set model visible to true like this. Save it, and now we can come click here and it should show. Right now it's not showing. That's because our on press might not be handled properly here. So what we want to do now is go to our child component where we have this touchable, and go where we have this touchable, make sure that it is also using this on press. So we can come here and say on press equals on press. So save it, Now when we click here, you see that it shows. Like from the original one, you notice that when we click sort by, we show the model with the sort by and then the current value to which the sort by is. And by the way, if you wanted to keep the footer there on this model, you guys already know what we would do. We would just come and disable this and it will come with the footer. But now that we don't need the footer, so now we need to put those two options, the first name, last name, and then the current selected one. Okay, so the easiest way to work with those is also to have them in an array. So I'm gonna come over here and also create the preference arrays. So const pref array. So this is gonna be an array. Then of course we're gonna have the name. So remember, one of them is gonna have an icon, like the checked icon if it's the current selected value. So here, first off, this is gonna be first name. Then we also want to have a selected property. So now it's gonna be set to false, but every time it is true, then we are going to be enabling the other checked icon. So let's also have the last name one. So we're gonna come over here, put a comma, and also have last name. So save it. We can come down here and pass this down to the child component. So you can say pref options will be the pref array. So if we come back here in the model body, we want to be mapping over those. Let's make sure we pick them from the props since we are sending them. So we want to do .map. So when we do .map, we can get the name and also the selected value. Also, we're going to need an onPress because when a user clicks it, they should change it. So let's have onPress. Let's also remember to send it. So here we will be returning a view. Here I'm going to have the text. Actually, I'm going to use a touchable opacity. Then have a text view here. Then show the text here for the name. So here we can have name like this. Save it and you see we have first name and last name. Now to show the icon, we are going to check if the current value is the selected one. So if it is the selected one, then we are going to be showing the icon. So now here we can say icon name equals checked and close it. Let's make sure we are importing the icon. So here we can do icon. Let's import it from our own like this. So here if we do true, you see that it's not showing. So let's send some types. So type, let's check if material has some checked material like this. Oh, it's actually not. So we need to go ahead and check which one. I believe it should be check. Let's check. So if we do this, you see there's a checked icon. Now this should of course be spreading from left to right. So we're gonna have a style here. So here we can do flex direction, row, align items, center, and move the things there. So for the text, let's increase the font. So style equals font size 17. Also, we will be giving it some padding on the left. Let's give it a 15, and it's looking good. So for the icon, this is looking small to me. So what I want to do now is come over here and also give it some size. So you can do size. Let's do like 21, and that's quite bigger. So that looks good to me. In fact, let me change it to 17 so it's not so big. Then this should only show when selected is true. So here you can pass selected. Also, the onPress, since we are getting it here, we need to be sending it. So each of these items should have the onPress. So onPress, it should be a function. Also, we should make sure that this other item has the onPress. So let's do that. Okay, so now you see we don't have the icon showing. So now what you can do is when a user clicks this, let's say a user clicks here. Oh, by the way, let's see. So we don't want a user to click around here and dismiss this model. That is what's happening here. So we want to go to the model component and see the onPress we have. So the model component, let's go there. Yeah, so this is the one. So we don't want this to be clickable like this. So we can come over here, remove this onPress like that. Okay, so now a user can open it. Oh, it can't be closed. So we need the close on touch. We need the close on touch outside. So meaning we can keep this one, but we only run it when the close on touch outside is true. So here we can do close on touch outside like this. So if it is true, then we can close it. So we can do if, then we can close it. So by default it's gonna be true. Now I'm going to be using prop types here. Now I understand we have not covered prop types, but if you wanted to do something like we are doing, we want to add prop types. So here you can come here and say yarn add prop dash types like this. Then we want to import prop types, so import prop types from prop types. Then down here we can say app model dot prop types equals an object. So let's work with the cancel on touch. How do we call it? Cancel on touch outside. So here we would say cancel on touch outside is gonna be prop types dot boolean. Okay, so now that it's not a required prop, if we wanted the user to supply it every time, we would say is required. But now that it's not required, we need to specify a default prop. So we can come over here and run dot default props. Then it's gonna be true by default. Okay, so that makes it able to close all the time, but not when we say don't close. So for us to specify that it shouldn't close, we can come here and say close on touch outside, set it to false. So now when it's open, a user can't close it by clicking anywhere outside. So when they click outside, it doesn't work. It only closes when they click the close button. Actually, the close isn't working, so we want to make sure the close is working. So to check, we want to go here. So actually we have this icon here and we didn't actually handle the on press. So I'm just gonna put this in a touchable, then have an on press. So this on press can just close the model regardless. So we can say set model visible to false. Then let's move our icon in there. So I'm gonna copy it, bring it here and save. So now we can close it by clicking the icon. Okay, so when we click outside, it doesn't go, it goes only when we click the icon. Good, so that's what we want. Now we want that when a user clicks on first name, we close the model and also be able to persist that the user wants to sort by the first name. So the way we're going to do that is here in this small array where we have on press. We're going to be calling a function called save setting. So when we call save setting, we will be passing it the key. So here we can say sort by, then the value. So the value here will be the last name. Okay, then we'll do the same thing. This will be the first name, not last name. Then we will also be doing the same thing for the last name. So here we can do last name. Okay, so let's create save setting. So we're gonna come over here and create save setting. So const save setting, it's gonna take in the key and then the value. We need to use async storage to save it. So here we can say async storage dot set item. So we're gonna be setting the key and then the value. So that means if we send something like key will be sort by, then it's gonna be set here as sort by. So now that we save it like this, we also want to update the sort by value so that here, let's say a user clicks, they can be able to see that it updated here. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to have another state called sort by. Then we're gonna have set sort by. Okay, so then of course it's gonna start out as null. Then when we come to this component, we are going to be fetching the sort by property that we have here. So here where we fetch the email, right here, let's also go ahead and fetch the sort by. So we can come over here and do a fetch sort by. So if we have the sort by, we should be able to update our sort by property. So we can say if we have the pref, then set sort by. If we have this preference, if the user had set it before, then update our local state with it. Also, whenever we update it, let's say we update it from the UI, let's say we say save sort by to this. Also, we want to call set sort by to this value. So this now is going to be the first name, like this. Then we want to do the same thing when we update using the last name. So this can be last name. So save it. Now, instead of us having to come in and here hard code first name, we are going to be using the property in the sort by. So we can say sort by here. So save it. So by default, it's going to be nothing. Okay. But now, when a user comes and they save, let's say they click on sort by, they click on first name. Yeah, so whenever we need to handle the click for when they click on first name, so you notice that here, where we have when they click on first name, we need to update it and also close the modal. So set modal open, modal visible to false. Also, we want to do the same thing for the last name. So save. So now they can click first name. We are closing it, but it's not. Let's make sure we have the on press down here. So we're gonna come here, also make sure we have this on press. Make sure we have on this touchable opacity, we have on press. And then this on press should be hooked up with the on press. So save it. Now when a user clicks first name, you can see that we save it as first name. And when a user opens up, and they click on last name, you see that it's last name. So we can change it like this. Also, we need to show now the checked icon whenever the selected item is any of these. So I'm going to come to our definitions in the settings screen. So where we have the selected value. So on the selected value, I'm just going to be doing one single check. So for the selected, it's going to be true only when the sort by equals last name. Similarly, the selected for the first name will be true when the selected will be first name, like this. So now if we come here and click on sort by, you see that first name is checked. If we select the last name and come, you see that last name is checked. Now whenever one is checked, you notice that there is some padding issue there. So what I want to do is go to the JSX. So I want to check if the current, if the item is the selected one, then we will be adding some padding to the other one. Yeah, so the padding left here, we're going to check if it's the selected one. So if it's selected, if we give it 15, otherwise we give it 0, let's see how it will look. So you see, if it's 0, then it goes here. But what we want to do now is give it even more. So let's give it like 30, and you see that it goes here. So if we click first name, you see first name is looking good. Then click last name gets the check, and it's okay. So let's also give it some padding on top, this whole item. So padding vertical, let's give it, so vertical will apply top, bottom. Let's give it a 10 and save. 10 is large, is big. Let's give it 5. And this, I believe, looks a lot better. So if we left this up, let's say we went out here and came back to the settings screen. Let's say we went to settings again. So last time we were sorting by first name. Let's set it to last name, go away, and then come back. You see that it is still last name. So in the next video, I'm going to come in and we sort this list here. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we were able to work on the settings screen and the user is able to persist their sort by preference. So notice that I set it to last name, and when I go away and come back, it is still last name. So in this video, we want to be able to sort these contacts depending on what the user has chosen as their sort by pref. So if a user says they want sort by the first name, we should have the names sorted alphabetically using the first name or the last name, like that. So if we come to our contact list where we have the flat list, so here we create a flat list and then we pass data. Now this data, we are going to be sorting it. So here we're going to check if we have the data, and then we are going to sort it depending if the user has said they want to sort by the first name or the last name. Now first off, we need to first get to know what the user wants us to sort by. And by the way, I need to remove this model here, side note. So we need to first get the current value of the user's choice. I'm gonna go to how we are saving it here. So we'll have a simple state for sort by, also in the screen for contacts. So we can come here and also have it. So let's have it on top here. Then we need to retrieve these preferences for the user, just like we did in this screen. So we can have a use effect. Let's do use effect. Now in this one, let's come over here and do a use effect. Okay, so now on this one, we're going to be using a use focus effect instead, just because whenever a user changes it in settings and they come back to this list, we want to make sure that we check again the async storage when the user focuses back this screen. So right now, when a user goes to settings screen and then they come back here, this is not being re-rendered. This is now being refocused, because as we know, the way React navigation works is when you come here, it's gonna pop the other one and then push this one on top. When you go back, it just takes it away. So this is not being rendered. So what we want to do is use the focus effect. So the focus effect from React navigation helps us to tell when the screen has come in the user's focus or when it has left, like we had seen before. So to use that, we want to come here and say use focus effect. Then we can use React dot use callback. So use callback, we already know how that works. Then we give it some set of dependencies. So we are not going to be depending on anything. So in here, that's where we're going to be rerunning our get settings. So we can come down here and say get settings. Now, if you wanted to run something when the screen loses focus, you know we would do that in the cleanup function. But now we want to run it whenever a user comes back here. So let's create get settings. So I'm going to come over here and do const get settings. It's just going to be an async function because we want to work with async storage or read from it. So in that, we need to get the sort pref, of course, the sort by pref. So we're going to be doing something like this. So we're going to say if we have the sort pref, then we do async storage, await async storage. Let's import async storage property. So we do async storage get item the sort by. Now when we get the sort by, so if we have the sort by, then we should be able to set sort by to our sort pref. So this is an error here. Sorry. So we want to do, if we have the sort pref, then we want to set the sort by to the sort pref. So now if we console log the sort by, you see that we have the first name. Now that we know that this gets updated, we need to send it down to our child component. So we'll come here and set it. So now we can go to our child component. Then we need to accept it in props. So let's get it like this. Let's clean up this stuff we are not using. We might not get enough time to clean up. Then remove the model. So now that we have the sort by, we can come here where we show the list view or the flat list. And then instead of us passing data like this, we are going to check if we have the sort by. So if we have the sort by, that means that the user has already changed some preferences. Then we're going to do data.sort. So sort takes in a compare function and then returns the number. So since we are going to be comparing the first name and last name, then we can go ahead and pick those. So here we can have first name, last name. So the first item will be, we can treat it as A, then the second one as B. Then we need to return either a 1 or a -1. So when we return 1, that's going to mean that the A value is greater than the B value, or it should be given more sort preference over the B value. So here we need to also handle when we don't have the sort by. And we're just going to come over here and say if we don't have the sort by, then don't sort. Okay, so in here we need to first check what the user wants us to sort by. So we can check if sort by equals first name. So if it is first name, then we want to have another if that compares the first name. So we can have if b dot first name is greater than a dot first name, then return -1, else return 1. Okay, so here you can have else return 1. So this is only for when the user is sorting by the first name. So when we do that, you see that we have A, D, G, and so on and so forth. So down here, we also want to handle the sort by if the user is sorting by the last name. So you can say if the sort value is the last name, then we can now return the opposite. So here you can say last name, then this should also be last name. So save it. Now if we come and go to settings and change the sort by value to last name and come back, you see that now we are sorting by, basically it's the reverse order. Okay, so come here, then be able to do last name, then come, it's gonna change. If you come back again and sort by the other one, then it's gonna go ahead and update. Hey guys, in this one we are going to be looking at a way that we can navigate if we are not in the context of a component. So right now, every component that we have has access to a prop called navigation. If we came here and destructured navigation and console logged it here, so let me go ahead and console log navigation. So if you come to the app, you see that you have navigation and you should be able to have navigate, which is what we use to navigate to the other sections of the app. You can see we have the navigate. Also, we can be able to navigate by doing use navigation. So when you do use navigation, it's a hook. It gives you all these and many more, but amongst those is one that is called navigate, which you can use to navigate to the other sections. Now, if we wanted to navigate, let's say we were in the interceptor, let's say here in the Axios interceptor, and maybe every time there was an error from the server, maybe the token had expired, we wanted to navigate to the login screen. So the way we do that is, so we need to create something called a root navigator. Now I'm going to come to navigations, then I go here, then I'm going to create a new file called root navigator.js. So over here we're going to import React because we're going to be using some React features, as you see. Then we'll create a ref, so we'll do const navigation ref equals react.create ref. So what React create ref does is it gives us a ref. So what we want to do is we want to export this ref. So we want to do export const navigation ref. Now if we go to our navigations right here, we can tap into navigation container and give it a ref. So we can do ref equals, let's give our own, which we just created, navigation ref, like this. So right now what we are doing is, here we have created a ref, and then we are saying that when our navigation is initialized, assign the value of that ref to this navigation container here. So what that does now is it makes us tap into all the methods that are available on the navigation container. So here we can create a navigate function, so we can do const. So we're going to give it the same method parameters as one that are in the original navigate method signature, which is the screen name and also the extra parameters like the extra parameters that we might want to send. So then in here we can now check if this ref has been initialized. So here we can do if ref.current. So initially it's going to be undefined. Actually, let me set it to null initially. So initially it's going to be null, but when it gets set here, or when our navigation is initialized, it's going to be set to this, meaning that in the ref here we can now say if the navigation has been initialized, then be sure to navigate. So here we can do navigate. So here we can do navigation ref.current, then we want to call navigate with the name and parameters like this. Then let's go ahead and export this. I'm actually gonna do export const navigate. So now if we came to, let's say here, so now that we have it, I'm just going to go in any file that's not in any component, let's say in the Axios instance itself. So here, every time we are trying to make a request, this code will be run. So I'm just going to quickly use that navigate to maybe navigate somewhere. So here we can do, let's say navigate. Remember, we need to open it. Remember, we need to import it, and then we give it the screen name. So now let's say we want to go to create contact. Then for the parameters, we can even keep it empty. So when I save this, let me make sure we are importing it and save. Notice that now it actually navigates here, and we are not using the normal navigate function that we should get from user navigation. So that's it. So in the next video, I'm going to come in and we're going to work here to create a response interceptor that will be logging out a user every time we have an authentication error on the server. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we saw how we can navigate to any screen when we are not in a component specifically. So right now we can be able to use the root navigation we just created to be able to navigate if we are maybe in actions, in middleware, in the interceptor, anywhere. Now in this one, I want us to start working on an Axios interceptor that should be able to log out a user once the token is invalid or it's expired. For us to be able to test this, I've gone ahead to go on the documentation, which is where we should be finding everything mostly. And first off, when we try to make a request to the endpoint when we don't have a token, so I'm going to go ahead and do a logout here. So let's say we try to get contacts when we are not authenticated. So we know that we need to have a token before we can call get contacts. So if we try to do that, you'll notice that we get an error giving us a code 403 and also the forbidden error detail. So if we, let's say we had a token that was not correct. So let's say we had bearer. So it could even be a token, a JWT that's right, but maybe was not authored by issued by our server. So let's say I put in something like that and I try to execute. You see that here we still get the same message. So we get the 403 and also the forbidden. So this means that every time we see a 403, it could be because we don't have a token down in local storage, or that our token has an issue. And at that point, we would want the user to re-authenticate for them to get a token that the server knows about and the one that they can use to log in, access everything else properly. So apparently what we have is whenever we make any request and we have a token in local storage, we go ahead to attach that token to our authorization, to our headers as the authorization. Now, this means that right now we have gone ahead to solve the first problem where we make a request without the token, because right now if we have it, we already send it. So that means that now we need to handle a case for when this token is expired, because if a user has not opened this app in a while and this is expired, currently our backend server doesn't have a way to refresh that token, and what we need to do now is to get a new one. So here we need to set up an Axios interceptor that will be checking if we get this error from the server. Specifically, if this error code is sent from the server, then we go ahead and log out a user and tell them, hey, what's up? You need to log in again, something like that. So for us to specify an interceptor, right now you see we already have an interceptor for the request. Now we want to create one for the responses. So for us to do one, we're gonna do Axios Instance. Then we want to call interceptors. Then now we want the response. So we want to call use. Now the first parameter is going to be what is sent to us when it is fulfilled, meaning that request succeeded with no errors. So here you can get it as response. So if it succeeded, then we want to make sure that we resolve it. We continue to resolve it. So now we can do new promise, resolve, reject. Then in here we can resolve the response. So resolve response. Okay, so now what we are most interested in is the error. So here we want to now handle the error. So we can do if there was an error. Now we want to check if that error was not from the server. So we can check if not error dot response. So if this error was coming, let's say from a request, and maybe we are not able to connect to the server, we need to also handle that separately. So if it's not from the server, then we want to go ahead and reject with this error. So we can do return no promise, resolve reject. Then here we can reject with the error like that. Now that we have handled a case for when the error is from the client or is not from the server, then now we need to handle for when the error is from the server, and the status code is 403. So here we can check if error.status equals, want to check for 403. So if it's 403, then we want to log out a user. Otherwise, if it's not 403, so let's say the error now was maybe because it was like a validation error and it's not 403, then we want to go ahead and also handle that properly and send it back to the application. So here we can have another return that basically rejects with that error. So if it's 403, then we want to be able to log out the user. So we can do logout like this. Remember, we have an action called logout user, but logout user expects us to give it a dispatch function, something like this, which at this point we don't have in this context. So what we can do is we can redirect a user to a component. Let's say for now, remember how we created our navigate that can navigate from anywhere? We can use this to navigate to a component, and then in that component we can access the dispatch state from our global context and now call the logout action from there. So something like this. So let's say now we call navigate. So now let's say we navigate. I'm going to create a screen called logout. So let's say let's say now we navigate to logout. Let's say when we get an error, we navigate to logout, and then maybe we can have some parameter, maybe something like token expired to true, so that we know how to handle this specific call from that screen. So for now, don't worry much about this, but just know that if you wanted to differentiate, let's say if a user said logout himself, or when we are navigating from here, so if a user said logout himself and you wanted to have the same flow, you would maybe prompt them to confirm if they want to log out. But here you really want to log out and you don't want the user to confirm anything. So that's why you see I'm specifying this, but it doesn't really matter. So for now, let's go ahead and log out. So I'm going to go to screens, and then I'm just going to have a logout like this, index.js. This can be any function, logout. So it's not going to have anything. We are just going to have an activity indicator to show that we are loading something, but it really doesn't matter. We are just using it as a hack to log out the user properly. Let's make sure it's being imported. Also, let's screen it up. So here we can say every time this is mounted, go ahead and call the logout action. So here we can of course access the auth dispatch by selecting it from use context. Then we want to import global context, use context, and import global context. So now that we have the auth dispatch, we need to make sure we're importing this. So now that we have this, let's also make sure we're importing use effect properly. So every time this is mounted, we can of course do a check if we are logging out from the action, but it's not really necessary, from the interceptor, but it's not really necessary. So here we can now say logout user. We can now call our action, so logout user. Then we path our dispatch, which is now the auth dispatch, like this. Okay, so now that we have this, we need of course to hook it up with our navigation. So we're gonna go to our navigators. In fact, I'm first gonna go to we're gonna first go to our route names constants, then we're gonna have the logout. Now that we have the logout, we can go to our navigations. So we can go to navigations, then we want the home navigation. Then we can have another screen for logout here. So let's call it logout. Okay. Then we hook it up to the logout component, the logout screen, like this. So now if we save, this import is not working properly, so let's make sure we go there and fix it. I'm guessing we need to do this. Save. Let's reload it. And the app, you see now, is working fine because our token is fine. So let's say now the token expired or it was invalid. So for us to be able to test that, I'm just going to go to the instance, make sure we are importing this actually here. Okay. So I'm going to come here. Also, I'm going to remove this because we are not working with them anymore, to keep it a bit clean. So for us now to be able to simulate an invalid token, so I'm going to come in here where we have this token, the real one, and change it to something like XXX. So when I save here, the app goes ahead to log out a user, and now the user is on the login page. So that's what happened. So what happened was the app went ahead and made this request, and when it received this response, it went ahead to now run the code here to navigate the user to the logout page, for which on the logout page, whenever this is called, we go ahead and log out that user. So that's just a simple example on how you can do this. Hey guys, welcome back. So up to this point, we have been able to allow a user to take a picture or choose a picture from gallery. So a user can choose a picture and we are able to display it here. So in this video, I want us to set up Firebase and also be able to upload this picture when they click submit here. So we're going to be focusing mainly on iOS. So if we get some time, we can go on Android, but if we don't, the Android section for the Firebase setup will be another video. So let's start with the iOS. Now, to get started, you're going to go to console.firebase.google.com. So you will have some projects, but if you don't have a project, go and create a new project. So I'm going to go create this project. It's going to be called RN Contacts. Then I'm going to click continue. I'm going to click the defaults. I'm going to keep the defaults. Okay, so it's going to go ahead and create the project. Alright, so working with Firebase, we will be requiring to use this module called React Native Firebase. So React Native Firebase basically allows you to interface with all the Firebase features in React Native. It has integration with most of the Firebase features. So most likely you will be here if you want to use Firebase in your apps. So to get started, we need to install this module, the React Native Firebase app module. So we want to go to our terminal and install it. Then if you're in iOS, you want to do yarn pod. So now that it's done, let's go ahead and do the yarn pod. So it installs the necessary pods. Let's go down here, the iOS setup. So for the iOS setup, we need a file called google services-info.plist. So to get that, we're going to get it from Firebase. So now that it's done creating, we can go ahead and add an iOS app to this project. So to add an iOS app, you want to click on add app, then choose iOS. Now here, you're going to need the bundle ID. So for the bundle ID, you're going to want to go to your Xcode and then you're going to want to open it up. So this is our project, it's open now. So now that it's open, you can click on the project. And now when you click on the project up here, you're going to have this menu here. So that's where you would have your bundle identifier. So you can change your bundle identifier to anything you want. So I've already changed mine to this one, which looks good to me. Be sure to change yours to the one you want. Now, when you're sure about the bundle ID, you can now come into Firebase, copy it, and then paste it there. Then you can register your app. It's going to take a while, and then it's going to give you an option to download this plist file. So I'm going to click download. And then you see that it gets downloaded. So once you get it, let's first complete up with these steps. So don't worry so much about this. We just click continue because we will set it up in this React Native Firebase iOS setup. So just go ahead and continue. Now that we have this file, let's open it up. We need to add it to Xcode. So to add it to Xcode, you want to go to Xcode, then click on your project and you want to say add files. So when you click add files, it's going to go ahead and open up your EFG. This is the one. Then I'm going to say, okay, I want to add it. So I'm going to click add. And when you click add, you see it gets added here. So now that we have that, let's go ahead, let's continue with the setup. See, we have it downloaded. Now we need to open Xcode and also open the project. Also add files. We've done this. Now this is done. We need to configure Firebase with iOS credentials. So we do this by going to our appdelegates.m file. So we're gonna open it up. So appdelegates.m is here. And by the way, guys, side note, if at any point you're unable to find these files, let's say you come in here and you're not able to see this navigator for the files, you want to come in here and use this menu here to toggle different sections of the UI. So this brings in the file, this brings in the files, then this brings in the properties, and the middle shows the details of what's selected in the files. So be sure to check here if you're missing to see any of these sections. So now that we have that, we want to go to appdelegates.m, then we want to import the firebase.h. Now, of course, we need to follow the same import structure. So here, be sure that you're importing it using the slash. Then you want to go down before where you have did finish launching with options, then you want to add this check. So we're gonna come to did finish launching with options. So did finish launching with options, this is where it is. So in here, before we return the yes, actually I'm gonna put it here on top. So we're gonna check if the firebase module is empty, then we will configure it. So now that we have this, we can come back to our application and rerun iOS. Okay, so we can come back here, then let's rerun yarn iOS to check if things are still working. So that should go ahead rebuild the project. If there are new things, rebuild it and sync them with our app. So moving on. So for now, we are going to go to the section where we can add the storage. So we want to go to cloud storage. Now to be able to read or write to Firebase storage, we need to make sure that the user doing that has the necessary permissions. So in the project, you want to go to storage. When this opens up, you want to say get started, then click next here. Just gonna go ahead and create a default bucket for us. Now, when it creates a default bucket, then we can change some rules to which users can read or write to that bucket. So let it finish doing what it's doing. Now that it has created a bucket, you want to go to the rules. So since we are not using Firebase storage to authenticate our users, we might not be able to know that this user is authenticated or not. But so for us, what we're going to do is we're going to be changing this to allow any user to write or read to this bucket. So you can say allow read or write if true. Then you can click publish. It's going to go ahead and save the rules. Then now on Firebase storage, we also want to add the individual storage module. So we can do yarn add that and then pod. So yarn add that, then there's also yarn pod. Okay. So that's gonna go ahead and set it up. Now to go ahead and save the picture, I'm going to go to our helpers and then I'm going to have a helper to upload the picture. So I'm gonna call it upload image. So first off, to use it, you will notice that here, let's see down here, we need to import the storage, of course. So I'm gonna go here, import the storage, then I'm going to have a function. Let's say export default function. So this function will be giving us the file it wants us to upload. So we can do export default file. Then in here, we can specify the path we want to upload to in Firebase. So we want to do something like const path equals. So we'll create a folder in Firebase called contact pictures. So contact pictures. Then of course we want to store under the current user. So for now I'm just going to put user here, but we'll be passing like a dynamic parameter. We would be. Then also we can go under a specific contact. For example, we could be using like the phone number. So let's put like 777, then put a slash. Then here we have to put a unique name for the file. So here I'm just gonna go ahead and add a file name like this. So we'll be picking the name from the file when we send it. Now when we have this, then now when we have the path, we can go ahead and send it. So to be able to upload the picture, we need a reference to which we will upload to. So here I'm going to have a const ref. So the ref, we use storage to create it. So storage.ref. So when you say ref, you can give it a path. Now that we have the ref, we are going to create something called a task. So a task basically will be like the process that will tell us what's happening when we are uploading a file. So you can do ref, then we want to call put file. Put. So we can do ref, then we want to call put file. So put file takes in the local file path. So remember, when we choose a picture here and save it, we save the local file path, and it's what we show here. Now we'll be picking that from file.path. Like this. Okay, so now that we have that, now we can use our task to upload. So what we'll do is do task.then. That will return for us the success when the task has completed, if we have finished to upload this file. So for then, we are going to need to get the download URI. So we're going to make another call to Firebase. So I'm going to make this function as sync. because we need to await getting the download URI, then here we are going to try to get the download URI. So I'm going to call it URL. Then we will be awaiting dot, we want to do storage.ref. So we already know our ref, so our ref is the path up there. So we'll do storage.ref, and by the way, this should be executed. It's a function, so that means we can just do ref here and not have to do this. So we can do ref dot get download URL, and then that's going to give us the download URL. So now that we have the download URL here, we can send it back to our app, and the app can upload it to in the process of saving this information. So we're going to be sending a callback. So here I'm going to be saying on success, then passing the URL. So let's go ahead and accept the callback here. So instead here we'll also accept the callback. So it's going to be on success. So when it succeeds, we are going to be sending it. So when it fails, we also need to handle the error. So here we can have .10. So in the .10, of course, it's going to be sending us the error. Then for now, let's have like on error that the user will pass in, and then we give the error to the user. So let's save it. So let's also pick the on error here. Okay, so now we have a function that's going to help us save pictures to Firebase. So we can come back to our submit here and check if we really have the local file. We're just going to do a simple check. So we're going to say if we have the local file. Now in the local file, we're going to check, remember by default it's going to be null. So we want to check if we have it there. So whenever we have it there, each file will have a size property. So we can check if we have size. And remember, since this is null, we don't want to check it like that. We want to check it using the coercion operator. So we want to check if we have that. So if we have the local file, then we want to go ahead and upload it. Now we can call our upload function, our upload image helper. Then it takes in the file. So we can just pass the upload, the local file. So here, let's make sure we have the local file for debugging. So when we say upload file, we can do a success. So remember, on our success, we need to pass a function to handle the success. So we can do this. Also, whenever there is an error, we also need to handle it like this by passing those two callbacks. Okay. So when it succeeds, remember it gives us the URL. So whenever it succeeds, it's going to send us the URL in the callback that is here. So if it sends it, then we want to be able to update our contact and also call create contact. So I'm going to copy this and also bring it here on when we have already finished to upload the picture. So for the payload, remember now we have the URL from Firebase. So we want to be able to also send it. So we're going to be spreading everything we have on the form and updating the contact picture. So contact picture like this, then we are going to be sending the URL like that. So this means that whenever we have a picture and the user is submitting, we are going to go ahead and upload it. So whenever we upload it and it succeeds, which is sent in this on success callback, then we are going to be changing our local profile picture, our local contact picture to the URL, and then calling the create contact action. So whenever there is an error, we also will need it. But one thing that you'll notice that whenever a user clicks here and there is a picture, we want to first upload it before we actually make the API call. So you will know that whenever we are uploading, this button needs to show like a loading indicator, but the process to upload the file to Firebase doesn't really have a way to track it right now. So we're going to come over here and have some local state. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to have uploading, then set is uploading. Set is uploading like this. Then it's going to start out as false. So if it's false, then we can come here when we start to upload, or right here, then we can set it to true. Also, when it finishes, we can set it to false. So we just come over here and set it to false like this. Then I'm going to copy this whenever it fails, so the failure will be here. We can also turn it to false. Then if we have an error, let's just pick it because we are sending it, and then let's console log it for debugging purposes. Okay, so now that we are doing this, we can now use this upload for the image and also tell this button to load whenever the image is uploading. So we just come over here where we have loading. So loading will be the loading from the context, also the upload loading. So whenever we're uploading or loading, the loading is going to be true, meaning this should adapt to that. Okay, so now that we have that on setup, let's go ahead and test it. I believe we are about. So we're going to come here and then I'm going to choose a picture. So I'm going to choose a picture from gallery. Then I'll just choose this code. Now that we have it, I'll put a name, then the last name, then I'll just put a number, choose a code. When we click submit, let me bring up my, so you notice that the local file has the creation date. Also, remember in the upload image, we are saying that we want to use the name. So here we are saying that we want it to use the name, but the name might not be unique. So let's use the creation date, which most of the times will be unique. So let's save that. So now if we come and say, okay, save it. So we click submit, you notice that it fails. So that's because we have an issue here. So we need to rerun the iOS such that it syncs up with the new pod we just installed. So let's do yarn iOS. And we're going to be sending this dynamically when we get to work with the Android part. So let's hold on for that. So let's it finish rebuilding so that we can test it out again. If we come back again, let's choose a picture. Choose from gallery, we just choose the same very picture. Let's put a name, last name, any country, a phone. We click submit. So you see that it creates the contact and then navigates after. Okay, so it creates the contact and also the contact has a picture today, not unlike these ones. So meaning that the upload worked. So let's test it out and fix any other issue that we may notice. So let's choose a picture. So I'm going to choose this one. Also, let's say name one. Then let's do this name two. Choose a country. Add to favorite, yes. So when you click submit, you see that it goes ahead, loads, saves, and also comes here. So when it comes, you see that it's now can save the picture. So if we go to Firebase, we can come over here. And now if we come over here and go to files, you should be able to see that we have contact pictures. We have the user. So this will be like a dynamic username, as we'll see. Then this will be the contact. And in here, we will have the files being added. So now we are done. We are able to set up Firebase. We can upload pictures to Firebase storage on iOS. So in the next video, I'm going to come in, we work on the Android section. Hey guys, what's up? So last time we were able to set up React Native and Firebase on iOS, and we are able to come on here, pick a picture and also upload it and save it to our backend as this. So in this video, I want us to set up React Native Firebase on Android and make sure it's working similarly on Android. If this is the first video you're finding, I recommend you check out the previous one. And if you're enjoying these kinds of videos, please be sure to subscribe. So let's continue. Now, first off, we want to go to our project. So you want to go to the project. If you don't have a project, create it. Then you will see a button to add an app. So in our case, you're going to say add app. Then we'll choose the Android app. So we need the package name. So for the package name, our package name is this one. So I'm going to copy this. So this is the package name, even on Android. Make sure you use your own. Then I'm just going to click register. So it's going to go ahead and give us this Google services.json file. So click download it. Then it's going to go ahead and download. Then click next. For now, for this, don't mind this. Just click next for now. We will configure the setup in React Native Firebase. Okay, so now that we have this installed, just open it up where it is. So ours has been renamed to 1. That's because we had one that existed. So I'm just going to delete the previous one and then rename this. So now that we have this, we want to move it to Android. So open up Android, go to app. We want to move it here in Android/app around here. So you can come over here, then you move it there. So now that we have it, we can continue. So now that we have this, let's continue here. Go to getting started, then Android setup. So we already have this file. We've already installed, added it. So we want to make sure we add this class path to our project in the Android build.gradle. So I'm going to copy this path, then go there. Should be just Android. I need to find it, build.gradle. So we need to add it here. So I can go down here, then I will copy it and also make sure we have it like this. So now that we have that, then we can go ahead and apply it. So we will go to this file, Android build.gradle. So I'm just going to copy this and go there, build.gradle. Then we need to put it on top there. So I'm just going to come in and copy this and bring it a second like this. Apply plugin. So now that we are done there, I'm going to open up Android Studio to rebuild this project. So Android Studio, we should be able to test it out and fix any issues if we find. Okay, so it's going to go ahead and build. Now, depending on the speed of your machine, it might take a while or it might be quicker. So mine is configuring projects. It's syncing with every other new thing we've added. So let's give it a minute. So now mine is done. So I can go ahead and open this on my phone. So I'm going to click run. Also, let me bring up Visor so you guys see what I'm seeing on my phone. So now you see that I have my app. It's able to show my contacts. So when we click plus and let's pick a picture. One. Then I'll just put any here, any number. Then I'll click submit. So when you click submit, you notice that we have the file. So the file has, so we are able to upload fine. So you see when we upload fine, we get the URL, which is good, which is what we want. So it's not able to redirect somehow, but at this point we know we have the URL, but the onSuccess didn't get called. Then we got an error somewhere. And it's undefined. Interesting. Okay, so you notice that we are able to upload the file because we are able to read it here. But so now I can see. So you notice that we have slash, then we have slash undefined here. That's because the creation date is only available on iOS. So we're gonna say that if we don't have the creation date, then let's default back to the name. So we can do file dot. So let's take a look at what we have in the file. So the file name. So we're gonna say if we don't have the creation date, then let it use the path, because the path is always going to be unique, although it might be long. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have now. We want to make sure the onSuccess gets called. So let's go here in the create contact. Then here we will have the onSuccess. So let's console log the URL here, because we want to know where the error is coming from. After upload, then let's have that. Then we create the contact. Then when we finish, then we navigate. Okay, let's do after upload. Let's change this one to ERR because let's change it. Okay, so now let's see. Also, I want to rename this to be set upload like this. So let's try again. So I'm gonna come over here, then I will go here, then I will click choose image. I will just go here. Let me choose this one. Then I'll go click OK. Then I'll say first, last. Then we add a number for the country. Just gonna choose any here. Then I can click submit. So submit, it's loading. then it finishes and the picture is saved. Okay, so now it's working. Be sure to play around with the value you put in the as here. Also, these I'm not going to be changing them now, but be sure to come in and send maybe a user here, the current user, like this. So you can say current user. Also you send maybe the current contact phone number and you use them here just to have your path clean, but it doesn't really matter. So at this point we have the upload working on Android and also iOS. Hey, what's up guys? So now we have been able to create a contact. We can come here and create a new contact and we get it listed here. So now I want us to go ahead and create the details for these contacts. So it's going to need to look like this. So if you're able to look at my screenshot here, this is what we need to have. We need to have the toolbar with the left back, then these two icons. One will be representing if it is favorited or not. Another one will be an option to delete the contact. Also, we will have these other options. So basically we'll be trying to model out this layout here. So let's go ahead and start creating this layout. But before we get there, of course, we need to know which contact we need to show on that detail layout. Now, if you look at our API, we have this endpoint that gives us the detail. So we give an ID and it gives us the detail. But maybe to show you how it literally should work, let me just log in here. Then I can use this to come here. Authorize, we have to put bearer, then the token. If we came to get the list of contacts, let's say we want all of them, we get each object here. So it contains this information. So if we wanted to pick the detail for one of them, so let's go to get one. Let's put the ID, then get. So you see, we get the same information that we already have in the list. So over here, you notice that we have the same information. So that means that we literally don't need to call this endpoint here. And that's because when you're working with mobile apps, you want to optimize requests as much as possible. So if it's a request you don't really need to make, you don't need to make it. And that's why we use things like Redux, so that you can update something on the app locally and maybe save it on the server, but you don't have to call the server again to see the updated information. So anytime you don't have a requirement for something to be real time or sync to different devices, or if it's not like a financial transaction that you want to make sure the server has it, it's a good idea to not go to the server to fetch it again. So now we are going to be, when we click on one, we are going to be navigating, and in the parameters, we are going to be taking the item we click on. So we're going to go to our list. So let's go to our list. So we are going to go to our contacts. So we are going to go to our contacts list. So that's here. Then we'll go to render item. So render item, return detachable opacity. So we're going to have an on press here. So this on press will basically navigate to the other screen. So here we can have a function. Then in here we can navigate. So we navigate to the detail. So that should be contact detail. I believe that's how we called it. Make sure we're importing it. Yeah, that's it. Then we can send the contact in the parameters, in the params. So the contact here will be the current item, which in this case is item. Okay. So now we can pass item here and save. So when we come here and click, you notice that we come here in the item. So when we get here, we need to pick that item details and display them in the UI, which will look quite like this. So let's go there and see how to pick those parameters. So we're going to go to screens, then screen detail. Now for us to pick what's in the parameters here, we're going to be using a hook called useRoute. So useRoute returns for us the params, amongst other things, but we are only interested in the params. So these are always undefined if we have 0 params sent. But if we console log now, let me bring up this console. You notice that in the params we have the item. So now we can pick the item. So if it's not there, we want to set it to an empty object. If there are no params, we can set them to an empty object so that we don't get some crashes here. Let me see. So now here let's console log the item instead. save it. Now when we come here, let's go there. You see that the item is basically the contact. So now let's start working on our design for the UI. So we're going to need to show the image if the user has an image. So we're going to come here. Now, since this is the screen, we will be returning some component. So let's say contact details component. Then let's go ahead and pass the item. So we can say contact equals item. We don't send the params, so I can just remove them. And everything else will be getting them. Everything else we'll need, we'll be sending them later. So now we can go to our components and create this one. So the easiest way to do it, I can just duplicate this. Then I can rename it to details component. So in it, we can come and refactor the things that must change. So let's rename there. Then we're expecting to get the item. So we can just, the contact. So we can just say contact here. Yeah, so here we can of course destructure, but now we are going to be destructuring from contact. Then let's remove this and also clean up everything else. So let's return the container. Then of course we don't need this stuff. Let's remove this icon. Make sure the container is imported. So we can import it from container like that. Then here, let's just show the first name to make sure it's working. Then let's have first name like that. So let's import our details component here. So you can come in and import it and save. Now, if we come again and click on one, you see we get the names. Okay, so let's go ahead and style this better. First off, I want it to be white everywhere. Now guys, I'm going to be changing this to use our regular scroll view here. Then let's make sure we are importing it. Come here, import scroll view. Then in here, we can have a view. Then this view will contain this stuff, like everything else. Then we want it spread over, so we can do style, styles.container. So let's go there and make sure our container is good. Now there's a lot here already, so I'm just gonna clean it up. Then make sure our container is flex1. Let's give it a background of white. Colors.white and save. Right now it's not updating. We need to save here. When we save, you see that it comes down here. Now, in fact, now what we can do is we can put the background on the scroll view, because that's the one we want it to take over the whole screen. So here we can just have a simple style for the scroll view. You can even call it scroll view. Then let's style it in here. You can have scroll view. Then let it have the background. Okay, so move this one here, save. Let's come over here, save it. And now you see that it takes off the whole screen. So right here, first we want to show the image if we have the image. Now, sometimes we may not have the image, but if we do, then we can show it. So here we're gonna check if we have the contact picture. So you remember initially the contact picture will be null. So when we have it, we are gonna be showing an image. So I'm gonna have a component actually called image. Then let me just call it image component. Then let's create it. So I'm gonna go here and create a new file called image component.js. Then it can just be a simple functional component. Then of course this is fine. So of course this should be view. Okay. Then it's gonna be getting the source. Okay. So here we can now say source that we want you to show will be the contact picture. So contact picture. Okay. So now when we have this, we can go to our image and make sure we are actually showing it. So here in the image, we can return an image component, so the image from React Native, like this. Then let's have some source. Then the source will be, we need to have URI in there. Then now it will be equal to our source, the one we're passing from the parent component. Then we need to specify some styles. So here we can have style equals styles.detail photo. Like this. So for the details photo, let's go here and define the style for it. Alright. So let's give it some height, let's say of 300. Let's give it the width of 100% so it spreads over, it spreads everywhere. Then let's give it a resize mode of cover so that it's always taking off the whole width. So resize mode, let's do cover. Save it. Now we don't have an image here, and that's why you're seeing this. But if we click on like this one, oh, we need to make sure in the image, check the render of contact. So here we need to check something when we have an image. So let's see. If you have contact picture, render the image. Let's check how we are importing it. Oh, we need to import this one properly. Not from React Native, but we need to import our own. So import image from image component. Save it. So now, if we click on one, let's say we click on this, is that it shows now across. So it goes from here to here, which is what we want. So there's something here that you notice for the image. If we, let's say, reload or we click on a new one, you see it's not there by default, then it comes. So it would be a good idea to show the user that that image is loading, or it is maybe, if it fails to load, we show maybe that there was an error. Now we can do that by tapping into some methods that the image component gives us. So some of those methods can be on load start. So you can have like on load start. So this is called every time the image starts to load. So let me also create some handler for it. Then there is on load end and on error. So now we can handle on load end. This one we also create a handler. Then there is also on error. So we can have on error. We also have a handler. Then there is I guess that's it. So these are the ones we are going to be working with to show the user that the image is loading. Now here we can have const is loading. Then we can have set is loading. Set is loading. Let's start it false by default. So instead it's gonna be false by default. Make sure we're importing use state. So when we start to load, on load start, then we can set is loading to true. So we can say const on load start equals some function, then it's gonna do set loading to true. Now let's use the exact function. So now when we are loading, so here you can say if we are loading, so we can come in and check. So right now I'm going to have some view that will be wrapping everything. So if we are loading, then we want to show an activity indicator or a text that says loading image. So right now I'm going to use a text just for us to visualize it better. Not sure if it's better, but we'll be able to know what's going on. So loading image, let's import text. Okay, save. Then we need to move everything here into this component. So let's bring them here. Now let's also have on load end and on error. So we just duplicate this function. This will be on load end. So when it finishes loading, we'll set loading to false. Then let's handle on error. So to handle on error, we will have on error like this. Then of course we set it to false. We can have another state to make sure if there is an error, we show the error, that there was an error reading an image, or we show a placeholder. So we can do something like this. So we can do has error, then we can have set has error to false. Then if it fails to load here, we can also set has error to true. Save it. So now let's also work with this is loading properly. So now if we save and go to the detail, so it says loading image and then it loads. So that we click here, loading image, and then it loads. So now that you can see that when we are loading, we show the loading. Let's go ahead and style that loading better so it goes somewhere like in the center. So for us to be able to style that, we are going to need to have to style the container. So this one, let's have like image container, let's call it image container. So now we can go in our styles and also have image container. All right, since our height is 300 and our height is 100%, let's go ahead and maintain those, because if we don't have like the width, then it's not going to know what percentage it's gonna be. So if we save this, let's come over here and save. Then now we can try to center stuff. So let me come here and go to the details. See, it's still here. Okay, so now for us to style the text, we can come to the text here and give it some styles. So style equals, let's have styles.loading. Then in the text here, then we can have loading. Let's also style it. So now we can say we want it to be, let's give it some padding on the left and the right and the top. So on the left, let's give it like 30%. Save. So now if we come, it's not even working. We need to save here. So now click on one, sits in the middle. So let's make it 35 here, and also have some padding top. So padding top, let's make it like 5. This should be top. Save. So when you come back, let's go to the one that has the image. You see that now it's in quite the center. All right, so now that we have that, let's go to another section. So let's go ahead and put where we need to show the name that is after the image. So we can go detail. So after the image, then here we can show the name. So to show the name, we can use text, of course. Then we're going to need to show the first name and last name. So we can now just say first name. Then we can even put this, then put last name. All right, so now that we have this, we need to style it. So for the first name, last name, so style can be styles.names. Then in styles, let's go ahead and do create it. So let's give it some font size that's bigger. So font size, let's do like 23 and save. Now if we come there, see it's not updating. Let's make sure the style is being added. Let's save. And now you see that now this is quite big. So for us to, we need to give it some padding, of course. But if we look at the original, let me actually move this one away. All the content here is going to have some padding on the right and left and top. So we're going to wrap everything in there in a view. So here we can have another view that will add some padding to. So view. Then let's go ahead and put this text in the view. So for this view, we can add a padding. So for this, we can have styles.content. So now, here in the styles, we can have the styles for this. Let's just have some padding to something like 20 and save. So now we have this. So the next thing we're going to need to do is set up these 3 rows, the call, the text, and the video. So how do we set those ones up? Hey guys, welcome back. So right now we are able to create a contact, and every time we add a contact, it's added here on our list. So in this video, I want us to go ahead and every time we add a contact, to navigate to that contact. Now we can do that through several ways. For example, every time we save on the server, we can have a callback that gives us a contact that was saved, and then we can just navigate with it. But what I want to do is I want to be implementing it in another way. So right now, every time we add an item here, we want to be able to know which one was added last, and then we navigate to the details with that item. So previously this was possible using some lifecycle hooks like component did update. So right now it's not really possible in hooks, but I want to show you how we can use refs to achieve the same thing. So for us to be able to know that something changed, we are going to need to check if the length of this list has changed. Now remember, we have a hook called useEffect. So with useEffect, we can literally run some code when something, the dependencies change. So here we're going to have, remember our list is in data, so we're going to have data.length here. So here every time data.length changed, we're going to know that something was maybe added or removed. Now when it's added, then we're going to be looking for which one was added, and then we're going to be navigating to the details like this using that item. So here, first thing we're going to need to do is have a ref that will store our previous data. So as you know, so refs can be used to store some state across renders. So let's say if we have a ref that is storing our list and the component renders, it won't be updated. It will keep the previous data state there. So here, let's have a ref. So we can have const contact ref. It can be react.useRef. Let's have useRef. So in here we can have it as empty by default. So here in our use state, we are going to be saving the previous state for the contacts. So we're gonna have something like prev. We're gonna set it to contactsref.current. So of course initially it's going to be empty, so that means our previous state is going to be empty. But now every time this changes, we are going to be updating it to that data in time. We are going to be updating it to the list for the data. So here we can have contactsref, then we want to call current, then we're going to now set it to data. See that? Then now we can keep track of the new changes in the list. So we can have those. I'm going to call it like new list. So this is now is going to be what has been changed. So that's going to be contacts current contactsref.current. So now this means that we have the previous one for which initially will be empty, and then the new one for which, let's say if one was added, then it's going to be the representation for the new one that we have set here. So here we can check if it's only one that was added. So that means that we don't really want to run this every time we load in, let's say like 30 contacts, we want to make sure it was just one that was added. So you can do a simple check. So you can say if new ones, then we want to check .length. So we want to say if new list.length minus prev list or prev.length equals 1. So I want to check if it was only one that was added. So if it's one that was added, then we want to check which is that was added. So const new contact, we're going to be finding the new contact in this list that does not appear in this list. So we're going to look in this list and find every other item that does not appear in this prev list. So the way we do that is we can do new list dot find. So find will return for us an object. So here we can find by item. So for each of the items, we want to make sure it is not in the previous array. So we do that by checking prev array, then we want to map. So when we map, it's going to give us an item. So item, we can just do item dot, we're going to be searching by the ID. So here you can do item dot ID. Then we want to search for includes this item ID. So here you can do includes, save it. Now we should be able to have our new contact. So I'm going to come here and do a simple console log for the new contact here and save. So now let's run the app. Okay, so it's going to load. If we come to add, let's say we add some other contact. If we save, see that it's going to save. Then it's going to, when it's done, it's going to navigate here to the details. So that's what we wanted to achieve, and looks like we have achieved it. So the whole thing is you knowing how the ref works. So like we said, the ref can keep state, and that state will not change even when the component re-renders. So first we need to have like the previous state and also the current state. So every time the data length change, we are going to be setting the current state to the data, or the current value of the ref to the new data. So now here you see we get to know that one changed, and we get to know that by using the find function, for which we just use the map to get all the IDs. And so the map returns for us an array of IDs, so we can check if those IDs contain the item ID that's running at this point. So every time we find one, then we are going to be able to save it because it's an object. Then we navigate to it like this. So that's gonna do it for now. I hope this was helpful. If you have any questions, please ask them in the comment section, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we saw how to navigate to this screen whenever we add a new contact. Now in this one, we're going to go ahead and see how to change the title here dynamically to use the name of the contact we are looking at. Also, we'll see how we can put the delete button here and the star button so that the user can go ahead and delete a contact if they wanted to delete the contact. So for us to be able to change the title dynamically, we're going to be using a hook called use navigation. So you can say use navigation. So it gives us a few things. One will be the navigate, another one will be the set options. It's called set options. So here let's import use navigation. So now that we have set options, we can come over here and have a use effect. So use effect, make sure it is running once or whenever we have the item. So for which the item now is our contact. So you can check if you have the item. So if you have item like this, then we can set options. So set options takes in an object with what we want to set. So in this case, we want to change the title. So we can just set title, and the title can be the item dot first name. First name, it should be first underscore. It should be small name, small n. Then let's also have a space and also the last name. So this can be last name. So make sure we are importing use effect from React. Now, if we click on one, you see that it's being used here as name another. Now, how do we put the icons here? So you can put the icons here by specifying the header right. So you see how we are specifying set options like this. Now we are passing the title. Also, we can pass header right. So header right will be a component. So we can have a component. Then it should return some JSX. So you can say return let's return a simple view. So in this view now we can have some icons, but for now I'm just going to have a text so you see how it's working. Let's have hello there, save it, and now you see that we have hello there. We could do header left also if we wanted to change this. So we could do something like header left. So header left, then here let's have something like SAP. If we save, see this is SAP, this is now hello. Now this is not what we want to do, so for the header left we are good. Also you can take a look at set options from the documentation. I'll make sure I leave a link down so you guys can see what's possible, because you can be able to change even the styles, the tint, the icons and all that good stuff. So for now we just need two icons here, the star one and also the delete one. Yeah, so save it. Now you see we have the star there. So let's increase its size. So we're gonna go here, have some size. Let's set it to 21, save. Now it's bigger. So every time the contact is starred or is added to favorite, we are going to need to use this. But if it's not, then we are going to use another version of this. So you're going to check here. So we're going to check if item.isFavorite, then we will use one, else we will use another one. So if it's favorite, we want to show this star. Otherwise, we want to show a star that has only a border. So we can now, it's called, the icon will be called star border. And I get this from the React Native Vector Icons website, which you guys already know. So this is that, that's why you're seeing it is using this star. So also we need an icon to delete. So I'm going to duplicate this. Also, I'm going to put this in a touchable opacity because we will need to handle the on click, the on press. So let's also have it. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to make sure we're importing it from React Native. Then I'll go ahead and duplicate it for the delete. So this of course will be delete. We don't need any other check here. So we can have delete. Let's save it. So if we go back, so you have the delete there. Now I want this to actually be gray and not black. So color. So here we can have colors, but gray. Make sure you're importing colors. Let's make sure even this one has. Save it. That looks good to me. Now we want them to be left to right, of course, so we can come here and have some style like normal. So now we can come and say we want flex direction row. I see they are left to right. Let's give them some padding on the right, so we can say padding right 20. So saving that will give it some padding right. Now let me give it 10. So it looks like that. We also need some padding between these, so we can quickly have a style on the other touchable opacity. So I'm gonna come to the last one and give it some padding left. Let's remove this flex direction, save. Now you see that it looks like this and they are clickable. So let's click on a contact that is not starred. I'm just gonna click randomly here. So let me create one that's not added to favorite. Okay, so when it's added, you notice that for it, it's not starred. Okay, which is what we want. So for now, that's gonna do it. In the next one, I'm gonna come in and we're gonna work on the deleting a contact. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this one, we're gonna go ahead and delete a contact from our contact list. Now, obviously, we're going to need to make an API call to our server. So we need to make sure that on the server, we delete that contact from there so we get a successful response. So upon getting a successful response, we don't want to fetch the contacts afresh, but rather what we want to do is we want to look in our local context and remove the contact that we have deleted. So that's going to save us from making another extra request. And once we remove it, of course, we are going to be doing it from the details UI. Once we remove it, we are going to navigate back here with the contact removed in the list. So to get started, I'm going to now have a type. So in our constants, then types, I'm going to have a type for delete contact. So over here, we can have delete contact. We need a loading, an error, and also a success. So let's have delete contact loading. I'm gonna select these ones, then I'm gonna rename create to delete. Another thing we need is we need to keep track of the delete contact state. So we're gonna go to the initial states, make sure we have delete contacts in there. So we have delete. So in the context initial states, actually allow me to rename initial states because I wanted to rename this even from the start. So it should be initial states. Now in our initial states, in the contact state, we need to have delete contact. Now we can have data, then error and loading. So now this is good, we have it. So we need to create an action that will be deleting a contact. So if you go to the actions, go to contacts, we can now have delete contact. So I'm gonna duplicate this because it's gonna be a lot similar. Then rename it to delete contact. So we need to change our action types to be delete contact. So delete. Now that we have that, when we call this action, we are going to need to pass an ID of the contact we want to delete. So here I'm going to pick the ID. So once we get the ID, we are going to now be making a request to delete. We are going to be making a delete request. So we can change this to delete. So it's going to be going to contacts, then slash the ID. So here we can use these backticks here to be able to pass a dynamic param here. So we can pass the ID, also have that to pass it like that. So whenever if it finishes to delete, then we can dispatch delete contact success. When it fails, we can dispatch delete contact fail with the error. We need to also go to our reducers and make sure that once we do this, we can remove the contact that we have deleted from the list. Okay, so how do we do that? So if we take a look at our, let me come here and log in just a bit. Make sure our token is valid. So I'm going to copy our token, then I will have it here. We do this, so it's going to be bearer like that. So when we delete, so here you see we have, let's say we want to delete this contact with this ID. So we would be going to the delete, then it's contacts slash the ID. So here let's go to try it out and specify the ID. So when we execute, you see that it sends us nothing. So there is no way here that we can know which contact we deleted. So we are going to need to keep track of, we are going to need to keep the ID and also send it here as the payload. So instead of us sending res.data, we're just going to send the ID like this. And now since you're not using this, we can just remove it. Yeah, so you might wonder why it's sending a 204 and how Axios would interpret that. So every status code that is sent back that is a 200 level, it's going to be considered as a success. So this will still run. Now we want to go to the reducers. So if we go to the reducers, that's going to be reducers contacts.js. So here we need to also handle the delete contact the delete contact loading. So let's have it and have delete contact loading. So if we are loading, then we want to change the delete loading state. So we can have this very return. So that's going to be return. Then this is going to be delete contact. Then we change loading to true. Then I'm also going to have to handle the success and also the fail. So for the success, we can do delete contact success. Now when it's successful, we want to turn loading to false again. Also when it fails, so let's change this one to fail, and also we need to turn loading to false again. Alright, so now, so when it succeeds, you see we turn loading to false, but we need to also remove that contact from this list. So the way we do that is, if we take a look at our get contact success, we also want to affect the get contacts object. So if we come here on the success, we can now say for get contacts, we want we want to keep all the contacts that were there except the one we just deleted. So we can get the one we just deleted by doing item, then returning all the items for which the ID is not equal to this. So we can say item, then we want to return item.id is not equal to the payload. Remember, the payload now will be the ID. So here it should be is not equal to, like this. So when you save it, we will be basically looking at every other contact we already have and then returning the contacts for which the ID is not equal to the one we just deleted, meaning it's going to be removed here. Alright, so I think this is enough for us to start testing it. Also looks like we have removed our create contact loading state. So let's take it back. Let's take it back. Funny, huh? So this is going to be loading. Then we are turning this to true, and that's it. So let's fix our imports and also test it. So I'm gonna rerun this. Now we have this issue here. So let me go to context provider, make sure our states are being imported properly. Remove this here, save, reload. Now it's back. So if we go here and we click here, we need to call the other action. So for us to do that, now before we call our action, we can decide to first show a pop-up model that will prompt the user to confirm if they want to do that. But right now, let's just go ahead and work on the deletion. Then we can add the confirmation model later. So if we go to our components, we're gonna go to components, then the detail, contact detail. Now remember, we handled the deletes. We are setting these options in the screen. So actually I'm gonna go to the screen. So we're gonna go to screens, then the detail. Now here we need to have an on press. So you can have on press. So on press here will be a function. Now remember, we need the dispatch because we need the dispatch sent to the reducer. So let's get the dispatch by selecting it from our global context. So similarly, the way we do this, we're just gonna have to do the same thing here. Then make sure we are importing use context from React. So here we can have use context from React. Then for the global context, we'll just import it. Now things are looking good. So we have the dispatch here and have an on press. So in the on press, we can call delete contact, the action. Then we need to pass the ID. So at this point, we already have the ID from item, so we can pass item.id. So that's going to be item.id. Then we can pass the contact's dispatch like this. So now that we have this, we need a way to know that the contact has been deleted. So in the previous videos, I showed you how you can use a callback function here. So here I'm going to do a callback function. So once we get here, then we're going to be navigating back to the list. So navigate, then we are going to go to the contact list. So I can do contact list here. Let's make sure we are importing it like this. Then now that we have a callback function, we need to expect it in the action. So if we come here, we can also say on success. Then down here in the .then, once we dispatch the reducer, we can call the on success. Okay. So now if we come here, let's say we click on a contact, and now let's say we click on delete. So when we click there, nothing's happening now. So let's try to see what exactly is going on. So here I'm going to console log the ID to make sure we are actually making the API call. So I'm gonna rerun the app. Now if we come here and click, this is not being called, so we need to know why. Oh, so this is added to a wrong one. Sorry guys. So this should be on the second one. So I'm gonna copy the on press and bring it to the second touchable opacity. So now if we click delete, you see that we have the ID here, and when it's deleted, we get navigated here. So to make sure it was deleted from the list, let's delete this name other. So we're gonna do this, and now it's gone. Let's delete also this one. Now it's gone. All right. So we are able to remove it from the list without actually making another extra call to the server. which is good. Where were we? All right, so let's delete this one just to confirm. So if we click delete, you see it's gone. Now for now, things are working. This is how we want it to be. Now I need to remove this on press because it should not be doing this. It should actually be starting the contact, but I'm not gonna be implementing that. You guys have the API and the code is gonna be open source. So if you guys wanna add that, go ahead and raise a pull request on GitHub. All right, so now we can delete from the list, but let's add a confirmation for the user to know that they are really going to do some action that can lead them to lose data. So every time the user clicks on press here, we want to show the alert. So in the log, so if we take a look at the alert we had made in our for the logout, I'm gonna go. So this is the one I'm talking about is this one here. So I'm gonna go here in the logout so we can reuse it. Okay, so want this alert. So I'm just gonna copy it. Then I can come back to my screen. That's gonna be here. So before we call delete contact, we can first show the alert. Let's make sure we're importing the alert. And now every time they click, so now when they confirm by clicking OK, then we can have this code run. So we can bring this code here and save. All right, so now if you come here to the detail and click delete, you see, are you sure I want to log out? Oh damn it, that's not what we want. So we want to say, are you sure? So let's rename this to delete contact. Then we want to say, are you sure you want to remove? Then let's use a first name here. That would be first name dot last name dot item dot first name and save. Let's have a space here. So now if we user clicks, we tell them, are you sure you want to remove? Then the name. If they click OK, we go ahead and remove. So we also want to be able to show that the delete is being loaded here. That's because now when we click delete like this, see that nothing is happening. So we can do that by coming here where we are selecting from the context. So now we can select the state for delete contact, and we are specifically involved in the loading. So we are sure that every time we start to delete, so if we go to our action, so the action is here, then delete contact, we dispatch delete contact loading, and in the reducers, every time we start to delete a contact, which is here, we change the delete contact set to delete contact loading set to true. So we can now come over here in our screen and select loading like this. So every time we are loading, we are not going to be showing that icon. So we can say if we are loading, then we want to show maybe an activity indicator. All right, otherwise we're going to show the icon. So let's make sure we put the activity indicator. Let's give it some color. Let's use the primary one, colors.primary, and save. Let's make it small, so we pass size. So size here can be large or small. Small is good. Now if we come here, oh, it's not really, it's undefined. So what we want to make sure we are selecting it from contact state. So contacts state like this. Then that's why we want to destructure the delete state. So now we can move this one in here and save. Okay, so let's log in. Password, save. Okay, let's go to one, click. We want to remove. Notice that it didn't actually show the loading set. That's because we are setting the items only when we render this component. So we want to make sure that this loading is also added in our use effect dependencies. So you can come here and have the loading. So if we come back again here and click load, click OK. So now it's loading until it goes away. Hey, what's up guys? Last time we saw how we can delete a contact and we remove it from the list without refreshing on the server. So you can come here and say, okay, let's delete GGTG, and you're gonna get removed from here. Now in this one, let's go ahead and update a contact. So when we click the edit button, we can come here, find all the data pre-filled, maybe change a picture if we wanted to, and also maybe change this and be able to update this contact. So what we'll do is on the navigate. So if you go to the contact detail, so when a user clicks edit contact, we navigate to the create contact, but we go with the contact that we are viewing right now. So what we want to do is we want to go to the screen for create contact, which is here. Now, you know how we have the form to contain the details as the user enters them. So we are also going to set the form value whenever we come here with the contact from the detail. So down here, I'm going to come here and add a use effect. For the dependencies, we can have none because every time we come here, we'll be sure the component will have rendered. So what we want is we want to pick the params. So like we saw before, we can pick params by doing use route. So here we can have use route. So use route. Let's import it. Then we want to get params. So now here we can check if we have params.contact. So we can do if params. Remember, they can be undefined, so you want to make sure the check is now safe or undefined safe. I don't know if that's technical. So you want to check if params is there. Now let's make sure we're importing use effect. So if we have it there, then we want to update the form. So we update the form by using set form like this. Set form. Then we want to set the form to the new contact. So now if we did params dot, actually this should be contacts, not params, contact. If we did params dot contact, you will note that here in the JavaScript, the way we are setting this is we have name and then the value, but the name is always in camel case. So if we took a closer look at the create contact component, you'll see that whenever we call like on change text, we send the camel case version. So you see, this is all camel case. So we need a way to first transform our contact to camel case. So now we can come here and do some destructuring. So we'll do const first name. So to get the first name from the contact, of course it's going to be params.contact like this. But now we want to be renaming this, so we can use this syntax here to get the version of it that's in camel case. So like this. So now here we can set the form. So let's get everything in the form so we don't reset it. Then we want to add the first name like this. So when we save, so let's say now we came through here and clicked edit contact, you see that it's not showing, and that's because we want to make these inputs now controlled, since we were going to be explicitly setting the values somewhere else. So we're gonna go to the create contact component, and then here we need to specify a value. So value like this. So this is going to be form dot first name or empty, because at first there won't be any first name. So we'll do something like this. Now let's try to do it again. Oh, it's already appearing here. So now if we went, let's say we clicked on a new test and went on edit, you said we have new there. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for the other properties on a contact. So now we can have phone number. So that's gonna be phone underscore number. So this here will be phone number. Then let's make sure we are setting the phone number. Let's do the same thing for the last name. Okay, so another thing we want to set is favorite. So for is favorite, we can also do is underscore favorite. Then of course we can rename it to is favorite. Then now we use our own is favorite. All right. So for the picture, so let's say a contact had a picture, we want to be checking if this contact had a picture, and then if they do, then we want to be setting the I believe we called it something like local file. So I'm going to move this one on top. So I'll move it here like this. So now here we can check if this contact has a picture. So we can check if params.contact picture. We want to set the local file to that picture. So we can do set local file to this picture. So I'm going to just bring it in like this. Okay, so save it. Now let's say we came here, we need to make sure all these are controlled. So I'm gonna go down here. So where we have the other inputs, we can now make them controlled. So this will be last name. So when we do last name, you see it also goes there. Let's do the same thing for the phone number. So for the is favorite, if you take a look at how is favorite is working, we have value. So meaning that if this was true, this should be like this. So about the country picker, currently if we passed something like this, let's say we passed something like AD, it would be giving us the flag for AD. So we need a way to get the code for the current country. So right now, if we came here and check the country code, so I'm gonna come here and also destructure the country code and also call it country code. Then I will also set it to the form. I will console log it down here so we see what we are working with. So you will see that the app crashes. So I'm gonna first remove it so we see exactly what we have. So I will go to my console. So now let's say we came here and clicked add contact. You see that this is a number. This is the phone code and not the country code. So what we want is to be able to get the country code. So something like AB from this if we have the phone code. So here on GitHub, I have this gist here. So let me expand it so we see what it has. So basically we have a JavaScript file that has countries, and then these countries have calling codes as the value. So now you will see that here, if we came here, you see that each of these has a value. So this value is the calling code. Now we can use this calling code to get the key. Okay, so now you can come here and download this file. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy everything in here. So let me just go to raw and copy everything. Now I'll go to the utils and create a file called country codes.js. I want to make sure it's country codes. So in here we can have this file. Then of course we are exporting it. Let's see, we export default this. Now remember here in the log we have something like 367. So if you came here and search for something like 367, you see that it gives us Andorra. So what we want is to be able to search for this in this file and return the key, something like AD or the flag. Okay, so how do we do that? So we're gonna come here. So we're gonna come here and find an item here that has the calling code for this. But remember, our calling codes don't have the plus, so we want to escape the plus. So the way we can do that is here we can just have a const country equals. So you remember we called the file country codes. So we can do country codes. Since we want one, we can do find like this. Now remember, we want to find by the code which we already have here. So now we can come here and do item. Then we want to have a body here. So here, remember, we need to first remove the plus from the value. So here we can say return item dot value. Then we want to replace. So since it's 1, we can just replace the plus with empty. So now we want to return the country where the value equals to our current value. So now you can say equals params.contacts.country code, which you already have here. So I'm going to bring country code here and save. Actually, I'm going to console log the country here. Let's come here. Yeah, so you see that we have the country here. Now we want to return the country dot the key, since we are interested in this key that when passed this component will be able to show the flag. So here we can do a simple check. So we can do if country. Okay, so now that we have the country, we can say set form. So we want to get the previous state. So we can get the previous state by doing prev. Now for the previous state, we want to return a new object. So we can do return, not retry. So return a new object that has the previous state. And now we can change the country code. So you can say country code. We set it to our country dot flag or dot key. Then we want to be able to make it uppercase. So to uppercase. Alright, like this. So when we save here and come back to the app, you see that now it's picking the flag. So let's say we went ahead and chose another contact. So let's choose this one at the end, go to edit, and you see that now it's picking the flag and it's getting all this other information. So it's probably a good idea that we keep setting our forms like this. So this is actually a better way because it will always make sure that every other write to that very state will have changed. So similarly, we're going to do the same thing here. So we just replace this instead. Okay, like this. So that's a better way of doing it. Otherwise, you might be running into like state update issues. But now this is good. So now that we have this, a user should still be able to go ahead and choose a picture. So let me go ahead and choose one. So when we choose, you see it also updates. So now if we change this to his favorite, the form should still update normally or as normal. So let's console log the form here to make sure that it is getting every other state change. Also, let's update the local file to make sure that it's also updating. So local file. Alright, so now when you click submit, we should be making an update to the server. But if we have a new picture here, we should also be able to upload it to the server. So how do we be able to check if the picture was updated? So we're gonna come here where we have the on submit, or when the user clicks the submit button. So every time we have the size here, we will know that the picture was updated like now, and then that means we need to first upload it. So here I'm going to have a check to make sure that if we are updating. So we can check if we are updating by doing params dot contact. So every time we have a contact in the parameters, that means we're updating. Or we can even use the other is editing param that we sent. So when we have this, we want to check if we have the file. So if the file had changed. So we want to check if the file had changed. Also, I'm actually going to copy the all of this, and I will add this in the else. Let me also make sure the else is closed. So whenever we are updating, I'm going to actually bring the same thing here for this block. So every time we have the size, we are going to upload and then do this. This should also be in the else, like this. Let's also have an else there. Now we need to have the same thing in the editing. So I'm going to copy, let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to copy all this. So copy, then I'll bring it here like this. So every time the picture had changed, then we want to go ahead and upload it. Then after we upload it, then we can go ahead and create contact here. So what we want here is not to create a contact, but to edit contact. So we can do edit contact. Also, whenever we don't have the file, or the file has not changed, we want to call edit contact as normal. So we can do that here. So we can also do edit contact every time the user is submitting without changing the picture. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the create contact action. So we're gonna go to actions. So the edit contact action. So we're gonna go to actions, which is here. Then let's go ahead and duplicate create. Now we can call it edit contact. It's typically going to be almost the same, but we want to change the types because when we update, we don't want to make another call to the server for updated contact, but rather we want to go in the reducers and make the update there. So I'm gonna go and update this. So let me select all these types. Then I'm going to change create to edit. All right. So So one thing you'll notice that whenever we are editing, we are not going to only be sending the form, but also the ID. So I'm going to have another param here for ID. So whenever we are now editing, we want to make a put request. Now here we want to use these backticks so that we can supply some dynamic parameters. So now we can pass the ID here like this, and when it's successful, it's going to update our app and tell the app that it updated. So now we need to handle this in our edit. So we're going to go in our reducers. So we're going to go to the reducers. Then we're going to now handle these types. So they are going to be edit, fail, load, and stuff. Okay, so for the edit, we want to handle when we are updating. So we can have edit contact loading like this. So there we're going to be changing edit contact. So since we are going to be using the state like here to change the loading on this button, we can still use the create contact state here. So we can do create contact. So we turn it to true again. Then let's work on the when it fails. Let's do when it fails. So for the fail, so edit contact fail. So for the fail, we want to turn this one to false. Now let me remove these here so we see exactly how we are doing it. Let's make sure we need to import those. So for the success, I'm going to copy the same case. So we handle the success. So remember, on success, we want to update that very item in our contact list with the new data that has been saved on the server. So the way we can do that is we're going to now set, of course, when we finish updating, so we can have edit contact success. We are going to set create contact loading to false, but at that point we want to update our contact list. So what you can do is, since the contact list is at get contacts, I believe, like this, I'm going to actually bring this one in. So that means that every time we update successfully, we're going to we are going to change the create contact set and also the list. Okay, so for the list, we want to get all the data that is there, and then we want to map. So we can do map. So now the map, we can check if the item.id, so we can do item.id equals the ID of the one that has been updated on the server, which will be paid. Now, when it is the one that has been updated on the server, we want to return the updated one. So here we can return the updated one. So the updated one will be, of course, now the payload. Else, we want to return the item as is. We don't want to be able to change it. So we're going to be changing only the one that has been updated in the server, but the one that has not been, we don't want to touch it. So let's go ahead and create the types. So we're going to go here. Now let's add the types to edit. We can just copy paste this. Then let's rename here to edit contact. Like this, save it. So if we come here, this should now, we can now import it. Let's import them like this. Also edit contact success. Now let's also import edit contact fail like this. So when we save, see that the errors go away. Now here, we need to make sure we are importing the correct action. So we can import edit contact. But now we need to pass the ID of the item we want to update as the second parameter here. So I'm going to put a comma and pass the ID. So we can get the ID now from the params.contact.id. So let's just do that. Params.contact.id like that. Then we want to make sure even when they are not changing the picture, we are also passing it. So here we can put a comma and also pass it. Alright, so when everything is successful, we want to be going to the detail page. Now at this point in time, we are not going to be going to the list, so we can go to the detail page. So that's going to be contact detail, but now we are going to be navigating with the contact. So I'm not sure what we called it, so I'm going to go to the contact detail and see how we called it. So we call it item. Okay, so here we're going to make sure that when a server updates, we are sure it sends us the response with the updated contact. Whenever we update on the server, we are going to be sending it in our callback. So here, every time we update successfully and we call this function, we are going to be passing in res.data. So here we can come in and pass res.data like this. Also, let's console log it to make sure we know what we are working with. So when we pass it, let's come back here. We can now expect it in the onSuccess callback. Let's say, we can even say item here, and then here we pass item like that. Also, let's do the same thing for here. Pass item like that. Make sure we expect it. So now, if we come back, let's now restart the app and see where we are. So it's gonna reload. So let's redo it. So now if we came here, let's create a new one. So new user. Let's have some number, some phone number. Then I'm gonna submit. So you see that when it creates, it navigates here. Now when we click edit contact, notice that we come here and we find all our information there. So now what I wanna do is I want to try to update it. So remember it's new user. So to update it, remember we expect it to change. So here if I come and put some like numbers, user 44. Also I'm gonna change the number. I will also update the country to this Argentina. So also change it to true. So if I save, notice we didn't add the picture. So if I save, I'm gonna go here in this action and add a console log here for the ID. Oh, we also have the res data. So yeah, if I save like this, you see it's now saving, and when it finishes to save, notice that it navigates here with the number, with the new details. All right. So if we came here, we expect to find the new details, which we have here, and the country updates. And also notice that the add favorite is also checked now, meaning that that contact was added to favorite successfully. So what we want to make sure we are doing is that we are updating it in the list without making another call. So if we come to our list here, that contact should be this one. So you see it also updates even in the main list. So that is done through how we are handling the edit contact success on this case. So you see on this case, we turn it to false, and also we turn the create to false, but we update the list to use the new one from the server. So you will notice that whenever we save res.data, it is basically the new saved object, which we navigate with. So now let's check for when we have a profile picture. When a user adds a picture, let's check if it's working. So let's say a user came and said, okay, I want this person to have this picture. So I'm gonna save. So if we saved, let's turn it to true and save. You see that nothing's happening. So that means that it's failing, but we need to know where it's failing from. So let's try to examine. So you're saying if we have this set uploading to true, which we are doing, then upload. So it's either failing here. So let's add a console log to see if there is an error there. Okay, so let's retry. You see that the error is there, but it's not defined. So let's go to the upload image to make sure that we don't have some funny error there. So if we go to upload image, that's in the helpers. So helpers, we just go to upload image. So here it's not really working. Oh, so this should be .catch actually. So yeah, so this should be .catch. So there was a bug in our code. So let's now retry it. So if we came here and actually submitted, you see that it fails and the error is still undefined. Let me reload it. So I'm gonna come here, choose some contacts, choose some picture. Then when we save, see the picture gets logged. You see that this file has a file name. So we can first try to use a file name here. So we can do something like file, here we can do file name. And then if it doesn't have the file name, let's use the regular date. So here we can do new update like this. Okay, so since we want all this to be a string, I'm just going to now use these backticks here. Make sure it's what we are using across like this. So for these dynamic params, we can pass them like this. Okay, so let's retry it. If we came, let's say we choose from gallery, choose one, submit. So let's go to a contact. So if we came here and added the picture, let's say we come here and add this picture, let's say we choose this one and save. So I'm gonna go ahead and choose some phone number. So let's say I choose this one, and then we click, I'm also going to turn it to true, and then we click submit. So we're gonna go ahead and try saving. And when it's done, you see that it navigates the detail, and now we have a picture on the contact. So this is good. This is all we wanted. Now if we go here, you note that our picture is not really showing. And that's because if we take a look at, so if we come here, you see that the picture is not showing. That's because if we come here, you see that here we are doing a set local file, and then we are just passing params dot the URL basically. But if you look at this component, so let's go to the component, you see that we're only showing local file dot path. So we need to have path there. So if we don't have path, we can just try to show the local file like this and save. So when I save that, you see that now it shows. But every time I change now, let's say I come in and change it to, let me change it to this. I'm gonna choose. See that now it changes to the updated one. Now if we choose, let's say Bahrain from here and then submitted, it's gonna go ahead and save. So when it's done, it's gonna come here. You see it's updating, and now it's updated. If we come here, we should find the one that we just uploaded. So this is good. This is all that we wanted. Now let's go ahead and change the title here to update contact every time we are updating contact. So you guys already know we can do that by using the set params. So we can go to our create contact. So here we can have a simple, actually here we can have set options. So we can get set options from use navigation like this. So set options. So here you can say set options. Then we want to change the title. So you can say update contact and save. So when we are here, you see it's update contact. Now when we come via this place, let's say we come from here, you see it's create. If we come from here, you see it's update. Okay, so one thing you'll notice that we are not doing correctly here is the country code whenever you're sending it to the backend. So for example, if I came here, let me come to a new contact. Let's say we came to this one, and then let's say we change the picture like this. Let's click here, then choose it, and then we try to submit. You see that it's going to go ahead and work fine, but there is going to be an error. You see on the server we get the country code is not being sent. So that's because we don't have phone code in our form. Now we want to go here and make sure we are setting the phone code when a user doesn't change this. So we can do that by coming here. Yeah, so we can come here whenever we set the form and also set the phone code to our country code. So we can do phone code to this country code here, so that our app still works in all situations. So now let's say we came to that and then go to edit. Let's say we only change the picture. So I'm gonna come and change only the picture and save. Then I'm not gonna be touching here, and then we click save. I want to actually console log here, so we see if we have, so we see what the request payload looks like. So here, actually it's in the edit. So if we go to the edit, so I want to come here and console log the request payload, so we see what it looks like, and save. Let's remove these console logs, we don't need them. Even this, I believe it's already working. So now if you come here and try to save, you see that for the, oh, it's still failing. You see that here in the request payload, we have the contact picture, we have the country code, we have the first name, we have the phone number, we have almost everything actually. Why is it failing? So let's console log the error here. So let me do console log error. Let's see, let's try again. Can't find variable navigate. Let's make sure we still have navigate. Oh, sorry guys, this should be navigate. So now if we came and just submitted without changing anything, you see it updates and we come here. If we came back, you see things are good. If we came and changed the picture, let's say we changed this, let's use our logo and saved, you see it's gonna go ahead and save and redirect properly. Okay, so that's gonna do it here. You see it also updates here even when we are not making another call because of what we did in the reducers. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we saw that we can come over here and update a contact. So we can decide to change the picture. So I'm going to change this to use this name. Then I will just change these first names to this, updated. Then now we can save. So when we save, you will see that the information is updated, so you can come here. But now for a contact that doesn't have a picture, if they come here, you see that there is nothing and this is not looking good. So what we want is to be able to show the placeholder and also be able to update the picture from here. So we're going to have something quite similar to this. So we're going to go to our create contact component. Then we want that section where there's a placeholder. So we can get there. So we want to copy this image basically. So we go to our contact detail. Then we can come and add a check for when we don't have the picture. So here you can say if we don't have the picture, not contact picture, then show this. So remember, we are going to now be using the default one or the local picture. Now I'm gonna keep only the local file. So here we're gonna keep local file.path because this is what's gonna be there when the user has chosen when the user chooses a picture. So also we need to be sending it down here. Also we need to import the default URI because we need a way to show it. So now we can make sure it's being imported. So I'm gonna go up here and import it. So now if we go to the details, let's make sure we have the style. So we're gonna go to styles and have image view. So here we can have image view. We need the width and height. So let's see how the style was. So this is the create contact. So for the image view, we need this. So I'm just gonna copy this and also have it here. Just repress everything and save. So when you save, you see that we get this. Now I want us to have a text that says something like add a picture. Now I'm gonna be wrapping everything here in a view. So let's do view. Then we move this in there. So here I'm going to have some touchable. Then we can say add picture. All right. So we need this to be in the center, so we can just have a simple style here. So let's go ahead and align items center. So you see that goes in the center. I also want it to be blue, and also I want some paddings here on top and bottom. So we can have some padding vertical. Let's have a 21. So now it's better. Now I want to make this one blue and also have an on press. So you can come here and have a style. So for this style, let's make it blue so you can have colors, colors, with primary. Okay, now I want to have an on press. So every time we press this, we are going to be opening up the picker. You guys remember the picker that we have here? This one, that's the one we need to open up. So For us to be able to use it, we need to have some ref that we can pass it. So first, let's see how we use it. So I'm gonna go here and see how we use it. So we say image picker. So we're gonna come over here and make sure it's also in this component. So it expects us to give it on file selected and also the ref. So let me go to the screen for create. We're gonna be borrowing some things there. So we're gonna go to create contacts. Then we need to define the ref. So we can go to now the screen for contact detail. Then we need that ref defined. Make sure we are importing useRef. So we're gonna go to here, make sure you're importing useRef. Another thing is we're going to have the functions to close and open that picker. So if we went to, first we also need this one, this set local file. So we can have set local file here, set local file defined. Just make sure you're importing useState. All right. Then we also want to have this open sheet, close sheet, and then on file selected. So I'm going to copy this and move it here, and then copy all of them. So if we go to our details again, we can come here and have our definition. So we can have close sheet, open sheet, and also on file selected, and also the sheet ref. So that means we can come here and pass the ref. So sheet_ref equals the ref. Let's pass on file selected, and also let's pass open sheet. All right. Open sheet equals open sheet. So now if we go to our component here, we can get, let's first import image picker. So now we can get our open sheet here. So we can say open sheet. Also we need the sheet ref, and also the on file selected. Alright, so now that we have those, we can use them. So every time the user clicks this button here, this one, we want to call open sheet. So we can go here where we have add picture, and here call open sheet like this. So if I click here, see it comes up. Now when I choose the picture, so I'm going to choose any random picture, see that it's not being displayed here. So meaning we need to see how we are handling the on file selected. So I'm going to go to the index, to the detail screen, which is here. Then on file selected, I want to do a console log here for the image like this. So if we come here and choose a picture, so let's choose this and save. So you notice that here down we get the image. So when we say set local file, the image should have the path. Okay, so we want to make sure we are sending local file down here. So now we need to make sure we're sending local file. So go to local file. So now if we come here and let's say we change it, so I'm going to choose one. We choose this and save. See that it shows here. So what we want is every time that the user chooses it, we want to now upload it. Okay, so we already have a helper to upload. So we're gonna come here and call it. Remember, it's called upload file. So let's go to the contact and see how we use it. So what we do is we call upload image, then we give it the file, and then there is an on success where we can turn on, let's say, the loading indicator, and also we need to update the picture for that contact on the server. So I'm gonna copy this handler for the upload image. Then I'm gonna go to our detail. So every time it is selected, we're gonna call upload image. Let's import it with the local file. So I'm gonna have some state here to represent that we are updating, so that we can disable this and maybe this button. So I'm gonna go here, up here, and set up another state variable. So this is gonna be updating image. It can be set updating image. It's gonna be false by default. So now So now down here we can say set updating image to so now before we start to upload, we can set uploading image to true. Then when we are done, we set it to false. Then we want to call edit contact. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually call the action. Then we want to be spreading the contact. So right now we already have the contact on these details, and that's in params.contact. Now remember, these we need to send them to our action as camel case. So what we can do here is we can first destructure them. So let's have const, then we're gonna have the first name. Let's get them from params.contact. Actually it's item here. Yeah, so it's item. So let's get them from item. So here let's get them from item. So item, then it's gonna be first underscore name, like this. Now when we are calling this, we can pass first name. Also let's do the same thing for the last name and the other values. Okay, so let's see. So first name, last name, this will be last name. Then this should be phone underscore number. This can be phone number. So we have the phone code. So the phone code will be the country code. So phone code. So country code. This will be the phone code. And then we have the is favorite. This will be is favorite. Alright. So now that we have this, we can pass them here. So that's the first name, the last name, the phone number, the is favorite, like this, then also the phone code. So this should be small I, then the phone code like this. So let's save. Now this should be item, because we already have item. So when we are done uploading, we don't really want to navigate like we are here. So I'm gonna first comment it out. Also, when we are done, when there is an error in the upload, we can set updating image to false, like this. Okay, so now that we are here, I believe we can test it out. So I want, whenever we are updating, I want to show this, I want to change this text to updating picture. So we can now get this updating image and also send it down to the child component. So we can say updating image equals updating image. Now if we go here, we can pick it. Now once we have it, we can come here on this text and say if we are updating, then show updating. Otherwise, show this text here that add picture. Alright, so now if we came here, let's say we now say okay, choose from camera. Let's choose one. Looks like we have some errors. So now we choose one, you see that it's updating, and whenever it finishes or fails, it should change back. So let's wait for it. But you see at least it's showing updating, meaning the code up to here should be working. So I'm going to, oh yeah, so for the ID we need to pass item.id and not just the item. So make sure you're doing that. So here let's try again. I'm gonna choose one. So it's gonna try to update. So now it is done, and you see that it shows add. So what I want to do now is whenever it finishes, okay, so also when it succeeds to upload, I want to turn off the loading when we have actually saved the contact on the server. So I'm going to come here where we have this on success handler, Then I'm going to have set image updating to false. So also I want to have a state for whenever we have finished updating the picture successfully, so that we can be able to show the layout again here. So I'm going to go to here on top and also have another state. So this state is going to show something like upload succeeded, or succeeded. Set upload succeeded, looks good. Make sure this is camera case. So here when it succeeds, or when we have this on success, we can set upload succeeded to true. All right, so now we can pass upload succeeded down. So upload succeeded here. Now if we come to our layout, so instead of us showing this when you have updated successfully, we want to remove it and show the contact picture, because at that point it would have updated. So here I'm going to have a check and say and not upload succeeded. Let's make sure we are getting it as a prop. Every time the upload has not succeeded, we want to show this. So I'm going to come here and let's say we choose one. So I'm going to come and choose some picture. Let me choose this. So if we do that, you see it's going to say updating. So once when it finishes, we remove it and then we show the bigger version of it like we do normally, which is what's happening right now. So every time we have it, so I'm going to go to this image component and say if we have the contact picture or we have just uploaded a new one, then we want you to use the profile picture. Or so let's make sure that this is like this. So if we have either the picture or we just uploaded a new picture, we want to use either the picture or the newly uploaded picture. So we know that our newly uploaded picture will be in the local state, so we can actually use that. So we can do local file dot path here. Okay, so we want of course do this every time. We want to do this to make sure it's always there. So now if you come here, you see that this is showing. If we go to one that doesn't have a picture and we come here, so let's choose one now. So we're gonna go here and choose this one also. So when we do that, you see it's gonna start to update. So when it finishes to update, you see that now it changes like this, and then it's updated also in the list. So that's gonna do it for now. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be adding a splash screen to our React Native app. So a splash screen is that screen that you saw first before the app completely loaded. So this can be helpful if we want to first check the authentication state, which is always asynchronous, so that we load this screen only when we are sure that the user is not logged in, or we load the home screens when we are sure that the user has logged in. So if you have been running our app, you notice that now every time you open it and it's the first time, you're going to see a white screen until this screen loads. So that's because at that point in time, the whole React Native code has not been loaded fully. So we have to wait, and that's why we see that white background. But now if we implement the splash screen, we are going to be able to only show this screen when we are sure that the app has loaded completely. So we're going to be doing it on Android and also on iOS. Now we are going to start with the Android. So I'm going to be showing you a few things to do it on Android. For example, how to add a custom status bar color, how to add the image, how to generate the corresponding images for the different devices. So it's going to be interesting. Now we are going to be doing it mostly using native code, and of course we are going to be connecting our JavaScript somehow. But then for us to be able to do that, we are going to be using this splash screen here that's provided by this library called React Native Splash Screen. So let's go ahead and get started with the Android. Okay, yeah, so I'm here in our app, the one we are building. So I'm going to close it and then I'm going to open it again. So when I click on it, you see this screen here. That is the one we want to get rid of, that white screen that shows before we get to this screen. So what we want to do is come over here and install this library, React Native Splash Screen. So we're going to start by doing a yarn add. Okay, so another thing, we are going to need to prepare the assets or this logo that we're going to be putting on that on the splash screen. Now I want to introduce you to this website here called image baking. So we are going to need to have to specify the image that can fit well on devices with different dimensions. So this website here can allow us to create those different image variations. So I'm going to come to this website and then I'm going to go and bring in my logo. So I'm going to drag it and drop it inside this website, and then it's gonna tell me that now the stuff are cooked. I can download. So now I can download for iOS. So I'm gonna click download, and then it's gonna download this zip file. So once you get the zip file, we can open it. Then it's gonna unzip. So here in res, you notice that we have all these drawable folders. So these are the ones we want to move to our Android resource directory. So I'm gonna go to, let me remove the site. So we can go to our Android, then app, then source, main, resources. So we want to now bring these drawable folders inside these resources. So I'm gonna copy all of them, and then I'm gonna bring it up to here. Okay, so what that will do is it's gonna go ahead and create these drawable folders with these different dimensions, and then in there each of them has our image, but it is optimized for that dimension. So now that we have our assets there, the next thing we're going to need to do is create a layout file that our splash screen is going to use. Now I'm going to open up Android Studio here because it makes things easy to create those kinds of layouts. So once we have Android Studio open, let's check where our application is. If you do pwd, you see that it's on desktop, then it's called RN contacts. So now we need to open this project in Android Studio. So in Android Studio, we can click open existing project, then we click on desktop, then we want to find our own. Okay, so here it is. Then we want to click on Android, and then we open this. So once that's done, then you can create a layout file in here. So you can say new Android resource file. Then for the type, it's going to be a layout. So click layout. So let's call it splash layout .xml. So you don't need to put XML there because it knows it's a layout file. Then for the root, let's use a relative layout because we can quickly manipulate it. So choose relative layout in there, and then go ahead and click OK. So that's going to create the folder, and then the folder layout, and then the splash screen. So here, this is where I want to link our image. Now we can use an image view here. So I'm going to use an image view, and then for the height and width, here you can have some custom dimensions. So for now, I'm going to use match parent and then match parent because our logo is transparent. Then I can close it, but you can be able to specify different dimensions like 50 dp, 100 dp. You can customize it to whatever you wanna. So now that we have this image view, we need to specify the source. So the source is going to be where the image is. So ours is in drawable, then it's called logo transparent. Okay, so add that. Then for it to be able to scale very well, you want to add a scale type. So put a scale type attribute, and then ours is gonna be center crop. Okay, so now that we have this, by the way, if you want to see the design, you can click on design, and then you see how it's gonna look. So at this point in time, you can of course edit it. You can say this is gonna be 60 dp, then this should be 60 dp, and then maybe you can say okay, center horizontal. So all those, if we come back over here, let's go back to the code, then let's add some. So you can say center in vertical, true, then you say center horizontal, true. And now if you come back to the design, you can see that it's in the center. Let's increase the size, let's say 200, okay, or not 600 but 200. And so that is small enough, let's increase it to 300. So you can play with this to make sure it matches what you want. So now that we have this, the next thing we're going to need to do is to tell Android to render this screen fast. So we're going to go to our Java file, and then we'll be looking for the main activity. So here in the main activity, we need to override on create. So on create, so if you're not familiar with Android, this is like a life cycle hook that gets called when the app basically launches. So you can think of it as a component did mount, but for the native code. Okay, anyways, so here before we return on create, we want to now show our splash screen. So here we can say splash screen, and it's gonna go ahead and import for you there if you have Android Studio. If it doesn't import, make sure you import this like this. Then you want to call show, and then this show takes in the activity, so we want to pass this. Okay, so now that we have this, we need a way to tell our React Native app to hide our splash screen when we are done loading everything we need to load on the initial app render. So we're gonna go to our navigations, which is like our app entry point. So I'm gonna go to navigations, then I will go to index, of course. Then here I'm going to have a use effect. Okay, so for this use effect, we are going to check if the app has fully loaded. So we can check for auth loaded. So here we can have if auth loaded, then we can hide the splash screen. So now we can say splash screen dot hide. Okay, so this is going to just add the auth loaded here in the dependencies. Make sure we are importing use effect. Then this is going to add an import for the splash screen. So go ahead and save this. By the way, I just noticed that we didn't name our layout properly, so we need to name it launch screen.xml and not splash screen. So I'm gonna come over here and choose refactor. So refactor, then rename. Then I'm gonna change this to launch screen. Launch screen.xml like this. It's gonna tell you that it exists, but go ahead and replace it. Then I'm going to now rerun back the project. Okay, so it's gonna install, and now that it's done, you notice that now it comes and it has the splash screen, and then it goes away, and then this shows. But now one of the first things you will notice that we might not want to do is to have the black shade. So to remove the black shade, I'm going to go to our layout, which is here. Then now we can go to our code again, and in here we can specify a background color. So I'm going to have background, so we need a color here. So we're going to be using a white color. So you could come over here and add white like this, and then if you run it again, it's going to go ahead and build, install, and now when it's done, you notice that the background is white. When it's loading now, note that the status bar color is not what we would want it to be, so this is black. So we want to now create a custom style that we can tell our app to use as the theme for this screen. So I'm going to go back to Android Studio, and what we want to do is I'm going to first create some colors here. So in here I'm going to create some colors. So I'm going to create a new Android resource file, then I'm going to call it colors. So then it's going to give it colors.xml. So inside here we can define our color strings. So the way you define a color string is you want to do color, then you give it a name. So I'm going to have a white one because you're going to need to replace the other white. Then in here you can specify the value, so it's white like that. Then I'm going to also have a status bar color that we can use. So here we can have another color. You can even call it status bar color. So in here we can have a color. Now I'm going to have a white one, but depending on your app needs, you can change it to what your app requires. So now this is white. So now that we have the colors defined, then we want to create a style. So if you go here, you notice that we have some styles that are already created. So we're gonna go in here and create another style, the one that our splash screen is going to use. So here we can have style, and we need to give it a name. So the name can be custom. So this one we're going to call it splash screen theme. So we want it to inherit everything that our current splash screen has, and then we're going to be overriding some things. So we can specify the parent. So the parent is going to be splash screen, then splash screen, this one here. Okay, so now that we have that, then we can specify the color that it should use here. So apparently it uses a color that is specified as the primary dark. So we want to override that. So over here we can specify an item, then we want a color primary dark. Then we want to now go ahead and set our own color. So now we can say colors dot maybe status bar color like this. Now that we have this, then we need to tell our screen to use this for our splash screen. So we can go to our main activity where we have the show. Then as the second parameter, we can pass in the theme. So we can pass in the theme. Since the theme is specified in the styles, then we can do r.styles. Then you guys already know our theme. So our theme, we call this splash theme. This is the one we created. Okay, so now that we have that, then we can go ahead and rerun our application. And now that it's done, notice that the status bar color is white, which is what we wanted to do until this comes in. But you can change it to anything. You can even change it to this current color here. But now the game is in your hands. You guys can go ahead and you change it inside colors, then you refer to it here. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to solve this multidex issue. So during your React Native journey, you're going to be faced with a time when you install packages and then the methods in your application exceed the 64K limit that Android sets. So this normally happens when you're installing libraries. Like I've seen it with, I think, the Firebase libraries and also the splash screen libraries. So right now I just reproduced this error here. So right now I'm unable to run my app in any way because it is telling me that I've exceeded that 64K method limit. So the way you would solve that in React Native is you want to enable multidex in your applications. So here, this is my React Native project here. Let me bring it up. Okay, so this is my React Native project here. So what you want to do is you want to search for default config here. So I'm going to go here and type in default config. It's going to bring up these files. Then I'm going to go to the Android app Gradle file. Then here we want to add multidex enabled. Okay, so the next thing you want to do is to add the multidex enabled dependency in your build.gradle. Okay, so we want to go to build.gradle. I'm actually going to come in Android Studio and then build.gradle is here. Then over here, we want to add this dependency. So here what we are doing is we are specifying the multidex version that we want to use. And then we are basically adding it as a variable to our dependency string. But actually what you could do here to make things consistent with the way we are adding this is you could just pass it as a value, not a variable, like this. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and sync these changes so that it downloads the dependency, because everything else we are going to do from here will depend on us having installed this. Then now that that's done, you want to go to our main application file. So over here, instead of us extending application, you want to extend multidex application. So I'm going to add multidex application like this. Once this is done, you want to make sure that your manifest file is pointing to use this class as the application class. So over here, you want to make sure that this is the main activity. Then now we can try to run our application. Okay, you will see that now it is installing. Previously, it wasn't even getting here. And now it's going to go ahead and run very well on my application. So you see that now it is working properly on the phone. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be adding the splash screen to our iOS app. Okay, so to get started, of course, we need to make sure we have this library installed, the React Native splash screen. That's going to make sure we can quickly connect from our native code to our React Native code. So make sure you install it. So you can do yarn install React Native splash screen. We've already done this if you watched the previous video. Make sure you have that, and then you want to do yarn. So make sure you do yarn add that or npm install that. Then we want to run the pod. So in my case, you know, we have the pod script set up. We can run yarn pod and it's going to go ahead and install pod. If you don't have the pod script installed, you can cd into iOS, then you do yarn pod, then you cd back. So basically it's just doing something simple. It's doing npx pod install iOS. You can just run this yourself if you don't have this script set up, or you can set it up. Anyways guys, so now that we do the yarn pod, it's going to go ahead and install basically the native stuff we need for iOS. And when it's done, the next thing we're going to need to do is set up the assets we want to show on the splash screen. Last time I showed you how to use this appicon.co to create image assets for your iOS device. So you can come over here and bring in your logo and be able to create these 1x, 2x, 3x. Also, you can use this to generate the ones for Android, the drawable, basically the ones I showed you last time. Also, there's this other resource. You can use this if you wanted to. I'm going to leave all these tools in the description so that you guys can check them out. Similarly, you guys can go ahead and write these, like create these yourselves. Very good design skills. All right, so I've already created my assets. So if I come to my desktop, I should have a folder called splash icons. So here I have my different variations. Now I'm going to open up Xcode. So in Xcode, I'm going to open this project. So my project is called RIN Contacts. So I'm going to open it. Okay, so the app is going to open up. Go ahead and expand it. Make sure you can select this. Then down here we have images.xassets. You want to come over here. You see where my cursor is? You can right click and then you choose new image set. So I'm going to click new image set, and then you can see that I can now provide my different image variations. So I'm going to minimize this, and then I'm going to open up my images. So down here I can now move these into the corresponding folders. So I'll bring it here, also bring this one here. Then we want to go to our launch screen.storyboard. So now this is the default splash screen that React Native gives us. So what we want to go ahead and clear this. So I'm going to come over here in this pane and expand this, and then delete these things one by one. So I'm going to delete all this stuff. I'm going to delete powered by React Native, so we have something that's empty. Okay, so now that we have removed everything that was there, I'm going to come over here and click on the screen. Then we want to click plus. So when you click plus, we can choose a widget. So now we want an image view. So I'm going to search for image view. Then it's going to come over here. Now when you search for an image view, you need to specify the source for it. So over here, now we can come over here and we choose our image, the one we just added in here in our assets. So now we can add it, and then I'm going to bring it in the center so that when the splash screen shows, it's always in the center. Now if you ever want to make sure this is constrained properly, over here there are these alignment buttons down here. You can click them. You want to click horizontally in container and also vertically in container. Then you can add the two constraints, and then it's going to go ahead and scale properly for you. Okay, so now that we have this, then you want to go ahead and click here and go to your settings. So you can go to general. So down here we have where you can specify which file is used as the launch screen. So you want to come over here and make sure this is using the launch screen. So choose launch screen over there. Okay, so now that we are done with our assets, we want to go to appdelegates.m and then tell iOS to use our launch screen. So we're gonna go over here where we have these imports. So we'll go to where we import this root view down here. Then we are going to add an import for our new React Native module. Then we also want to go to this did finish launching with options. Then we want to go before the return yes, and also add this one there. So now that we have this one here, we want to go to our React Native code over here, and then in our app entry file, in our case, ours is this in the navigations. You want to make sure you're importing the React Native splash screen, and then you want to make sure that after you have loaded everything you want to load in the app, you want to make sure that you're hiding it. Okay, so now that we're done with all that stuff, we can rerun our app. So we can do yarn iOS again. Okay, so you notice that it has successfully built, and now when it launches, you see we have our splash screen looking good. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill it. By the way, if you ever want to increase the size or decrease the size of your what is it called, of your simulator, over here, this is just a window that you can play with. Notice that I can just do this and then it increases. So just hold on to any of these edges and then you can increase and decrease it. Okay, so now it looks like our splash screen is working good, and let's try it again. And yeah, looking good to me. Hey guys, welcome to the last video in the series. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about one of the libraries that has made my life easy writing React Native apps, and that is React Native Size Matters. So as much as we use Flexbox to manage our layouts in React Native, that really does well in some aspects, but it doesn't do well when we want to scale things like font sizes. So depending on the device, the size of your fonts and other UI widgets will not always look good because every device is different. Every device has different density pixels. So we need a way to really adapt our fonts and the sizes of our widgets to the screen that they are being rendered on. So when faced with problems like those, one of the first things you're going to be thinking of is to use the dimensions that's built into React Native to create a utility that you can use in your app to manage the scale depending on the size of the device. Yeah, so yes, you could do that, but it would take you a lot of work. So I want to introduce you to this library here, React Native Size Matters. So the way it works is basically for every static value to like widths, font sizes, paddings, margins, we can always wrap those inside these utilities. So we have utilities like scale, vertical scale, moderate scale. So most of the times you're going to be using scale. For example, where we have this image here, we're going to now apply a scale so that it now adapts to this to this very image that it's, to this very device that it's on. So let me go ahead and show you how you can use this module. So down here, I'm going to install it, of course. So I'm going to do yarn add React Native Size Matters down here. And then once it's done, we want to now be wrapping these static values we are setting in the scaling utilities. So I'm going to import the scale here. Okay, so I'll give you an example here. So let's say we were specifying font size. So font size, let's say 21. Let's save this. You notice that it's looking like this. But if we wrap this in scale, and save, you see that now it scales to the device it's at. So similarly for this, I'm gonna come over here and also add some padding on the top. So I'm gonna do padding top. Then let me make it 5 now. So if I save, you notice that we get this padding here. But now if we wrap this in scale, so let's do that in scale. You notice that it goes down a bit, and I can prove it when I can now, and we can see it if this is big. So if it's in scale, you see it's that, and if we don't have scale on there, you see it goes back up. So this is one way you can use scale when you're like writing inline styles, but most of the times you're not going to be writing inline styles, and you're going to be writing styles in your styles.js file. So the way you can now use this in your styles.js file is here. Instead of us using the style sheets component from React Native, we can use one called scaled sheet. So we can do that, and then it's going to import it from React Native Size Matters. Now if we save this, nothing will change, and that's because we have not really applied the utilities to these values here. So over here, if we want to scale this, we want to now wrap it in a string, and then we want to do @s and save. You see that the image now scales. So now we can basically go ahead and replace everything, or wherever we had the other scale. So over here, I'm also going to do @s for this and save. So for these font sizes, similarly, we're going to do @s because we want them to always scale to every other device they are being rendered on. So if I save this, you see that now that increases. Let's do this padding to @s. Okay, for the font size, we'll do the same. @s. Let's do this padding. @s. For the form padding, let's do the same. Okay. Let's also scale this. All right. Let's do the scale here. Change this and save. It should be @s and save, and things are now looking like this. So these are things that you may not really notice before you start to test your app on different devices, but once you test your app on different devices without you doing these adjustments for how fonts would look, you're going to be shocked, and you're going to be really sad when you see how your app will be looking. So this is one of the utilities that I've found very helpful. So for me now, it's like the de facto standard for every app I'm working on. I first set up these, and I use them everywhere. So everywhere, every component, I make sure I am putting in consideration how the fonts and paddings and layouts will scale on every other device. So I hope you found this one helpful. If you did, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you soon.